I know a little bit. I commentated UNCW yesterday. They are a solid team. They beat UVM in the first game yesterday morning. Stuart Kelly is their go-to guy. He's playing as a center handler for this team. On his club team, he plays as a downfield cutter, but he transitions over into the handler space here just to give them stability behind the disc.
Yeah, and it sounds like they have a small team here, just traveled up and stayed with the family. That's kind of what makes College Ultimate so special. Just like having I'm sure they had a good trip here and a good time. But Dartmouth a little more local, definitely a bigger sideline, and we'll see if that comes down to it at the end.
Yeah, and this is always interesting. You've got a fall tournament, very early season. This doesn't play into the rankings. So sometimes teams are trying new stuff out. Sometimes they're trying new players out in new positions. But also, once you get into bracket play, teams usually want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same story, you know, across the board in Ultimate. Yeah, like we can try some stuff, but yeah, bracket play starts Sunday, and you're going to see some good Ultimate. And we did 3-pass hold for Wilmington to start, and now let's see what Dartmouth's O-line has for us. Good pull here, good hang time. It's going to fade back, and looks like Dartmouth's also in a little bit of a spread here. Trouble to start, but they should be okay here.
Boost under, boost under. Not coming, boost, not coming, boost, not coming.
Handler pressure is there for Wilmington. Travel called, comes back. Finally get a little bit of space, and they had the shot there, but just underthrew it. The look was there, but already can tell that Wilmington's pressure is just a little bit further, a little bit higher right now. And the story in Ultimate, D-line conversion. Let's see if Wilmington can convert here.
Hey Ryan, what do you feel about the situation?
My bad.
Good work, Moose.
Same little special. D-line's not having too much trouble right now. Resets the disc. That's a little bit of a loss here. And we'll see. They haven't made it too far up the field in a few passes, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one going up here. A lot of times D-line offense is a little bit stuck. They just throw it up to a playmaker. Let's see what Wilmington does.
This is Will with the disc now. He had a fantastic day yesterday, played really well against UVM. I heard his performance against Tufts was a real game changer.
And
let's see if he can make it work here.
What we talked about. The D-line pressure, just throw it up to a playmaker.
Yeah.
And there it is.
There it is. That's Charlie. Apologies.
Charlie with the goal. And yeah, we had a feeling that shot was coming. After about 10 passes of high pressure, they just decided to shoot it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's great D-line offense. I think I was impressed with Dartmouth's ability to get open on offense. It felt like they were getting the looks they wanted, just the throw wasn't there to connect the final pass. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to settle down as this game goes on, just kind of work out the early game jitters and put together some nice O points.
Yeah, it took a couple passes to break through. Wilmington came down, stopped the centering pass, which is always good, and it also looked like they caused a little problems in the reset space. But yeah, once Dartmouth was able to break it down the field, they had what probably should have been a goal, but was not to be. So they'll have round 2 here and see if they can convert.
Absolutely. All right, this gives us a chance to shout out one of our sponsors. One of our sponsors for the Lobster Pod is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner. They want to make life better by building a just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging. Visit revisionenergy.com for more details.
All right, perfect timing. High energy pull there, good hang time, pretty deep, and let's see if Wilmington, looks like they had a little backhand call coming down. Okay, Dartmouth a little bit more separation downfield in this point. They got a shot if he wants it. Opts to pump fake it. Looking reset here. Here's that reset pressure. Full field swing. Changes the point of attack. Goes back to the middle here. There it is, lefty around. And wow, fantastic block. Didn't even just block it. Catch block over the top. And now Wilmington's D-line is off to the races again. This time they're flowing a little bit better. And here's the shooter from last point, takes another shot, and it looks like it's a bit overthrown. And it is. A good bid there, but just a little bit too much. Do you see any of these teams play yesterday, Joe?
I did see UNC Wilmington. So the format of this tournament was 2 power pools. We've got 20 teams in the men's upper division. So 2 power pools of 4 teams and then 4 lower pools. Dartmouth was the 2nd seed out of one of the lower pools, getting that last seed into the bracket. So they are fighting an uphill battle here in the bracket.
Yeah, it definitely seems early that Wilmington is slightly better. But, you know, our Dartmouth has looked good on offense. They've just missed 2 little shots that they probably want back. But, yeah, they seem to be playing pretty well, and we're able to get a stop on that last one.
Absolutely.
Okay, Charlie with another block. So far, you called it. He has probably been the takeover player today early on. Wilmington D-line has it middle of the field here. Finally have to go reset. Little throw and go. And we have a pick call. This is probably going to stand with the new rules. If it's actually, I'm not sure about the rules. How's your rule knowledge here?
That one, you know, how many throws? I didn't see when the pick was called.
The pick
so
was
if
called
that
a long
pick was
time
called,
ago.
you know, within the last throw or 2, I think that stands. It looks like, you know, no observers on this game. A little bit of early season confusion for both teams. I think they're both unsure when the pick was called and what the rules are. It looks like they're going to let the turnover stand.
I think it's kind of fair. It didn't really affect, and I'm not really positive, but you know what? That's what a good old fall tournament's for. Not just polishing the play, but also polishing the rule book.
Absolutely.
All right, Dartmouth moving back down the field here. Looks like they're on the high side, the flat side of the field. Looking reset, nothing there. Good slide and catch to save possession for Dartmouth. Just in the middle, and still Wilmington is just, every pass is being contested right now, but Dartmouth is working through it. Oh, huge scuba over the top.
That
Great
is a
look.
fantastic throw.
And hey, if you're having high pressure, over the top is definitely the way to go. But we'll see how sustainable that is.
A little 30-yard double helix scuba into the bread basket is, you know.
On the open side too. You never
on
really see
the
that
open
one.
side.
Yeah.
You know,
I
if you're
don't know
gonna
if
score
they're cutting
points
replays here, but you know, might need to see that one.
if you could count a point for more than one, I think that one counts as 2.
But it is, as we stand, I believe that makes it 2-1 for Wilmington, receiving already up 1 break early if you're just joining us here at the Lobster Pot. Joe, you done any Lobster Pots in the past? This is my first.
I've been to the Lobster Pot a lot of times. I played in the Lobster Pot when I was in college. I went to Hampshire College and we played with a mixed team here. This is one of the very few tournaments in the country where you get a really well-organized mixed division. You know, the mixed division circuit for Northeast College is pretty hard scrabble. You know, a lot of little home tournaments where teams are cooking barbecues on the backfield. But the Lobster Pot operation is fantastic. It was so fun to be a part of it as a team like that.
Awesome. And yeah, we have entered the bracket here in South Portland, Maine. Wilmington up 2-1. Is about to receive. Their offense had a perfect 3-pass clean hold the first time. Still calm conditions here. Let's see what they do here. Split stack for Wilmington. They play to the 2 side off to the right, the far side of the field for the announcers. Stewart doubled in the middle, but they leave him. They're trying to get it across the field, and they will. Great switch of the field. Now they're attacking. Looks like they're transitioning to the end zone here. Have to go backwards to the reset. First one stopped. Gets the second reset off. Definitely attacking the middle of the field here, keeping the disc moving. And Dartmouth, great break on the inside. 1 yard out of the end zone here. Have to go backwards.
Player with the disc, well, just threw the disc in the brown hat. Oh. A little bit of confusion whether that was in or not. Stuart Kelly catches it on the goal line. They're having a conversation about inbounds, out of bounds. Sorry, in end zone, out of end zone, not bounds.
Perfectly lined field here. I guess there's no end zone line.
No end zone line, and no observers on this game. So, you know, if they got used to that yesterday, they're having to have the conversations today.
But yeah, certainly seems pretty good. There's been a couple calls, but they've all been addressed totally fine, which is always good to see here. And
one of the beautiful things about the sport of ultimate, for those who don't know, is that it's mostly self-officiated, so players make their own calls, and there's a series of rules for how to resolve those calls if there's a disagreement.
And the agreement is not in. Stuart Kelly here on the goal line. the field gets a little compressed by the end zone and definitely slowed down. We'll see what they do here. Wouldn't be surprised to see an early reset here. Yep, coming back. They get it backwards, but still trapped on that sideline, on the goal line. Finally get a huge pass right there. That's going to work. Back to the middle of the field, and they're going to give him the goal.
Yeah. That's good end zone offense by UNCW. It was a little unclear what their set was. You know, most teams are running kind of a handler motion with opportunistic cuts out of the back. It looked like they had a little more motion in the stack than I would expect in an end zone set, but sometimes you do what's unexpected, you get easy points.
And there it is. Yeah, definitely an easy, pretty easy point, although definitely a little bit more resistance there from Dartmouth. I think they were able to probably force 20, 30 passes on that point and 5 to 10 alone in the end zone. So, yeah, any early takes on what you're seeing this morning?
I think UNCW is playing at a better level than they were yesterday morning. It looks like they've worked out a lot of their kinks. They look to be playing pretty clean. I mean, I've been impressed with both teams. I think they're both playing at a pretty high level, a lot of intensity on a Sunday morning after you played a long day on Saturday. So the speed is great. I'm excited to see what both teams can do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Wilmington making a run at this tournament. And, you know, with 14-15 too, that sometimes can help an early season college tournament where they're just playing most of, you know, their top players in the program. So here we go. Dartmouth has the disc. Hostak here. No looks downfield, and now they're going to have to work with their handlers. Nice little upfield chisel there. And off to attack in the middle of the field. Dartmouth has the disc right on the half mark. And it looks like this is one of the players they want to have the disc in their hands, and that's why going over the top. Not the first time, first with the scooper, but that hammer looking good out there.
All right, that brings us to 3-2. UNCW is up. They are up a break, I believe, in this game. Is that right, Rowan?
Yeah, that's right. We got UNC broke on their first D point to go up 1, but since then Dartmouth has opened up the throwing arsenal, and I think that's helped them hold a few of these last 2 offensive possessions.
Absolutely. All right, this gives us time to shout out another one of the Lobster Pot sponsors who helps us bring this tournament to all of these college teams. This is Impact Melanoma. They are the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Check your skin because melanoma is 99% curable with early detection. Early detection saves lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org.
Here we go. We got some classic ultimate chance on the sideline. Not sure how much is being picked up, but Dartmouth definitely with the extra, you know, depth is using that to their advantage here.
Here we go, Doc!
We got Dartmouth pulling from the left side of the field.
And this one, a little flat and low. This is going to give Wilmington a little time to get some free yards. They started on their own brick here with the center, slashing across their split stack, it looks like, and able to get a huge gainer there on the inside break. That's 2 in a row. It looks like that's a little bit of a strategy, just like a little inside slash. Stewart has it 5 yards out on the trap side. Easy continue for the goal.
That was great, clean ultimate. That was, you know, they pretty much ran the same cut 4 times in a row, would you say, Rowan?
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get, like, you can start to see the system where spreading it out or with a split stack and looking to just slash people across the field. A super common strategy in ultimate these days.
Yeah, can you talk to me about the development from the vertical cuts of the 2010s to the slashing horizontal cuts of the 2020s a little bit?
Absolutely. You know, definitely our team down in DC Truck Stop tried to make that cut popular, and what we saw was that if you make that big undercut full speed and catch the disc, you know, 10, 15 yards down the field, by the time you stop, you're only getting a couple of yards. So instead of wasting all that energy down and back, just stand, slash horizontally so you don't lose any yards when you are catching the disc, and it also changes the point of attack. And the more the disc changes points of attack, it's so much easier for your other cutters to get open and for your thrower to essentially break the mark, even though there's no mark because you've created that separation. So Wilmington definitely using it great. They had 2 beautiful kind of flat horizontal cuts opening up that inside window, or as my coach Daryl Stanley called it, the functional break. So super clean ultimate. It's crazy just to see how far the college game has advanced. It just blows me away each time.
Big pull coming up from UNCW right into the back of the end zone. That's what you love to see.
They're going to make Dartmouth have to play 70 yards here. They have it right outside. Big thrower here, opts to take the little flat break. Dartmouth gets one. There's that horizontal break that we saw Wilmington rock, but was well defended there by Wilmington. Got a deep cut here, takes the pump fake, opens up something under, looks good. And now, oh, travel called, probably a little bit of a travel. Let's see if we see anything over the top here. Nope. Opts for the low pivot back in, another good throw. And now we're going to take the shot with Dartmouth going back right corner, and that's defended by Wilmington.
Yeah, I set up that throw when they were already a little bit deep. Here we go, all the way back.
And you knew that was going up. They got their receiver that they want downfield, and it's not too early to tell that every time 99 gets to this, he's going to want to throw it really far. I'll have to get his name at halftime, but he's the D-line shooter.
The D-line shooter. And we haven't seen it yet, but 32 on UNC Wilmington is the O-line shooter. Yesterday, they threw about 50% Hucks in as their center handler. So look to see that open up as the rest of the game and day goes on.
Everybody's dream position. The center handler that gets to throw all the Hucks in the world. So,
all right, so right now we are standing at 5-2. UNCW is up. I think that Dartmouth has had a lot of great motion on every single one of their points so far. They just haven't connected near as many. You know, UNCW, a lot of their points have come easy. Dartmouth's had to fight for the two they've got, and they've had good motion, but they haven't been able to convert. If you're Dartmouth right now, what are you talking about? What are you going to work on in these next few points to kind of right the ship?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough where the separation downfield isn't there. Wilmington's on every cut, and even both of the Dartmouth scores were a huge scuba and a huge hammer. So I think you're going to want to tell them to keep opening up those throws and be aggressive. I don't know if Dartmouth's going to be able to grind 10, 20 throw possessions in the full field. So keep shooting, keep giving to this kid and making him make magic. And yeah, don't be afraid to take a shot because a couple of the shots have worked.
Small ball's dead.
Small ball's dead, yeah. Well, you know, it's coming back. You know, Rhino, you know, got one good tournament, and now they think they changed the game. So, no, there's a little bit of a hybrid ball coming back, and here Dartmouth just completely works it down the open side and finds himself on the goal line already. Definitely one of their best points, and they haven't really had to open it up. Let's see what they do on the cone. Up line. Hate to see that on defense, but Dartmouth answers with a hold.
Yeah, we're at 5-3. That was definitely Dartmouth's easiest point. You know, I think that it doesn't appear that the score or the defensive pressure is getting to them too bad. You know, they're still playing good ultimate.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, Wilmington's just won a few one-on-one matchups here, but yeah, Dartmouth absolutely, you know, playing up to the upper division level here, keeping it close, keeping it exciting.
Absolutely. All right, that gives us time to shout out another one of our sponsors. This is Wyman's. Studies show that 8 of 10 people do not eat enough fruit. Are you one of them? Wyman's encourages the world to lead healthier and happier lives by eating more fruit. We care for our community and connect with the wild, not only because it grows our berries, but also because we share its roots. We put the very best into what we do. Live fruitfully. www.wymans.com.
Incredible to see this tournament pulling in some of these sponsors. It's so cool that these companies are out here supporting the community. And I saw there was a job fair yesterday, just so advanced for how they set this entire thing up. So if you're a college player out there listening, make sure you come next year because, in my unbiased opinion, this is one of the best ultimate tournaments I've ever seen, and I've played at every level.
Yeah, and if you're on a college team, register early. I think they're running a wait list coming up, so you know.
They announced next year's dates already, October 17th, 18th. So I'll see you here. I'll be calling more games, and I'm sure Joe will too. All right, back to Wilmington's O-line. They haven't really been tested yet. This time, let's see what they got. They're coming out in a hoe stack here. A little dominator look. They got somebody in the middle of the field. uncontested foul to start things off.
This player with the disc, I believe his name is Pablo. He is the last player on UNCW to have played at college nationals. He played on the team the last time they went, and he is the veteran presence that they're looking for.
Interesting. Okay. They opt to break out the dom. There's that inside window that they've been trying to hit there, and it immediately finds a 40-yard chip shot. Good ultimate. Good ultimate. And just another clean hold.
That is the shooter we were talking about. Those are the looks he wants. If his receiver's got even a yard downfield and he likes the matchup, he's going to put it up. And he just told us, no matter what.
So far, yeah. And these conditions, too, like it's just going to be very hard to stop a deep cutter that has any separation. I would put the wind here at about 0 to 1 miles an hour, which I don't think I've ever played in personally.
Yeah, the only thing that could possibly impact your offense right now, conditions-wise, is the sun is still a little bit low in the sky. So if the disc's coming out of the air from that angle, you might get a little bit of sun in the eye. But as far as conditions go, it doesn't get much better than this.
That has happened too many times to count, where my receiver's throwing me the perfect throw. It's like, oh, sorry, lost it in the sun. But your fearless commentators are both staring right into that sun. So shout out to us.
Shout out to us. So what looks have we seen so far from UNCW? Their defense, am I wrong in thinking it's been pretty much a traditional person set, poaching the lane for the very first look to stop the first look and then continue from there? What are you seeing, Rowan?
Yeah, I think they're bringing some lane help, especially when it looks like Dartmouth center handler has it. But yeah, they're just playing one-on-one matchups and just staying tight. We'll see with only 7 or 8 defenders if they're able to maintain that all day, or if we start to see some junk sets to save some legs. But look at them flying down on the pull already. There it is, just a clean, normal matchup. Scuba starts it off for Dartmouth. A lot of space downfield, 3 deep cutters. Oh. And yeah, this has just kind of been the story, is Wilmington's pressuring all the cutters downfield and they just creep a little deep, and luckily Dartmouth's able to find the little belly space in the middle of the field here.
There's a pick call downfield. Players are going to go back to the position they were if the pick had not occurred, and play will resume.
All right, disc is in here in the shooter's hand that he can throw the disc. You can already tell, looking for something downfield. There's that little, oh, no pivot inside break. Good look, but just a little bit low in the drop here.
Looks like when he's got the disc in his hands, half the time he's pivoting around in a scuba grip. It's kind of a Brett Matsuka look.
Yeah, and we'll take it. Like I said earlier, this is going to be one of the ways Dartmouth can find success playing up one of these bigger teams. Wilmington opts for a big shot down the right sideline. This might work, and it will. Tough edge to read it on the defense, and Wilmington lined it up the whole way.
Yeah, that's a huck into double coverage. I think they just loved the matchup, they trust their receivers, and it worked out.
Yeah, Wilmington historically known for just having some very good athletes and a couple of good throwers. It's just a scrappy athletic team, and it looks like this version is shaping up that way too.
All right, so we are at 7-3. These games are to 15, so half will be taken once one team reaches 8 points. We're playing with time caps, so we are I think there's a little bit of confusion on the field about the score.
That's what happens, man. You know, the observers aren't here. We saw the observers in the coaches' corner last night from Maine Ultimate, but they had to actually go to the booth here, and we had the right score for them. So 7-3 is the score, and we're playing to an 8 halftime here.
And it even happens in other sports. I was reading a story the other day about a high school championship basketball game in another state where there was a confusion about the score. One team won. That coach went back and watched the film because he wasn't sure about it, realized he lost, and then he met with his team, and they resolved to give the trophy to the other team because they realized they didn't actually win.
Score that many points?
They lost by 1, and they thought they won by 1.
Oh, well, that's just such a tough one too, because it changes how the plays. It's so tough, but you love to see them just taking the high road there. And sports are, it's fun to win, but it's also fun to win the right way.
Yeah, it's the way you win that really matters.
7-3 here, Wilmington. Another good pull. They do have some power throwers. These are incredible pulls. And now, again, Dartmouth's going to have to go 70 yards. Here we go. Kicks it off to the open side here. And Dartmouth able to string together a couple passes down this open side. Here we go. Wilmington in a little bit of a bracket here. A little no around mark and some help in the open side. Seems to work as they cough it up here, and now they're looking for
another big goal for Charlie.
Charlie with the break, and that's halftime. 8-3 here, and we'll see if we can head on out there and bring them some halftime interviews. What's the halftime like here behind the booth, Joe?
Halftime, you know, time to relax, get some water. I think we're gonna toss on some ads, and then we'll come back for a little interview in just a moment.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
And even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
a place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
A place where we remember to laugh,
Where we learn to trust.
Learn to high-five strangers.
And eventually, even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
Are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
All right, Rowan here, joined with Stu Kelly of UNC Wilmington. It sounds like you're hosting all the boys this weekend.
Yeah, I am.
Tell us a little bit about how you convinced 15 of your friends to come home to the Lobster Pot.
Well, we were able to find some pretty cheap flights, so financially it worked out. Obviously, we could only afford 15 of them, but it was good. We were able to have everyone. I mean, when you break down even just the cost of the tournament, they're not spending food, we're getting big dinners, so they're having a great time. None of them have been to Maine. This is the furthest north a lot of these North Carolina boys have ever been, so they've been loving the weather, and we got a beautiful weekend here. And Lobster Pot is probably the best run tournament in the country. You got biggest tournament, 96 teams, so it's a no-brainer.
I was gonna say you can kind of growing up in the scene.
Totally.
You ever sneak in as a high schooler? Have you been to this place?
I played 3 times, I think, for YCCs in the middle division for men's. So this is really cool to come back and have this happen.
Okay. Yeah. 2 last questions.
Yeah.
One, obviously, Wilmington. The rumors that you went there for the surf. The Dake boys say that you're probably the best surfer in the community. Have you been able to surf here? You surfing in Wilmington? And tell us a little bit about that.
Actually, I was talking with the guy that does the merch, Steve Strack. The surf in Maine was the best it's been in a few weeks. Last morning, and it was tempting. Obviously, stayed and played some frisbee, but it was tempting. And the surf down there has been awesome. So we've had a great hurricane season. Hoping for a good little winter, but it's been awesome.
And then obviously, last question. Heading off to nationals. Congratulations,
Appreciate
bringing the program up.
Yeah.
I just moved to Portland 3 weeks ago, and I'm learning all about it.
Welcome.
So you're looking forward to nationals, and
I can't wait.
how's that been?
It's been surreal. It's kind of, at times, I can't really believe it. It was definitely my one goal with any of my club career was just to go to nationals with Red Tide and all my best friends. So I'm about to savor the next few days. I can't wait, and it just means so much to me, and it means so much to me because of how much it means to those old alumni that have just been watching us and waiting for us to get back. So
the city's been buzzing. So congrats, and
awesome.
big role there, and good luck taking Wilmington maybe to the.
See you guys in pool play.
Absolutely, I'll see you on Thursday. See you in a couple days.
Great. That was awesome.
Appreciate you.
Great job, guys.
All right, see you.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers.
And even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
Doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
A place where we remember to laugh,
Where we learn to trust.
Learn to high-five strangers.
And eventually, even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
Are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
Welcome back to the second half of Dartmouth versus UNCW. UNCW put in a really strong first half performance. They went up 8-3. We're starting the second half. UNCW pulling from the right side of the field. Dartmouth receiving in light on the left side of the field. Again, I am Joe Newland, joined by Rowan McDonald.
Thanks, Joe. I was eavesdropping over at Wilmington's halftime, coaching strategy, and they're going to play the reset defense. And they've honestly played great reset defense, but that seems to be an area of focus for them, which we'll probably see in just a second here as Dartmouth is about to receive the pull here. Floats out of bounds, and for the first time all game, honestly, they're not going to have the full 70. They're going to be starting on their own brick.
And this is an interesting switch up for Dartmouth on offense. It looks like their center handler, who played almost every point in the first half, is not starting this second half on offense. So I wonder if you just wanted a little break, they wanted to see something different, or what the call is there. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I'll talk to their coach maybe after, but you have to assume here kind of that fall tournament, they're still, maybe they're in tryout season, maybe they're trying to find what works for the spring, or maybe they're just running open lines here. So, Wilmington with only 15 players, which it sounded like because, they had to fly 15 players out of state for a tournament. They probably don't have as much flexibility to try different things. Anyways, this offense is looking pretty good. What do you think from this new line?
I agree, yeah.
Trying to win that big up line. There's that positioning that Wilmington wanted to work on. Good switch here, the around break.
Pick called downfield.
Probably doesn't affect.
Yep, and the defender immediately calls. I wasn't going to be able to block that. I just get to catch up.
Yeah. Respect there. Both teams honestly playing super good. This is a super clean game, and Dartmouth 1 yard out to try to hold their first point in the second half here. Going around, nope. High stall, goal line, dangerous spot, and ultimate opts for the floaty pass. Wilmington's been winning these all game.
Stall was called as well on the throw, but it's a turn, so it's either going to be a turn where the disc was or a turn where it fell over there. Looks like an uncontested stall on the throw, so it goes to where the disc was.
And Wilmington looks to break again here. Dartmouth, that was just great offense for 99% of that field here.
Ooh. That was a big layout block. A lot of contact, no call on either side. That is one of those ones where I think both players knew what they were getting into, and so either one calling a foul doesn't really feel right.
And it was great to see Charlie pop up. He's been pretty electric all day, and yeah, it was like an awkward fall, but looks like, college kids, they're indestructible.
Yes.
Dartmouth goes over the top. He was wide open just a second ago, and is able to secure the hammer across the field, but not in the end zone. This is where they've had a lot of trouble, and they struggle again. That one spot on the field, that high side when you get that flat mark, Wilmington's been playing that really well defensively.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It was about stall 6 before the first cut came out. Didn't give the thrower a lot of options.
Yeah, and a great vision there from Dartmouth. That was fantastic. Great poach, but he just missed the disc. And now Wilmington with the advantage. They're going to put that to space. Nope, take.
I think you would have put that to space, Rowan, if you were on the field.
Yeah, a couple of years ago for sure. Then I had to switch to more of a possession-based offense. Looked like he dropped it, but.
It's a down call. It's unclear if he had stopped rotation with possession of the disc by the time it touched the ground, or if it touched the ground and he got possession afterwards. They're having a conversation about it. I expect there won't be an agreement here and the disc might go back, but we will see. Nope, call retracted.
But a good call. I thought it did bounce, but wasn't also looking too much. Dartmouth again, honestly playing some great defense at this point, have forced 2 turns back. And let's see if they can stop him on the goal. Unfortunately cannot, and that's another break for Wilmington.
That's another break. They are going up 9-3. That was 2 great options for Dartmouth on the goal line, not able to convert. But sometimes in a game like this, early season, you take the wins you can get, which is you're getting blocks against UNC Wilmington, and you're getting to the goal line.
Absolutely, and it also goes to show these coaching adjustments that can be made, where Wilmington talked twice about that high side defense, and both times got the turn. So shout out to I believe it was Ben doing the coaching at halftime, our friend who told us that he's going to keep shooting deep all game long. He can do both. He can huck and he can make micro adjustments at halftime.
Love to see it. I think also UNC Wilmington coming here without an official coach. I think they've got Henry Babcock on the sideline, one of the leaders of the Red Tide team that Stuart Kelly plays on, who's coached him for a long, long time, starting in high school in the Cape Elizabeth program, then through the YCC program, and now at Red Tide. And I think Henry's here to help out, you know, help get a set of eyes who aren't in the game, kind of help them with adjustments if need be. But in this game, it looks like they're doing great on their own.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you want. You just want to play some ultimate with the boys, and you don't want to have, you know, too much overcoaching or instruction and strategy. So Wilmington definitely just vibing out there, and that'll be interesting to see how they do through the bracket. Any idea on how the rest of the bracket shapes up here in the men's division?
You know, unclear right now. We'll come back to you with an update on that in a few minutes.
Absolutely.
I think, you know, as you mentioned before, Rowan, this UNCW team is playing with a short roster. I think they sent the second half of their roster to a different tournament this same weekend.
Dang, yeah, that must be tough. I wonder if that's a full A-B split or if that is that A team in breaking up in two. So here we go. We got our thrower back on the field for Dartmouth. I was doing halftime interview, so I missed getting his name, but we'll definitely have to get that. There's that force-up defense, and then almost another reset turn there for Wilmington, but Dartmouth spreads out and is starting to move the dish down the field. Find the up line here. That might work. Oh. Dartmouth on the doorstep, going over the top again, and that's goal number 4, and over top 3 of them.
Yeah, I think 3 out of their 4 goals so far have been shots over the top. You know, it's not broken. Don't fix it.
Exactly, and we got a little hint of wind coming, but probably only 2-3 miles an hour of wind. And that's why, you know, back in the day, we talked about the change of the horizontal and vertical cut, but if you're a coach out there and you're saying no hammers and scoobers, that's just, you know, a tragedy. You know, kids need to be able to throw, college players need to be able to throw, club players need to be able to throw everything these days, or else you're not getting playing time. Blades, hammers, scoobers, push passes. So the days of the only forehand, only backhand are over, and, you know, if Dartmouth is able to capitalize in some tight windows just by using something creative.
What about the lefty scuba, Rowan? How do you feel about the lefty scuba?
I threw the lefty scuba for 2 years, 2016 and 17, and I haven't really thrown it since. I started to go with more of like the Oyo if I wanted to get it to that spot, but I might bring the lefty scuba back. I think it can be functional.
So it hits about the same spot as kind of the bladey break?
Yeah, it is, like kind of right behind that mark. 7 to 12 yard force flick break. So yeah, I mean, why not practice it and have it just in case? Tyler Monroe still uses it in DC. I don't think that many other people are using it, but why not?
Why not? You heard it here, folks. Rowan McDonald, why not on the lefty scuba?
Yeah, you have the green light to throw whatever you want. Even if
you tell your coach.
Exactly. Tell your coach I signed off on it. And if you are a coach, please sign off on it. The more throws the players have, the more they enjoy ultimate, and then you can get them to do what you want. So here we go here, Wilmington receiving. I don't know if their O-line has turned it. They get that center here to our experienced player here, put Stewart out in the lane by himself. Going up, let's see if this one goes up. I think it will. Oh, a pump fake.
Through and under.
Through and under, but why not when it's a 25-yard under, and Wilmington marches up the open side for a clean hold there. Dartmouth getting some pressure on the handlers for sure, but out in space, it's been Wilmington here.
Yeah, this is an interesting, you know, Dartmouth's defense, I think, has been primarily just hard person defense. Doesn't look like they're running a lot of switching sets. UVM yesterday had a lot of luck against Wilmington, running a big poach in the open lane and just making UNC Wilmington go to their second, third option.
Interesting. I think those things will continue as the bracket goes on. I know you got Brown and UMass here, and they definitely have probably some of those looks in the bag. But yeah, I've still been impressed with Dartmouth's ability to move the disc around the field here. Just they've been to the goal line so many times, and if they had just had a couple of those holds, I think it's a little bit of a closer game.
Yeah,
as it
absolutely.
stands 4-10 for Wilmington.
Yeah, and right now we've got UNC Wilmington and Dartmouth in this quarterfinal. We've got Florida, the farthest traveling team to this tournament, who came up all the way from the south. I think they were wearing hand warmers yesterday morning against UVMB in another quarterfinal. And then we've got Brown A in Syracuse and UVMA in SUNY Buffalo in the final, the other final quarterfinal. So I expect that we'll see a lot of these upper bracket teams moving on. It would be really exciting, though, if we get a big upset and a mix up in the bracket.
Yeah, and with 96 teams, there's not just this division. There's a women's division, of course. There's a mixed college mixed division. There's lower division, middle division. So 96 teams here at little old Portland. Dartmouth goes for the away shot, and that looks great, but Wilmington is closing.
Oh my goodness, that closing speed was unbelievable.
That Wilmington is known for, just getting these big, fast athletes and making them ultimate players. So fantastic block there down the field. You could just see him make up probably 10 yards. Yeah.
I think if you're the thrower and you saw that at your hand, you're thinking that's a goal.
It was a great look.
Right.
And we did talk about Dartmouth taking those shots. I think they need to take those shots. And now we got Wilmington's D-line looking to go 70 yards here. A little lefty backhand there to the middle.
Could have been a lefty scoober.
It might have been. We'll call it a lefty scoober. Little shimmy. Oh. There's a lefty around from a lefty. Oh, good bid there. That was a huge, huge layout attempt, and might not work. Wilmington on the goal line, run the throw and go to the middle of the field here. End zone looks out of the vert stack, looks like the front of the stack ISO'd, and there it is for the break and a goal. Classic end zone offense there.
Brings it to 11-4, UNCW is up. That's another Dartmouth turn on the goal line, or I guess in the end zone. There was a huck, but they're getting there. There's not converting that final throw.
It's kind of exciting just to see the closer you get to the end zone, it definitely compresses the field. And teams in Elite Ultimate, College Ultimate are all trying to figure out how to play that end zone defense, Machines junky bracky set, or new end zone offenses, which are seemingly springing up left and right. So
yeah, I saw a little bit of footage of your club team, Row, and Dig playing an end zone offense where it looked like you were playing a hoe stack on the back line. Is that true?
Yeah, there's many teams that are spreading out that now. They just feel if those players are in a vert, then the poaching potential is just a little bit too easy. So there's actually, quite a bit of teams are bringing their end zone offense to kind of like a deep hoe stack. So obviously I can't reveal, what Dig's up to this year. Maybe I think we're going hex or
a week and a half. You'll let me know.
We're playing a hex this year. So, but yeah, clean game here.
All right, we've got UNC Wilmington pulling from the right side of the field. Charlie sending a big one up.
Another good one. Looks like they're just calling matchup on the way down, so it'll be some one-on-one person defense here. Dartmouth slashing across the field. Yep, there's the nice little hammer to the break side. Dropped. Good look, got to be happy with that, but Wilmington also closed on that, bringing in some pressure.
Yeah, unclear. I don't think he got a hand on it, but the defender might have got there and poked it up a little bit, made that catch much more difficult.
Oh, we heard that slap from here. Great bid, but yeah, that's got to be uncontested since we kind of heard that one. So.
Yeah.
7-0. Break side, great throw there around the mark. They got it to their QB1 on the D-line. Hucks it well, also throws a nice break there on the around flick, something I'm trying to work on. Dartmouth dialing up the pressure though. Happy with Dartmouth's defense on this point, and they are able to force the turn. So Dartmouth's O-line really bringing the pressure there, earned that one back, and they'll have 70 yards to go. Slightest of all upwinds, if I would have to put a finger on it.
Yeah, the wind has picked up the tiniest bit since the first half. I think that's the weather report throughout the day is as the day goes on, the wind will build until the early afternoon.
And this is going to be a fun one because that is just going to turn out to be a full 500 ball. Who can read it? Dartmouth can read it, and they get a big hold there. That's a fun one, and again, Dartmouth showcasing some big fun throws.
Yeah, great. Well, that brings us to 11-5, UNCW up, in a perfect time to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Sweetzer's Apple Barrel. With more than 50 different varieties of fresh apples, Sweetser Apple Barrel and Orchards offers fresh, hand-picked apples from mid-August to early December for both cooking and eating. Their helpful and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect apple to suit your taste and cooking needs. Sweetzer's also offers select vegetables, cut flowers, maple syrup, honey, cheese, apple cider, apple butter, fresh baked pies, pastries, and more. Visit them on Blanchard Road in Cumberland Center or online at mainapple.com.
And shout out to a bunch of these sponsors showing up. I'm in Tournament Central all weekend just hanging with teams. I got my speed radar challenge, seeing how fast people could throw. And the sponsors just all around just bringing a bunch of their products, bringing people to showcase their events. So yes, it's super community based here. And yeah, the sponsors honestly they're really showing up for Lobster Pot.
Absolutely. We couldn't do it without them, especially, the city of South Portland lets us use this Wainwright Sports Complex, one of the largest field complexes, I think, in the country, Rowan. You've been to pretty much everywhere. What would you say?
I've been to every, ultimate destination here. This is so special. And I was randomly riding my bike 2 months ago here, and I stumbled on Wainwright, and I saw 15 fields all lined for ultimate. I'm like, what is this? I've never seen this.
That is the Summer League right there.
Yeah. It must have been those fields back there.
Yep.
Wilmington, high stall situation off the center, but they're able to break, and this one's gone. You just knew it. And it's blocked. I thought he was open, and it was a good look, good decision, but Dartmouth with a great block. The first turnover, if I recall, for Wilmington's O-line.
I think it might be.
And then here's a freshman chant coming from the sidelines.
Yeah, that throw looked like he was going to get there in time, but the defender made up a lot of ground. I think the throw sat a little bit right at the end, and the receiver didn't attack it at the high point, just let the defender get underneath.
Yeah, it was a good shape, to be honest, and it looked like it was a laser coming out of the hand, but here we go. Let's see if Dartmouth D-line can get the break, and that's a block already.
We got Stuart Kelly picking up right on the sideline, right next to us, calling a play for his team.
Wow. That was a fun one. That was it's getting exciting here. A great bid off the inside throw from the Dartmouth defender, causing a little bit of pressure on the throw, and the next one sailed. So Dartmouth D-line again, round two. See if they can go. They look pretty good offensively, honestly, on that first possession. Just a great block from Wilmington.
And to be generous to that thrower there, that wind is now coming a little bit of a crosswind. He showed the bottom edge of it, and it just sailed out of his receiver's grasp.
Absolutely. They need to... There it is. That's some good offense here. I'm definitely been impressed right now with Dartmouth's D-line. Hopefully I don't jinx it there, but I just may have. And Wilmington forces the turnover on the far side of the field.
Bodies are flying everywhere on this point. I think that, Dartmouth has got a little taste of what it would feel like to get a break, and they want this one bad. UNC Wilmington does not want to give it to them.
Yeah, good energy always from the Dartmouth sideline. And yeah, I think there's been more layouts on this point than the entire game, and there's another one right there. And this time, Dartmouth only has half the field to go. And they're just going to pick it up. Look. No, hate to see it. Energy's building, sideline's building. This is the only multi-turn point that we've seen in a while. And that's going to be another one, unless there can be a miracle second effort catch there. There can't.
I think they got a 3v1 downfield right now. Are they going to send it?
They got to send it.
Stuart Kelly's down there, which makes it dangerous.
It does. But, at the end of the day, you got to take your shot when you have them. And Wilmington's able to hold after a few turns, but to be fair, this has been a super clean game. That's the first really kind of messy point we've seen.
You know, if I was really trying to analyze that for for Dartmouth's D-line offense, I don't think they threw enough hammers. What do you think, Rowan?
Yeah, they needed to, do that injury sub, bring on our friend here and try something else. But yeah, I think Wilmington's O-line definitely was playing that point with a little bit of pride, like, hey, we're not getting scored on today. And, they probably only gave up 40 yards of offense in 4 possessions. So Wilmington's O-line showing that they can do both, and their D-line is also showing that they can do both. I believe their conversion percentage is 80-90%.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as the UNC Wilmington team moves down the bracket with this really tight roster, if the fatigue sets in is all. It doesn't appear to be right now. Rowan, if you're watching them play, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that, the college division is special because they can just run forever. The energy levels. I play with a few college players on dig. Emmett, although Emmett's, constantly, out of shape and, he can't hang. But everybody else at the college level, they can just play point after point. And I don't think that's going to be a problem here for Wilmington, just based on what I'm seeing today. But me and Emmett have a fun little rivalry. He kicks my butt every practice, so I always have to complain. Dartmouth making some easy chunks down the field here and able to slip up line on that one until it's, I think, was there a hand on that one?
It looked like a block given how the disc came out. But given the body position, I can't see how there was a block without a foul. So
like an open side upline hand block, but I think it's exactly what happened. Hard for us to see on that far side here. Wilmington's D-line's off to the races again. Charlie down the open side. No reset help here. Hopefully you can find something. There we go. That's a little bit too far. Probably catchable, but
a little bit spicy.
Spicy, yeah. It's kind of riding that downwind. That is the exact direction the wind's going. It's kind of towards that cone, and it was a good look, but definitely came in a little bit hot.
And this is interesting. If you're UNCW, you're up a lot in this game, and you're feeling pretty comfortable about how this is going to turn out. But you probably don't want to develop habits that's going to bring you into the rest of the bracket to some tougher matchups. So, they played super, super clean in the first half. In the last couple points, every time they've got the disc, they've turned it over. So hopefully they're able to clean that up so that they can come into the rest of the bracket play with really, really tight play.
Yeah, that's definitely going through their heads. I think they'll be happy with that look in really any game. I think that's like a 99% throw and catch and just an unfortunate drop. And a good poach almost to get it back. But yeah, we will see if Wilmington's O-line gets back on the field, if they just go back right to, cleaning it up and scoring in one possession. Block
you did hear it first from Rowan McDonald, the crossfield hammer in the end zone, 99% completion rate.
That one. I thought it was a great window and a great throw. And I think that they're happy with that look. But it'll be nice little high release there. Ow.
Clap
catch. Everybody's thinking hurt a little bit. And a foot block on the mark.
Wow.
The second hand block and foot block of the point. And
I think that was the player that got foot blocked or hand blocked earlier in the point, gets it back with a foot block.
Yeah, we'll call it net neutral there for sure. Dartmouth stuck a little bit, finally get that power position to the middle, able to get some yards out of it. And look at this little throw and go for 40 yards, but dropped by Dartmouth, and Wilmington lets it fly. This one's kind of hot too, and just a little bit too far. Now the problem here with the multi-turn points, this is where I think Wilmington just wants to be a little cleaner. Like, they're moving on in the bracket. They don't have that many players. It's like you just want to, turnovers are just added legs, added energy. So I think that they will be a little bit more valuable, value the disc a little bit more. But Dartmouth on the break here. A lot of free yards. Good cut. Got the up line if they need it. And this is, we're entering the spot where Dartmouth has struggled a little bit today inside that red zone. Let's see if they get this one. They look like he's wide open there in the cone, and that is a goal and a hold for the offense.
That is a goal, and I think, you know, we might have a discrepancy between the scoreboard over there and the score we have here. I think that brings us to 7. But we will confirm with one of the players on the field just to make
They
sure.
did. They heard you.
They heard.
They heard you on the far side.
But I'm not certain. So, you know,
But they
if it
moved
comes down to it, we can watch the film back. One
Yeah,
team.
just like the state championship in high school.
Exactly.
What did we have on ours?
We had it. We had one below. We had it at 5 on the last point, and they had it at 6. And
Sure. My gut is saying that it's 6, just based on the fact that I feel like it's a little bit more gap. But you know, like we said, hopefully there's no comeback here, and we're gonna have to go watch this game again. If you're watching,
yeah, if you're
send an
watching and you
email
know
to,
the score, is there a chat on this, Andy? There is a chat. If you know the score and you really
And
have
you're
a strong,
not from Dartmouth,
and you're
and you're not from UNC Wilmington.
please let us know.
But this is a point that I've been excited to see here. Wilmington's O-line after the 4 turns last time. I bet they just march it right down the field, and even as the wind picks up here. So.
It looks like we got some info in the chat, not about the score, but about the name of the thrower on Dartmouth.
Yes, thank you.
I believe his name is Jack Lewis. So Jack Lewis has been the one tossing over the top for Dartmouth, getting them a lot of their
keeping
goals.
everybody entertained here in the booth and back home. So super smooth thrower, even the low release breaks. There he is right there. That's Jack. All right, Wilmington O-line going up against probably a little bit of a light breeze here.
Yeah, I think the wind has
They run
doubled
a
in the last 10 minutes, if you ask me.
Tornado to the right, and that is a set play the whole time. That is a nice floaty ball, and it's dropped in the end zone. That's your classic 3-2 split stack where they just run a little tornado to the 2 side. Wilmington's been running that for a while, and Dartmouth picks it up and launches it, and that's gonna work. That's gonna work. It was a great throw downwind, a great read, and Dartmouth for the first break of the game, 2 yards out, where they've had a few miscues already.
Probably it's still 7.
And they launch it across the stack, and it's caught! It's caught for the break, and we might need to get the score check.
Yeah, we might
as
need to get the
game
score
gets
checked,
tighter.
you know. We'll send one of us on a mission to go confirm that the score is 12-8.
And I'll hold down the booth here. We're doing a little recount, but Wilmington, after a few turns and a hold, the point before it gets broken for the first time all game. But that's still a good look. You got to take it all day. And with the timeout and the score check in place, I'm going to take over a little bit of the sponsor read here, help Joe out while he is running all over the field, and talk about Live and Work in Maine. Live and Work in Maine is a private, public nonprofit with a mission to attract and retain talent to Maine. We work with employers, nonprofits, economic development organizations, and young professional groups to showcase careers and opportunities in Maine to keep Maine economy thriving. For more information, visit them at liveandworkinmaine.com/opportunities-maine. And the best part about it is I have had teammates and all thousands of college players here come up and start to look at Live and Work in Maine. So thank you so much for our sponsorship.
Sweet, and we just got confirmation. The score is 12-7 according to the Dartmouth coach. So there's no more reliable source than that. Your own coach taking away one of your points.
And we talked about it earlier. That's the great thing about Ultimate. That's a little state championship throwback.
Yep.
Yeah, so shout out there. And that, to me, makes
Feels
sense.
right.
That's just another, my intuition shining through there. So 7-12 here. Now Wilmington has a slight little bit of a downwind here. And they were talking about the weather because yesterday the same thing happened. A calm morning. My own team, Dig Ultimate, preparing for nationals, had practice. Super calm, but as the day went on, it just built and built and built. So I think it's good to get a little bit of that breeze here. And yeah, we'll see if that becomes a factor. And Dartmouth able to convert on that downwind full field huck on the turn.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about, so Dig has been having some practices up in Maine this season, is that right?
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. I am documenting it on my YouTube channel if you want to watch, but basically Dig Ultimate is New England Dig. So it's a program, and we're actually have 10 players in Portland. So, Portland, Maine sending 1.5 teams to nationals. Like, that's crazy for the small town.
We love that. Town is 68,000.
Yeah.
37 players who live here going to nationals.
Yeah, it's really special. So, yeah, we have half the team in Boston, half the team in Maine, a couple Amherst, and we all just travel around New England to practice. Wilmington's back. This is their classic offense. 2 passes. They're all the way down the field here. A lot of space, and now they're transitioning into their end zone set here. Getting that slash across. One more pass should do it. There it is. And looks like Wilmington is back in action. Good timeout call from the boys.
Fantastic timeout call from the boys. That offense looked like point number 3 of the game offense for UNC Wilmington.
And it's an important one because, yeah, the game, it's definitely getting a little closer, but Dartmouth definitely had some energy. They built with some turns, and they also built with that break, and Wilmington just kind of essentially closes the door with that one. It's not over yet, but they're just saying, hey, we're back.
Yeah, 13-7 feels a lot different than 12-8.
Good point. 12-8 is, yeah, very doable. So,
all right, it gives us time for another quick sponsor read. This is Ghost Energy, the fully transparent, fully loaded, feel-good energy drink we've all been waiting for. Authentic flavors, 0 sugars, no BS. The official energy drink of the Lobster Pot, drinkghost.com. They have provided us with cases upon cases of free Ghost Energy. The teams have been taking them to their respective sidelines and fueling up on that. I mean, maybe that's why UNC Wilmington looks like they've got so much energy, No fatigue showing.
Yeah,
might be the Ghost Energy.
I think I see a Ghost case under one of their bags over there. So definitely seems to be working. Just gotta keep drinking it all day. All right, Dartmouth now receiving here and trying to bounce back. They had a great offensive point last time, got the job done. Joe, any word on the numbers on this field? Is this an Ultimate thing or is this a Wainwright thing?
The numbers on the field, you might be able to see it on the stream, I think are retired jersey numbers from the University of Southern Maine. I believe this is their official field hockey field.
Yes, I was going to say, there's a lefty scuba. Oh, but he was lefty, fair. And now we got a fun action shot here going against Charlie. Charlie's been winning those. You don't want to throw at that kid.
Yeah, you don't really want to test him on a 50-50 shot, I don't think.
And
unless you've got a Ryan Cable on your team. Probably not a good chance.
That's true. Wilmington getting some yards down the open side here. Have a look. Didn't want to take it. Opts for the under. Upline strike here. Doesn't take it. Looks to swing it. Losing a little yards, but definitely centering the disc. Wilmington's opting for the 3 vert in the end zone. Speaking of end zone sets, and they're just letting the front of the stack go to work. There's the inside breaks. Those are so deadly. Defenders need to start pushing them back to the open side. It's kind of the new meta. And that's a throw I want. I want that throw so bad.
You don't have that one.
I don't. The big step out around backhand just puts it out to space. Fantastic throw.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. All right, we are at 14-7 now. Game point for UNC Wilmington.
Only one left here. Any sponsors left that we got to get in?
Oh.
Before, in case we get the break.
This is a veteran commentator in Rowan McDonald. Yes, we have Tyler Technologies. They are the presenting sponsor of the Lobster Pot. They are empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. TylerTech.com. They've provided us with discs for this tournament, with tents for the Tourney Central. They helped with the Tourney Central setup. They are kind of the first business that started this job fair we've been putting on for the college kids. And we've got, probably, if I had to count, at least 6 Maine Ultimate community members who work at Tyler Tech.
Including 2 of my big teammates that just got hired last month, Calvin and Pete. So
maybe I'm going to go with 8 now.
It's close to home. They're the real deal.
If you really want to go to a company that if you're on your break, you can talk about Ultimate to your heart's desire, seems like a pretty good bet.
Gym in the office, free breakfast and lunch from what I've heard. And yeah, the reviews have been glowing. So shout out to Tyler Tech. I might even make my way over there too. We'll see what happens.
If they need an in-house vlogger, they know who to call.
And here we go. Wilmington looking to break to win. High centering pass secured by Jack here. Yeah, we got a little zone. We got a little zone, and Dartmouth seems to be enjoying some zone offense. Little chisels. I wonder if Wilmington's putting this on just to test it. We'll see if they're actually a look that they're going to give the rest of the tournament. Yeah, you don't want to waste those yards. That's a good crash. And a great block there.
I'm disappointed the zone look didn't last longer, but it got a D, so you love to see it.
It got a D, and Wilmington reverse brick away from winning this game here. Ops for the up line here. Help's coming, and it won't get there fast enough. Wilmington goes up line to break to win the game. A fantastic, beautiful game here. Dartmouth and Wilmington both played a super clean game. Any final closing thoughts from you, Joe?
Any final closing thoughts? No, the weather's perfect. If you're in town around here, come out to the fields. We've got the semifinals in the next round and the finals after that. If you're watching from home, stay tuned. We're going to be coming back with those games for you to watch. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to sign off. Lobster Pot 2025. Good. Thanks, Andy. That was fun, Rowan.
Yeah, that was really good.
Becoming pros.
greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
And even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
Where we learn to trust.
Learn to high-five strangers.
And eventually, even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
Are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
Recover 180 was created as a better way to hydrate. No added sugar, no artificial ingredients, USDA organic certified. Designed for athletes and everyday go-getters. Recover 180 empowers you to hydrate better and recover strong. No shortcuts, no junk, just better hydration. Recover 180, everything you need, nothing you don't.
We started as the Massachusetts Melanoma Foundation, and in 2006, we said, we can't just stay in Massachusetts. 10 years later, and we really are working on the big projects. It's not just sunscreen, it's taking care of the communities at large. That's the focus. We created a program called Your Skin Is In to begin targeting the teenage population. We created a No Tanning for the Prom pledge program. We were working fervently to try to get legislation in place. It took 10 years in the state of Massachusetts to pass a tanning bed law. Our Skinny on Skin program, our thinking was, how often do you see your doctor? Maybe once or twice a year. And do they even look at your skin? So we use beauty professionals to educate their clients. Over the years, that program has grown significantly to include barbers, massage therapists. It really begins to build the webs out there that we can make this happen in a larger way. In so many places, there is no shade to seek. What we can do is to provide the information and education around shade, and we can provide temporary shade. Our goal is to be able to collaborate with cities, towns, communities to build shade structures. Over time, we've built outdoor worker programs, both in person and electronically.
That's something that they embrace, and then they bring it home to their families. You see it systemically over the years. Early on, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. And now it's like, hey, do we got the sun dispenser at the site? It's been a really positive change.
No Sun for Babies is one of our newest programs, really focused on new parents and newborns up to 6 months. Our sunscreen dispensers, we need to see something, to put our hands on something, and we need to say, this is something that will help us create change.
Our vision really exploded more than we could have ever thought it would. We've placed over 11,000 sunscreen dispensers across the country in 42 states.
Every day when I walk into the office, I see things like, oh, we're going to do a melanoma symposium as part of our 25th anniversary, and one of the topics is a new melanoma vaccine. We didn't have that 20 years ago.
I think the biggest thing we've accomplished over these past 10 years is the awareness. It continues to be our biggest messaging, and we're expanding nationally. That's been really positive.
I have the pleasure of working with medical students that are passionate about dermatology. They give me hope.
We've demonstrated that our education prevention has a tangible effect in reducing melanoma rates.
If we can figure out how to fund prevention at better levels than we are now, I think we have a great chance going forward.
With the amount of lab space and research and whatnot, that's half the battle, and we have some of the brightest minds in the world here that are working on that. We're on the right trajectory to hopefully eliminate it.
I get to bear witness every day to the incredible stories of these folks who have had this terrible diagnosis, this terrible thing happen to them, and yet they are finding hope. I'm just incredibly hopeful about what's to come, as well about additional treatment options. That's very exciting to me as well.
I do have a lot of faith in the ability of organizations like Impact Melanoma to continue the effort to reduce the incidence and the suffering from the disease.
Yes, I think we can conquer skin cancer in the U.S.
As we expand, we have other organizations that are interested in taking it to their geography and trying new things. We work with Stanford and OSHU and lots of other places that are very interested in what's the next step for this. So that's an exciting thing. Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Welcome back to the Lobster Pot. This is Joe Newland joining Liz Crawford on
indeed.
commentary. We are here on Sunday. We've got a bracket play game between Brown
Shiver
in white on the left side of the field, and Tufts Ewo in dark on the right side of the field. Both of these programs are very strong. This is shaping up to be a great game.
Yeah, some Northeast rivalry.
Northeast rivalry, yeah. So we are at the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. This is one of the largest tournaments in the country. For those who are not familiar with it, Lobster Pot brings 96 teams from around the country here for a fall college tournament, and we are off.
First pull coming from Brown. And not sure who's picking up, but a Tufts player. That's Kowalski, and a shot from Lemberg to the end zone. An unfortunate drop, and Brown to pick up with 70 yards to go.
I mean, that was a great first look for Tufts off the pull. You know, 2 quick, easy passes and a great shot downfield. Wasn't able to convert the goal in the end, but you've got to love that easy motion.
Yeah. Our first look at the Brown offense. A throw goes up. It finds the ground. Tufts back with a short field. Nice cut from the front of the stack in isolation. Lemberg, number 22, with that cut, and
looks like they lost it on the pivot. So tried to throw a fake. This came out of the hand.
Back to Brown. Another miscommunication. Kowalski with the takeaway. Number 6. Back to Kowalski, number 45. Looking for a reset option here. Playing a little give and go. Ooh, nice isolation cut from Amy, and finding Lemberg in the end zone for that nice Tufts score.
That was some beautiful end zone offense for Tufts. You know, they had to work a couple times to get it in, you know, a couple turns on that point, but in the end they were able to convert it pretty easily. In the booth here, we have with us Danny Braunschweig, a Tufts alum, who wants to tell us a little bit about the program.
What up, Tufts Nation? It's your favorite Maine Ultimate announcer here, Danny Brunch. Yeah. Woo! Play the air horn.
All right, Danny. When did you play for the Tufts program?
So hi everyone. I'm Brunch. I played the E-Men, the Tufts E-Men, the Elephant Men, from 2017 to 2020, including the 2019 Nationals run, which is sweet. And since then, I've been up in Maine, and over the years, up here, Maine's been hosting Lobster Pot. We've also hosted college regionals. I've gotten to call some games to go, including for the EWO against the Brown team, Shiver, 2 years ago, and a good game to go. So it's always really fun. This is the first year that the EWO has actually made it up for Lobster Pot here in the fall, and we are so happy to have them. Looks like they got a strong squad once again. I don't know what the streak is, but it's got to be at least 10 years of nationals in a row for them. So I think that's kind of going to be the goal again, but it is a new look team this year. They have Sanghua, their longtime coach, finished her last season last year, so they have new coaching staff with, you know, some coaches returning, but their head coach is new. They have, I believe, 7 rookies to the team this year. So they graduated 9 last year between grad students and seniors. Some really good players. I think Tufts, the EWO, finished near 2 or 3 in the country before nationals last year. So a really strong team. A lot of young players this year, but I think still eyes set on nationals and excited to watch them play.
Well, thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate the color background for the team.
Yeah, you got it, Joe. You're going to be the new favorite announcer after this tournament. I know it.
Oh, I thank you. So Brunch also going with Portland Red Tide to nationals. Super exciting Maine Ultimate player. Getting back to this game, we are seeing the first look at the Shiver offense. Working between the handlers downfield right now, or in the backfield rather. Gonna have to go for the around. That throw hits the turf, and Tufts has decent field positioning. That is Annie, I believe, and that is over to Ami. A huck from Shiver after the turn.
You know, huck into coverage. It looked like Yila was going to get there for Tufts anyways if the disc had been on target. But, you know, sometimes you play for field position. You know, you like your receiver downfield and you say maybe this isn't a 100% option, but at the very least, we're playing from a better spot in the field.
That's Sakina catching that under there. Going up early is Tufts. Looking for an option. Gonna send it into a covered throw. Maybe a delay in that pass there. The receiver was open, but now the disc is back to Shiver, to Brown. Undercuts coming from Brown. Gonna resort to the reset, and Yila is on that defensive coverage from Tufts. Another Brown turn.
It was a good look, hit the receiver, wasn't able to collect it, came in with a lot of speed. But I think that if you're Brown, those are the looks you're looking for.
Definitely. Bit of stagnation from that Tufts O there. Not a reset back. I did notice that yesterday. I was calling a Tufts game, and they don't opt for a traditional reset system. They kind of leave one handler back. Not sure. Guess it works for them, but disc is back to Shiver, to Brown. To an open under, getting back to the middle of the field is Brown. Up to number 4. And downfield, chewing up yards here, but throws a pass back to Tufts. And you'll see that the reset comes from upfield. And that's Annie, and a throw coming up from Sakina, which is gonna fade out of bounds. That was Yila on that receiving end, but that throw is gonna give the disc back to Brown. What are you noticing here, Joe?
Yeah, both teams are struggling to kind of hit the receivers at the point of their cut where they're looking a lot of late passes so far. I think, you know, it's always hard to tell if, you know, you get onto a stream game, you get on the showcase field, do the nerves play a little bit of a role? You're in bracket play. It's an early tournament in the season. Most teams have not figured out all their systems yet. So, you know, seeing a lot of glimpses of what looks like good structure and then some execution errors in that structure. Looks like a great throw up from Tufts to go up 2-0.
Nice hit there.
All right, that gives us a chance to hear from one of our sponsors. The first sponsor here is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner. They want to make life better by building a just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging. Visit revisionenergy.com for more details.
Thanks, Revision Energy.
Yeah, the sponsors here at Maine Ultimate for the Lobster Pot have been fantastic. They enable us to put on this tournament. We've got so many of them, so many great businesses here in Maine and other organizations that allow us to bring these 35 plus fields, 96 teams. Is it 40 fields now, Liz?
I think so.
I think it's 40
you
fields.
have to walk a distance to get between them. Thankfully, we have these volunteers driving golf carts around. I hopped on one to get to these fields because I was running a bit late. So thankful to our volunteers. They really helped this tournament run smoothly.
Yeah, I think we've got close to 100 volunteers to pull off this tournament for all these teams. And, you know, without them, it couldn't happen. All right, we've got the pull coming up. Tufts pulling down to Brown. Brown picking up about at the brick mark near the center of the field. First cut comes downfield, not open. They're cycling more cuts in, looking to the reset, throws the around,
Nice
good
high throw.
recover. Little cut out of the front of the stack. Nice under to an out. Not open though. Great undercut, slashing across.
Having to opt for the reset there. That's a nice one-handed grab. There's a lot of motion happening downfield from Brown.
Looks like Brown's got a pretty structured offensive system. They're looking about 2 undercuts every time somebody has a disc before looking at the reset.
Nice D. That's number 3, Patty, with that. Oh, number 13 rather. Margot with that.
We've got a pick call downfield. I don't believe it affected the play, so the throw should stand, but the defender downfield will recover to where they would have been on their player should the pick have not occurred. So disc is gonna get tapped in at stall 0 and play will resume.
Back to number 13, who might be marshaling this offense. I've seen a lot of throws go through them. Nice undercut there that hits the ground. And a Tufts player streaking deep.
Yeah, that was great offense by Brown there. I think that they had really good motion. They were playing the system that they wanted to play. Wasn't able to collect that last pass, but they made great progress up the field. And I think if they're able to play like that the rest of the game, they'll have a number of points on the board, to say the least.
Going up from Tufts to Lemberg, who makes an insane catch.
That was a fantastic grab.
That was full extension on that grab. Now trying to get it in the end.
Got a pick call downfield again. Believe this throw will stay with the receiver, kind of in the middle of the field.
Isolation from the front of the stack. Nice move there from number 17 on Tufts.
That brings Tufts up 3-0.
That's a nice score. Great highlight reel play there from Lemberg.
We've got a pretty active fan section here for Tufts. You know, there's at least one person who makes it hard to hear our own voices, so it's fantastic to see this much energy on the sideline.
Yeah, it seems like this game will be high-spirited, high energy. I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
Now, Liz, when you were in the college circuit, did you ever play against either of these teams, or were they in a different division, different games?
Yeah, so I talked about this a bit yesterday when I was calling for Tufts, but I played against the Tufts EWO on the high tide fields when I was a sophomore in college. So that would have been 2023. Neither team was playing in the high tide tournament, but we were both at Myrtle Beach for spring break. Joe is shocked.
I am shocked. Neither team played at high tide, but voluntarily chose to go to Myrtle Beach. Did you schedule this game ahead of time, or did you realize you were both there?
We took advantage of the opportunity once we realized both teams were there. But as I said yesterday, Middlebury put up no points against Tufts.
Oh, yeah.
It was 15-0.
That's a disappointing finish.
In that scrimmage, but
we can blame spring break, right?
We can, yes, yes, exactly. I'm sure folks at home know what goes on during college spring break. That might have been a contributing factor to the score, but.
So talk to me about the decision to not play at high tide, but to go to Myrtle Beach. Is this a tradition, or is this some decision that you made?
The tradition for Middlebury was to go to Hilton Head in South Carolina, or one of the Carolinas. But unforeseen complications came about trying to return to Hilton Head.
That's a big shot by Brown downfield. Doesn't connect with the receiver, but knowing that they've got that throw in the bag really opens up the field for the rest of the team if they're able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, so Tufts always went to Myrtle Beach, but Middlebury just decided to go once we couldn't go to Hilton Head anymore because Myrtle Beach has very lenient laws, it seems.
I don't think we'll dig into that too much, Liz.
No, we won't.
But we'll return to the gameplay here. Tufts moving downfield, unable to connect on that out throw. Brown to pick up again, about 20, 25 yards outside of their own end zone. Receiver going deep, throw doesn't go up.
Number-
Kind of surprised about that given the last shot that was taken.
Number 10, Devin, is gonna be the handler back for Brown. And the disc goes back to Tufts. That is Annie. And a run through D from Brown there. Coming back for the under, but it's Yila on Tufts with the takeaway D there. Read the disc better. Oh!
Oh, unable to hold on to it through ground contact, but great attempt. You know, Yila was the one who got blocked and then got the block back. So net neutral on this point so far.
So that's number 10, Devin, with that disc right there. Back to number 5, who is...
Oh, there we go. Brown is on the board. Number 10 receiving it in the end zone. Nice upfield cut. 3-1.
I believe that was number 5, Linnea McGinnis, with that throw to Devin for the score.
All right, that gives us a chance to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Impact Melanoma. They are the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Check your skin because melanoma is 99% curable with early detection. Early detection saves lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org.
It's so amazing to have all these local Maine sponsors. I'm really grateful for them.
Yeah, really, you know, let's Maine Ultimate up the production value of the tournament. Right now we have a full bouncy house obstacle course that is free to use. You know, if you bring your kids out to the fields, they're gonna love it. If you bring me out to the fields, I'm gonna love it. You know, it's a real family adventure.
Yeah.
You know, Danny Brunch is telling us to bring your grandmother. They'll love it too. I'm sure they will. You know, it's bouncy, so it's very safe, fun adventure.
Bring the whole family. Yeah, that bouncy castle's quite the sight in the distance.
Yeah, can we get that on camera, Andy?
Our lovely cameraman, Andy.
Might be hard to
Checking
tell
out the
from the
monolith.
distance here, but that thing is at least 40 yards long.
Oh, at least. I'd give it 100.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Liz.
For a kid, it's about 100 yards long.
All right, Brown to pull.
Here comes Brown. That's number 13 with that pull. 13, Margot. And the pull's gonna land out of bounds. We're feeling a bit of a wind right now.
Yeah, the wind has definitely
Kowalski
picked
to
up
pick
in the
up.
last 10 minutes or so. We've got kind of a, right now, Tufts is playing with the downwind position, right? The wind is at their backs. So throws might drop and travel further than normal.
Oh, what a grab there from number 6 on Tufts for the score. That was Sakina to number 6, who I'm not positive the name of, but I want to find out because I have a feeling I will be saying their name a lot.
Yeah, that's a very, very quick point for Tufts, right? Picked up just behind half field, quick throws, easy point. I'm sure that they're loving that. You know, you get in a long tournament like this, a 2-day tournament, and if you're able to run up a score quick, it really takes the pressure off the legs, pressure off those top players, so that if you get deeper in the bracket, you're able to have more stamina, more left in the tank to play those semis and finals.
So that is number 6, Lila, with that grab.
Lila. So what are we seeing, Liz? Both teams look like they're playing pretty traditional sets. Is that what you would say?
I would say so. I'm seeing a lot of vert, which is standard Frisbee offense, from my understanding of the game, of course. You know, maybe we'll see something switch up throughout this game. We're feeling a little bit of the wind, as we talked about earlier. You might be able to see our lovely sponsors' flags blowing in the breeze. Our logoed Maine Ultimate pennants.
Yeah.
And we might see some zone, who knows? I love when people throw out a zone this early in the season.
I mean, you know me, Liz. If we could play zone every point, every game, I'd be in for it.
Joe loves to play zone until the end, or how you say, zone till it dies.
We're gonna die in it.
Zone, yeah, you'll die in zone.
You know, this is a theory I've been proposing for a long time, that as the field gets shorter, you get closer to the end zone, the zone just becomes more effective, right? There's less space to cover. Danny Brunch says he's with me.
I love our peanut gallery.
Zone is underutilized in the end zone. Heard it here second from Danny Brunch.
Here comes his pull. We might see a little bit of a roll there to give a longer field to Brown. Doesn't go too far. Over to Devin in the center of the field on the Brown side. A huck coming up, intended receiver, 95. That's
Beautiful.
Ayla.
What a shot.
And still with Brown. Number 4, Kat with the disc right now. Kat Ramsey back to Devin, who's gonna send it around. And it's a great throw that evades the defense of Yila and into the hands of number 5, Lanaya McGinnis once again.
That brings us to 4-2.
4-2. So Brown with 2, Tufts with 4. I think Tufts has a bit of a sideline presence from maybe the men's team on that side. Could be the Tufts B team. I believe that the Tufts A team is still playing. Or those are the E-men? Okay. Danny Brunch says those are definitely the E-men. He can tell from this far away. And
once an E-man, always an E-man.
The B-men have a look to them. I don't know if they'd like to. Yeah, I shouldn't have repeated that on the live stream. And Brown looks like a good sideline presence as well from some potential parents. And we'll get a look at their sidelines right now. You'll also notice our Impact Melanoma tent.
Yeah, one of the great things about the Lobster Pot tournament is very parent friendly. You know, most tournaments you can go to, but there's no resources for you. Here, we've got food trucks, we've got coffee trucks, we've got a detailed tournament central that can answer all of your questions. We've got golf carts to get you to whatever field you need to get to. And if you're moving across the field complex, you don't have to lug all your stuff. You just wait for one of those golf carts to show up and it'll take you right there. You know, from a spectator experience, it doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
Yeah, even if I hadn't been commentating, I would have definitely come to watch all of the games. You also can't beat this weather.
Cannot beat this
October
weather. We're looking
in
at
Maine.
60 degrees and sunny, light wind. The ground is the perfect softness, but you won't lose your footing.
Nice pull there from Margot. Kowalski set to pick up the disc for Tufts. Tufts opting for the same vert stack with no reset, back just the front of the stack. Offers for more yard gainage from Kowalski there, and just a misread from Lila there. And Brown with a chance to break, but with 70 yards to go, initiating early off the back of the stack. And 13 getting the disc. I have a feeling I'll be saying her name a lot. That's Margot again. And Amy Z with the takeaway grab to Kowalski with a nice snag and finding a wide open receiver in the end zone for a Tufts score. They get it back after that turn quite quickly, quite efficiently.
Go up 5-2. It's perfect time to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Wyman's. Studies show that 8 of 10 people do not eat enough fruit. Are you one of them?
Maybe.
Wyman's encourages the world to lead healthier and happier lives by eating more fruit. We care for our community and connect with the wild, not only because it grows our berries, but also because we share its roots. We put the very best into what we do. Live fruitfully, www.wymans.com. So Liz, you've been living in Maine for now, what, 5 months? Have you had many blueberries in your time here?
You know what, Joe? I don't think I've had a single blueberry.
Wow.
I had some in a blueberry muffin. I don't eat enough fruit. I'm one of the 8.
You are one of the 8 in 10 not eating enough fruit.
Yep.
Well,
I don't eat enough fruit.
I've got an apple here for you.
Oh, well, thanks, Joe. Are you sure?
I'm sure. All right.
I think it's going to be too loud on the live stream. I'll eat it later, I promise.
Tufts pulling in dark from the left side of the field. Brown in light on the right side, set to receive, getting some last-minute instruction from their coach as they run off the field.
You know, Joe, I've also played against this Brown Shiver team, too.
Have you? Well, tell us that story.
Well, I played against them at Centex, the classic Austin, Texas tournament that happens over spring break. And during that game, they took drone footage of it, which we got access to later, and watched it back. There's this clip of me where I try and get a layout D, and I tip it, and I fall on the ground and break my finger. So that's pretty much my only memory of playing against Brown. They're a formidable team. We lost to them, but...
A finger break on film.
Yep. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny clip. Devin cutting up the line. That's a great throw between 2 defenders, only so Devin can access it. And number 5 isolating. And without that defensive pressure from the back of the stack from Tufts, I think that might have been a catch. So that's good help defense there.
I think that was great offense by Brown to work it all the way up to the end of the end zone line. They weren't able to convert, but sometimes, you know, you take what you can and you apply it to your next point.
And they're going to get
to
the
this
disc back.
possession right here.
Devin pointing at where they want to throw the disc, wanting to put a shot up and opting for a reset. That is an unfortunate drop, and another turn to give the disc back to Tufts. This is Annie Chengguan picking up. Down to number 21 on Ewo. Back to Annie on our near sideline, up to Yila, who plays Ultimate in Maine. Oh, a great read from Tufts. And a turn, giving the disc back to Brown, but they have much farther to go than they initially did. Looking for something from the back. Devin opting for that huck to McGinnis, who bodies out Sakina on Tufts and comes down with that. That's an athletic play from McGinnis. Back to Devin and to reset it. Maybe we'll see McGinnis head downfield again. She's proving herself to be...
I think there's a foul called on that throw. I think the thrower is saying that their hand got hit on the release, which is why it came out so low. A little bit of a conversation happening about it. For those who don't know, Ultimate is typically fully self-officiated. Players make their own calls, and there's a set of rules for how to resolve those calls if there's a disagreement.
Yeah,
it's unclear. Usually there are hand signals used to signify kind of if the foul was a contested call or not. Unclear here. So the stall is either coming in at 0 or at whatever it was.
McGinnis with some shifty footwork, gonna get the disc on and around. Up to 27.
Big shot over the top, looking for a receiver in the end zone, and will connect. So makes it 5-3. Brown gets their 3rd point of the game. Kind of a visionary throw there. I did not see that open look, but the thrower did and made it work.
That's great work from Brown, having gotten that turn back on the far sideline. Sometimes you need to just huck it into the deep space for a receiver as athletic as McGinnis.
So you said you played Brown at...
Oh my God!
One of our announcer papers just flew up and hit
me in the face.
Liz right in the face. Yeah.
Oh.
Centex, tell us a little bit about that tournament.
Yeah, Centex is an awesome tournament. You kind of just have to allow it if you're in college, in the college division at some point.
Tell us what allow it means.
That just means do it.
Just means do it. I don't think I'm up on the Gen Z lingo enough to know that.
Honestly, Joe, that's not even Gen Z lingo. That's just Burlington, Vermont lingo.
That's Burlington, Vermont lingo.
That's, yeah, shout out to all the UVM players and their lingo that I've adopted. It's quite addictive. Language is quite addictive.
I'm glad that's your vice, Liz.
Language is my vice.
All right, we've got Brown pulling
So you
from
don't
the
wanna hear
left
about
side of the field. I think we've run out of time to hear about Centex on this point. We'll hear about it next time.
Number 13, Margot, with this pull here. Nice zippy pull.
Tufts picking up in the middle of the field, hits the undercut early, cuts are developing, goes for the reset around, continues around, great quick motion from the Tufts offense here. A nice reset again.
That's to Kowalski.
Kowalski's doing great work in the middle of the field as the distributor for this team.
There's Lemberg, number 22, who I believe is a rookie, gonna hang in the air, and that's Ami, nicknamed Ace, gonna take that one down. Back to Lemberg, who has it on the front cone. Put up a little throw to C. Oh my goodness, Amy C makes that amazing catch.
I don't know if that was in the frame or if it was blocked by a body on the field, but that disc was inches, maybe 2 inches off the ground.
I'm shocked, Joe. That was an incredible grab.
I think we all thought that was gonna be a turn. That's all on the receiver to keep that disc alive and reel in that point. That was really impressive.
I know Amy as a player, and I had faith.
Okay. Love to hear it.
Yep. Amy and I played against each other back in college because she was on the Haverford Bryn Mawr Sneetches for undergrad.
Oh, is this a 5th year?
Amy is a 5th-year grad student at Tufts right now.
Oh, understood.
So,
you know, when
and
ultimate is life, got to get that 5th year in.
It is. But what a pull up from Tufts. What a great addition to their squad.
Yeah, absolutely. That brings us to 6-3. Tufts is up in this game. Getting some input from the coach. I believe that's Megan Wilson. Is that right?
I believe
Coach Megan
so.
Wilson, player on Brute Squad, formerly of Portland Rising.
Repping those bright neon Brute Squad jouet pants.
Absolutely.
The neon zippers, I like them. We are going to see a pull from Annie Shangwan here on the tough side. And in the game, the Tufts Middlebury game yesterday, Annie was a huge contributing factor to Tufts' success. Such reliable hands, incredible cuts in the handler space. I'm sure, I mean, we've been seeing some of that continuing today. I'm sure we're going to see more throughout this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Pull comes up, lands about half field, looks like it's going to roll a little bit.
It hasn't landed yet. Now it's landed. Bit of a roll, yeah. 27 to pick up, over to Devin. That seems like a pretty traditional offense right there. Brown player cutting deep, coming under to gain some yards there, about 10 yards. Back to Devin. McGinnis was open, looks her off, gonna send it down to number 4. And
that looked like a backhand force out of the Tufts team. You know, sometimes when you're so used to cutting in the same pattern against the same flick force, cutting against the backhand force becomes difficult because now you're always cutting on the break side. And it looks like that's what Brown had. They had a lot of break side cuts, tried to hit the throw, and it wasn't there.
So Keena, with that takeaway, that is, oh my gosh, Ami. I keep wanting to say Ami, like Monami, but Ami.
Another point for Tufts.
I think we're seeing that wind affecting some of these throws, making them a little loftier, but great awareness from the Tufts players. Joe's yawning, so I'm taking over his job.
It was a late night. We're at 7-3. Tufts is up. It'll be interesting to see if they adapt to the backhand force, if Tufts starts throwing different things. Tufts, again, their coach is out there talking about their defensive marks and how they want to play those. It'll be interesting to see if they come down with a different look or not. Liz, if you're on the Brown sideline right now, you're on this line right here for Brown. What are you talking about? What are you trying to do to punch in a few more of these goals?
That's a great question, Joe. I always think that changing it up is worth it, especially early on in the game. I think we've seen the same offensive set coming from Brown. You know, same person coming to pick up the disc, immediate reset to number 10, Devin. That's working out, seeing cuts coming from the back of the stack. But what's been working for Brown is opting for these deep looks. I think that they should maybe come out in a host stack.
I love the call.
Why not, right?
Why not? If things aren't working, go to the host stack.
If things aren't working, because hucking it is always going to be an option. Try and see if you can make it easier for your offense.
Keep the players a little bit closer to the disc. Means that the downfield space is more open. You can have more room to maneuver down there for the huck reception.
100%.
Wow.
I'm a huge fan of host stack. We got Kowalski on the pull from Tufts. This is a nice lofty pull, making it down almost to the front of the end zone there. We have 23, Ashley Zhu with the disc right now. With a shot downfield, intercepted by Amy, who's gonna rip it back towards Annie with the one-handed grab for the goal. A little ping pong action happened out in,
I think there's a disagreement about whether or not they were in the goal. They believe they were. They tossed the disc to the ground, indicating, you know, I've scored, I'm gonna walk back to the line. But it appears that they were called out by number 13, and there's a little bit of a conversation happening. We'll see how this resolves. It looks like they're looking to the perspective of the other player on Brown to see if they have any input.
Would that be a turn because they put it down? If this is deemed not a goal?
I forget. I think the rules have changed since I first learned them.
Caught off guard by my by this question.
Trying to go to me for the rule analysis. If you know in the chat if that should be a turn, let us know. And we won't tell them, but we can all know for ourselves.
Yeah.
All right, looks like called not in.
It's interesting because because for that, Annie puts the disc down thinking it's a goal and gets it back. But if you spike the disc when you're not in the end zone before even reaching the end zone, that's definitely a turn. Does that make any sense?
I have seen that. I saw Davis Ricker from
Yes.
Red Tide do that one time. Thought the line was the end zone line, was not the end zone line. But maybe that's because it was uncontested, right? So
Right.
he
He
the instant it was on the ground, he knew
Right.
he wasn't in the end zone. Whereas this
Of
was
course.
a disagreement about whether or not he was in the end
Which
zone.
gets go back, which in my opinion,
So I think
don't
that
know.
brings us to halftime. That is Tufts taking halftime, 8-3. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. We might come back with an interview, and we'll be back for the second half.
An interview is a great idea. Hey everybody at home. I'm here on the front of the camera with Amy Tse of Tufts, who once was a Haverford Bryn Mawr player.
It's true.
Can you tell us a bit about this first half?
Yeah, I feel like one of our goals coming into today was to really come out strong, because yesterday we had a few games where we were really warming up still during the first few points. So we wanted to come out strong, get on top early, and then keep that lead the rest of the game. And I feel like we've been doing that pretty well. Yeah, it's definitely, true, scoreboard. I feel like the wind's been a little bit of a factor, but overall I think this tournament as a whole is just really for building chemistry, and that's been happening a lot today.
Definitely, I would say that for the early season tournament. And can you tell us a bit about what you guys are planning for the second half? Sorry if we're keeping you from some strategy happening.
Just the hacky sack. For the second half, I think one thing that one of our coaches was just telling us was to capitalize on the downwind a little more and start sending more of those deep shots, just to get those reps in too. And then I think tightening up the defense a little bit also, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And can you tell us a bit about the Tufts culture, the Tufts team, the vibes, if you will?
Well, currently, I just mentioned it, but the vibes are we like to hacky sack. Later on in the season, keep your eye out to buy a Tufts hacky sack. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
Is it going to have the elephant
Yeah, it's going to have the elephant on it. But I feel like EWO has a really great culture. It's obviously a pretty competitive team, but it also feels like we're all in this great community, wanting success for each other. So I've really enjoyed being on this team.
Amazing. Yeah. Any other notes? Anyone you want to shout out who might be watching back at home?
Hi Mom, hi Dad. I think you're probably both watching. Yay.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Amy.
Yeah.
Good luck with your second half.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yay.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Lobster Pod. Second half of Tufts Ewo versus Brown Shiver. The pull has just gone up, and we've got Brown picking up the disc in the middle of the field. We will get the camera on the action momentarily.
Devin back with the disc, gonna throw to number 3, Patty, downfield. Looking for a reset now. Is Patty gonna go back to Devin? Oh, almost thinking about the huck. Back to 27, who I don't have on my roster. I wish I knew their name because they are helping Brown a lot downfield. Number 4 with the disc right now, looking for McGinnis, who's in the handler space, throwing up a trust throw that gets deflected by the defense.
Tufts picking up near their own end zone. About 60 yards to go upwind. We'll see how their D-line offense does.
Annie pointing for some reset option. Tufts player with the disc downfield, passing over to number 4. And a turn upfield, giving the disc back to Brown. Number 27 on Brown, set to pick up this disc. Big separation from the vert, stack, and the handler space. I think that's a strategic choice.
Not certain, but it definitely is working out on this point.
Over to McGinnis.
Oh, huge layout grab.
Wow,
Wow,
she's
that
had
was
some incredible
fantastic.
plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Really athletic player. Great grab. Gives Brown their 4th point.
Number 5, McGinnis with that catch. I missed the number on who threw the assist, but great, clean score there.
So Liz, for those of the viewers who may have tuned out during halftime, grabbed a snack or something, we interviewed a player. Can you give us a little recap of what they were telling you?
Yeah, we interviewed Amy C. on the Tufts team, the 5th-year player who graduated from Haverford Bryn Mawr. She was the one who had that amazing catch in this left end zone that Joe and I both thought was maybe going to hit the ground. Well, I had faith. She was sharing a bit about the vibes of this Tufts Ewo team, a bit about their strategy going into this game, talking a lot about what this tournament means to be able to build chemistry so early in the fall season, which is leading them towards another potential run at Spring Nationals.
Yeah, Liz, so it's been a few years since I've been in the college circuit. You know, the series, the championship series is in the spring. But talk to me about kind of how teams play year-round. Are you playing a full schedule all year round and then just happens that the championship is in the spring? Or is there kind of a big difference between the fall and the spring seasons in your experience?
From my experience, especially within the D3 scope of Ultimate Frisbee, the fall is way more relaxed, way more chill. For my team, Middlebury College is my alma mater. We traditionally play a mixed fall season with our men's team, and then we set our roster and compete in the spring. But other more competitive D1 schools are a bit different. They set their roster a week or two into the fall. Nice grab there, that's Lemberg.
Quick, easy point for the Tufts offense. That looks like it's firing on all cylinders. You know, every cut they made got open, every cut gained them yards, and an easy point.
But I would expect this Tufts Ewo team is one of those D1 teams that's really thinking about nationals this early on. Even if it's small steps and small goals.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as Danny Brunch said at the beginning of this stream, at least 10 years in a row that they've been attending college nationals as a program. A really, really great run. I think that a few of these years they've been the #1 ranked team in the country. I think that they've really built a program where they develop young players into excellent players by the time they graduate. And I think that, you know, there's shows no signs of stopping.
Yeah, 100%. And this Brown team as well makes a good run at regionals. I'm sure. I don't know the last time they were at D1 Nationals. Do you know that off the top of your head?
I do not know that off the top of my head, no.
I know last year the bid earners were Vermont, EWO, and Northeastern.
Northeastern?
Hopefully that's correct.
You know, if it's not, fact check Liz, put it in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, please. Yeah, the Northeast is a super competitive season. So it's awesome that these teams get to play each other so early on. Pole coming from Sakina on the tough side. Also, Brown Shiver, the name Shiver, you know where that comes from, Joe?
I don't, can you tell me?
A shiver is a pod of sharks.
Really?
Yep, shiver of sharks. That's what it's called. So I always thought it was like Burr, I'm cold kind of shiver. Nope. Their team mascot is a shark shiver. It's a cool name. Ooh, almost tipped by Yila. Devin gonna catch that one on the closed sideline, close to the end zone. Nice touchy throw up the sideline. Coach is calling for end zone.
Wow.
And Devin catching that score. Clean hold for Brown there.
Clean hold for Brown. We're kind of playing an upwind, downwind game now where the end zone they just scored on is the downwind end zone. And points are coming a lot easier there than they have been going into the wind. And you would leave it to Brown to name their team after something that a lot of us don't know.
Yeah, great point. A nice vocabulary word.
Yeah, it's a nice vocab word.
I just do wonder, are there many sharks in Providence?
I don't spend enough, you know, I may live in Maine, I do not spend enough time in the ocean to know how many sharks are around. How'd you learn that fun fact, Liz?
I work at an elementary school.
Oh, that's pretty good.
We were reading a book.
All right, this gives us time to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Shield Health and Fitness. This year, the Lobster Pot is brought to you in part by Shield Health and Fitness. Our trainers this weekend are equipped with Shield athletic tape and wrap products designed and manufactured locally in Massachusetts to help athletes prevent and recover from injury. Visit Shield online at www.shieldhealthandfitness.com to shop the best tapes in the game, also available on Amazon. Shield Health and Fitness, protect like the pros.
Yeah, turf burn's the worst.
Turf burn is pretty brutal. Luckily, none of the fields on this complex have turf. So we're all looking at beautiful
grass. And luckily Shield could protect you.
And Shield could protect you.
Or at least wrap up your burn if you get some. Pull coming up from the Brown side. Tufts to receive. Picking up the disc there. Tipped and deflected by number 24, Natalie Thayer on the Brown side. This is a break chance for Brown. Let's see if their defense, the defensive offense, and a turn on our near sideline here. Kowalski cutting for the reset.
It's a good mark. Great defense all around to get the disc back. The disc should be coming up here. Yep, looks like they're gonna move it up to where it went out of bounds.
I saw some confusion about that rule yesterday in the games that weren't observed too. Even closer, yeah, this.
Two good rounds from Brown.
Another
3
one.
in a row, just hitting the break side on repeat.
This is another break chance for Brown. And that's the second. Commentator's curse. Both times I've said that there were 2 turns and a shot into the end zone coming from the hands of Amy Tse into the hands of Annie.
Yeah, that makes it 10-5.
Or Lila. That's Lila. Number 6 is Lila. A lot of names in my head, Joe.
You're doing a great job, Liz.
Thanks, Joe. Your vote of confidence is what I strive for.
Yeah. All right, that gives us time for another message from one of our sponsors. This is Sweetzer's Apple Barrel. With more than 50 different varieties of fresh apples, Sweetser Apple Barrel and Orchards offers fresh, hand-picked apples from mid-August to early December for both cooking and eating. Their helpful and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect apple to suit your taste and cooking needs. Sweetzer's also offers select vegetables, cut flowers, maple syrup, honey, cheese, apple cider, apple butter, fresh baked pies, pastries, and more. Visit them on Blanchard Road in Cumberland Center or online at mainapple.com. It's interesting, the Tufts defense looks like they've been switching the direction of their marks at some points, and it's unclear if it's entirely intentional, but I believe it is it's thrown a real wrench in the Brown offense at times. So it'd be interested to see if they come out here with some sort of forced middle or a straight up into a backhand or a flick, or it even looked on that last point like it was almost a forced sideline.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this next point brings us. Some gusty wind. Nice hang and pull, gonna get us to about halfway down the field. Brown, number 27 to pick up again. Over to Devin. The mark of Yila. Looks like Tufts is straight up on.
I think it's a flat backhand mark, and it paid off.
And you see the effect of the wind there, potentially.
Oh, a foul called on the mark, actually. So I spoke too soon. I said it paid off, but it turns out it was just a foul.
Yeah, and I guess the wind did nothing, too. Just the foul.
Just the foul. Uncontested, so disc will come in, stall 0, with Devin, I believe, as the thrower.
Yes. Devin and Yila, no contest on that. Great spirit from the defense there. All right. Coming back in on 0. The players back to where they were when the foul was called. Hitting McGinnis on the break side. And she's making quick work of these small spaces. Devin striking up line, gonna go for it, and Yila with the D. That was a trust throw.
That was a trust throw. I think that tough throw into coverage there.
Yeah. Calling for unders to come. Looking for an around. Nice hit. Tufts is going to swing it all the way across the field. And Annie catching that. Another swing and a throw to the end zone for Sakina. And on the second attempt, she catches that goal.
Yeah. Great way to not give up on the disc when it went by on the first time. Realized that she was able to run it out. Made it work.
Made it work. Love to see it.
All right, I believe that brings us to 11-5. I think the scoreboard across the field is a little bit behind. We are 11-5. Tufts are up. Now, one of the other great things about the Lob Spot is this time of year lends itself to not only great field conditions, but great surrounding foliage. You know, we're surrounded right now by yellows and oranges and reds and still some greens to kind of really give us, you know, a beautiful outside weekend in the fall when otherwise we might have wasted it indoors.
Great point, Joe. Yeah, if you see the surroundings, this is quite a beautiful landscape we have here in Maine. I'm very grateful to live here. I've lived in New England my whole life, Vermont to here, and I just can never beat the fall.
Can never beat the fall. Well, Liz, yeah, you've only been in Maine a few months. How has it been joining the ultimate community, state of Maine, city of Portland?
So far, Joe, no complaints. You know, Joe and I were teammates this past summer on the Buoy Association out of Portland, Maine, the mixed team here. And it was a great community to enter as a new face in Maine. I also played Summer League here on these very Wainwright fields.
Mm-hmm.
Maine has turned out some very impressive players and has an incredible community for those wanting to play casual or competitive Frisbee. We've mentioned them already, but the Portland Red Tide is going to Nationals in San Diego, Club Nationals.
Club Nationals, this is the first time since 1999 the team has made it, and everybody in the whole city who plays Ultimate is excited about it.
That was Kowalski with the pole there. And Brown on the receiving side, down to 17, Estella Hughes. Oh, and there's a call.
I think it's a pick in the stack. I don't believe that it affected that cut itself, but we will see. Nope, looks like the disc will stay here. Play will resume.
So Estella Hughes with the disc there. And great defense on the mark, throwing it up to Amy T, who's gonna take it away. Down to Kowalski, another pick call. That makes sense to me, seeing how many people were in that one little space on the field.
So the conversation right now is whether or not the player should just recover to where Kowalski caught the disc, or whether if the pick had not occurred, the player might have had a play on that throw, in which case the disc would go back.
One of my favorite things about these early fall tournaments is quite often the teams don't have their real jerseys yet, so they opt to make spray paint jerseys. A little tougher for the commentary, but really fun for the teams. You gotta, from my personal experience, I know you often pick a teammate's house to go and each person contributes a couple bucks. I really like these brown jerseys that they have here. A lot of cut-off sleeves. Nice move there by the handler on Tufts. And up to Lila rather. Back to Kowalski. Lila and Ellie Kowalski playing give and go. Gonna find Lemberg in the end zone there for that quick moving score.
Yeah, that was great motion outside of the end zone. You know, a lot of quick cuts, sharp passes. You know, that's what you love to see if you're on this Tufts team or you're a Tufts coach moving on into the rest of the bracket. We are at 12-5, Tufts are up. You know, there is still time for a late running comeback. We might hit the time cap at some point, but I bet Tufts are feeling pretty comfortable with where they're at right now. I believe we've gone to a timeout though, which gives us a perfect chance to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Live and Work in Maine. Live and Work in Maine is a public, private, nonprofit with a mission to attract and retain talent to Maine. They work with employers, nonprofits, economic development organizations, and young professional groups to showcase careers and opportunities in Maine to keep the Maine economy thriving. For more information, visit them at www.liveandworkinmaine.com/opportunity-Maine.
Joe, you live and work in Maine, and you have for a while. Do you
have.
recommend it?
I highly recommend living and working in Maine. You know, I spent, my college years not here, spent a little bit of time in Washington, D.C., played Ultimate in some other cities, and, honestly, this is honestly not just because I'm on an Ultimate broadcast. I came back here because of the Ultimate community.
Oh.
You know, there's a lot of people I knew that I just missed, and the summer league here was more fun than any league I'd played anywhere else. I figured, if I can get the best thing in my home state, why would I ever leave?
That's beautiful. Ow. now. It is.
All right, we've
Yeah.
got.
Yeah.
Hi, I just wanted to shout out our juniors who are abroad, who I think are also watching. We miss you so much.
That is Amy C. from Tufts doing a shout out to some of their teammates who are absent today.
Maybe joining us.
Maybe joining us live. You know, if you're in the chat and you're one of the ones getting shouted out, let us know.
Love, Tufts is missing you. To all those who are abroad, hopefully you're having fun in your journeys across the country, the world. Across the country. That's not what abroad means.
Yeah.
Across the world. Yeah, let us know in the comments. And happy to have people tuning in. That's a nice poll from Annie on the Tufts side. And let's see, Devon's set to pick up. I think this Yila-Devon matchup is one we're going to see for the rest of this game. They've been playing against each other. Back to number 27 on Brown. Yila's tight on Devon, knowing what they can do with their throws. And a stall was called.
Stall was called and a turnover was thrown. So if the stall is contested, the turnover will stand while the disc landed. If the stall was uncontested, it will go right where the stall happened. So it's been fun. You know, Yila Tur guarding Devon in this matchup. Yila's played for the last 2 seasons as a practice player for the Bowie Association out of Portland, Maine. Played with both me and Liz. And it's been really fun to watch her development as a player. You know, came in with a lot of potential and, you know, showing in this matchup that she is the A1 defender on this Tufts team, ready to take the toughest looks
Toughest
and
handling matchup.
make life hard for the other player.
Sakina making a great catch under. And Yila catching that one on the sideline. I think the Tufts players jamming it up in these small spaces. And that is going to pay dividends to what we sometimes recommend is not the smartest move, which is just to continue up in these small, narrow, vertical spaces. That 27 back with the disc, going to hit a big around, or a big swing to number 3 there, or number 2. Devon back with the disc, looking for 95 in the deep space. Ayla, who makes an incredible grab and has the chilliness and calmness to just reset the disc after making that incredible play. Reset's gotta come, hitting the around to McGinnis. Brown working it up, showing incredible patience. Finding Devon.
Oh, close.
Looking for something in the end zone. A lot of cuts happening all at once. Showing this composure is Brown. And
The commentator's curse strikes again. You know, that was great offense by Brown all the way down the field. Couldn't connect that pass just outside of the end zone.
I'm incredibly impressed with this Ayla Gutierrez. Sorry if I'm butchering some of these names. I have a lot in front of me. Trying to read them quickly, but incredible grab. And Brown gets it back. Potentially disc don't lie here. We are gonna see a trap force on Devon from Brown. Looking for a reset. Gaining good field position, needing an option, gonna elect to throw it in the end zone.
Oh, very close. You know, hard to tell from this angle. My guess is less than a foot away from that disc when it hit the ground.
I've noticed a lot of these throws going up that kind of have a different path than I think the thrower might have initially intended. We've talked a lot about this wind already, but it's feeling a little gusty out here. Nice grab. Oh.
Commentator curse strikes again, Liz. Looked like a great cut, great throw, great grab, but not able to hold on to it all the way through. And we've got Brown picking up right on the goal line. Well, interested to see what sort of play they run right here.
Tufts is gonna have to play some tight D in these couple of seconds that they have. Let's see what Devin is gonna throw over to McGinnis. Quite the pair they are, working together this whole game. Finding number 3, Patty. And it's a Tufts, oh no, Brown score.
That brings
That
us
was a
to
well-earned
12-6.
Oh.
We are being offered food right now from some of our wonderful volunteers, so apologies for the distracted commentary. This is fantastic.
This is incredible.
Food delivery to the commentators'
So we can
booth.
stay.
Who's the last sandwich for?
So we can stay on top of our game.
Liz is eyeing the second sandwich, wondering if she wants to. I think
was
she's
looking for
deciding
chips,
against
Joe.
it. She's looking for chips. I
okay,
might
though.
share
I'm
mine.
okay.
I think that seems likely at this point.
That's very kind of you, Joe. Well, that was a thrilling point. I'm so glad that Brown ended up with that goal. I was so impressed by Ayla Gutierrez, who caught that amazing deep throw. I can't get over that, Joe.
Yeah, that was great. I am a little concerned that the players on the field and the coaches are unaware of the actual score of this game because their scoreboard is showing one less, and I'm certain we are correct. So I'm going to go confirm with them so everyone is on the same page.
So it'll just be me. My favorite thing to do is talk to myself. So I'll just wait over here while Joe walks across the field. If you're joining us at home, I'm gonna check our chat if I can. Oh. We have people joining us from Panama. That's incredible. Apparently, a potential rookie point. Both these teams have incredible rookie classes, it seems. A lot of young talent gracing us on these fields. This pole lands inbounds on this sideline. Brown is going to throw a trap force on Tufts here. Tufts isolating a player in space, looking for Kowalski in the recess space. That throw is sailing over the head of Kowalski for a turn and a shorter field for Brown. Finding 13, Margot. And off the fingertips of the Brown player. But Tufts starting off farther back than the pole initially landed. But Kowalski's gonna rip it to Lila, putting it up for Lemberg, and that is the Tufts score.
You know, one big throw downfield. You know, Kowalski has shown that she's able to make those connections happen. It's wonderful when you're playing on a team who's got a thrower like that.
Yeah, I said that they weren't in the best field position, but Kowalski changed that quite quickly.
Quite quickly. You know, maybe we should recruit them for the buoys, Liz. What do you think?
We should try and recruit a lot of people for the buoys show. If you're interested in playing mixed ultimate in Maine, come find us.
The Buoy Association.
At Lobster Pot.
Yeah, come find us. The Lobster Pot commentary booth. We'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, the Buoy Association is a great mixed team, and we're using our fame, our current Maine Ultimate fame, to promote it. Joe, I checked the comments while you were gone. We have someone joining us from Panama.
From Panama?
Which is
is
pretty
this one
cool.
of the students abroad?
Potentially. I saw one of the comments. They were saying there was some congratulation to Amy, some excitement about that catch, I think. These are obviously from a bit ago, but if you were another tough student studying abroad, we'd love to know where you're studying. So please let us know in the comments. Turn on that notification bell.
And if you don't, the whole team will know that you're not watching and not
Yes,
supporting.
that's true. We will tell them. So let's see.
We've got game 13-6 right now. Tufts is up. It's a game to 15. So Brown has definitely got a big uphill battle.
But I've seen crazier things. Brown could come.
That's very
back.
true. There have been crazier comebacks.
I think, yeah, I've seen a comeback where the UVM Ruckus bageled a team in the first half, lost 15-8. They didn't score another point in the second half. Sorry if you're a Ruckus fan and I'm shocked and I'm talking about that right now. That was many years ago. Back to this game. Ooh. Foul called.
Foul, uncontested. I believe, what used to be called a strip, players said they had it in their hand and it was knocked out of their hand.
It
by
did
the
look like
defender.
that throw had stopped rotation. Finding the Brown player on the near side of the field, looking for Devin. I love these little trust balls that Brown is throwing up to their most trusted handler. Looks off an open reset to... That looked like a clean hand block to me, but I might be wrong. Devin calling foul. Yila, no contest.
So Liz is wrong. It was not a clean hand block. It was a foul on the throw.
In my defense, I was also looking downfield, waiting to see who was going to be catching that.
Love to see the good spirit, though. Everybody's playing really hard, and fouls sometimes happen just by happenstance, and you just acknowledge it, move on, play continues.
That throw to McGinnis. What an athlete. Number 5, McGinnis, is on Brown. And directing traffic in the downfield. Devin with a step around. Break, flick for the score to McGinnis. Yila, the defender, on the ground.
That was a fantastic throw. Devin has demonstrated a remarkable set of release points and touch in this game, really holding together the Brown offense.
What a throw.
So we are at 13-7. Tufts coming downwind.
I wonder if that was I think that this Devin-McGinnis partnership has a lot of trust between them. Devin just knew that they could put that up to McGinnis and she was going to come down with it.
Yeah. I agree, Liz. Well, that gives us time to hear from another one of our sponsors. This is Ghost Energy, the fully transparent, fully loaded, feel-good energy drink we've all been waiting for. Authentic flavors, 0 sugars, no BS. The official energy drink of the Lobster Pot. drinkghost.com.
Coach Moose of Tufts on the field, and the Brown coach as well, coming on to talk to these lines. Brown hoping to get this break train rolling out the station if they have any chance of making a comeback in this game, getting close to the end of this quarterfinal. Have we acknowledged that this is a quarterfinal yet, Joe?
We may not have. Yes, this is a quarterfinal matchup. The winner of this goes to the semis. And
typically.
Pull by
We're having
Brown.
fun over here.
Lands out of bounds.
Kowalski set to pick up.
What do you think, Liz? What's the first look going to be here?
Deep shot to Lemberg or Lila.
Do you think that's throw 1 or throw 2?
Throw 1. Throw 2. Oh, potentially.
Throw 1.
No,
Deep
but
shot.
that's a deep shot to. Oh!
Big collision downfield.
Yeah.
Foul called,
What
not
do you think
contested.
about that foul call, Joe?
That definitely a lot of contact. However, the Brown player was on a line and the throw was not to where the receiver was going, and then the receiver ran into the line the Brown player was on. It's hard to say, the fine line between a foul and incidental contact exists.
Nice
I
cut
think that
there.
one could have gone either way, but I'm not upset that it was a foul either.
It's a little tricky when there is physical contact and the disc is not caught.
Yeah.
Especially when both players have been looking at the disc in the sky, maybe not
Absolutely.
necessarily paying attention exactly to where their line is.
And I think one of the rules that people oftentimes forget is that it looks like the teams are exchanging high fives here. We had hit the soft cap, so it was added 1 to the 13 score, game to 14. That was game point and game over. Tufts takes it.
Wow. That's happened to me a lot where I haven't known that the game was going to end. And what a way to end it. Quick little isolation cut from the front stack.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that brings us to the end of this quarterfinal matchup. Tufts EWO is moving on. Stay tuned. We've got more action from the Lobster Pot coming up right after this.
You might be hearing our voices again commentating the women's semi.
Thank you so much.
greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
I'll bring us in. All right, and welcome to the Lobster Pot here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. I'm Tom, here with Liz, my co-commentator, and Andy's on the camera. We've got women's semifinals between the University of Vermont in purple and Cornell University in white. Liz, how's it going today?
Man, it's going great, Tom. I'm so stoked about this beautiful weather we're having in October. It's fantastic. Feeling a bit of a wind right now, which I think at least will be affecting both teams.
Absolutely. The wind is coming kind of like across the field. It's kind of switching directions on us, but it's kind of coming from the far side across the field toward us, toward your camera. As Cornell with a nice give and go action between the handlers, and they take a deep shot down the field. Too much for the cutter. A turnover, and UVM takes over. We joined you a beat late here. We're still in the first point of the game, so the score is 0-0. Again, women's semifinals action. The winner going to the finals here. As UVM had a successful day, a successful tournament so far, and Cornell too. The throw from Annie Posey too high for the cutter. A turnover. Cornell takes over.
You know, I don't know many of these Cornell players, but I know most of the Ruckus roster. Really exciting to see them out here. Some of them my own teammates in the past.
Awesome. That's always fun to see your friends and teammates playing, competing at a high level. Cornell goes
nice.
up line.
Annie Posey with the takeaway D there.
Taken away. You anticipated that cut coming. As UVM takes over, looking to try to get organized in a vertical stack down the field. They go to the far side.
Ella Pauley with the disc up to Sophie. South Burlington, Vermont product with the disc right now. Back to Annie Posey, Portland, Maine product.
Yeah, Portland, Maine. Coming to the near side, back to Annie. Nothing happened downfield though from the cutters from UVM, having to reset.
Up to Layla, another Maine face in the crowd.
Good patient offense by UVM. High percentage throws to the end zone. Good defense by, wow, I stepped on something. Good defense by number 2 of Cornell. I believe a call's being made. The throw kind of carried the UVM cutter through and like down the field more. The observer overruling and saying no foul. And a turnover for Cornell.
Number 58 to pick up. Looking like a Hostak coming from Cornell right now.
Yeah, 4 cutters going across the field. Initiating here on the near side by 33. Taking the swing to the middle and continuing to the far side. Cornell patiently up. Oh, good effort and way to stick with it by the Cornell player to bring that in, the high throw.
Gaining more yards after the tipped disc than they would have.
Too low on that continuation. Unfortunate from Cornell. UVM picks up. Swinging it. Coming to the near side again.
Looks like both teams are Ruckus in a vert.
Yeah, vertical for now. Not a lot of downfield cutting from Vermont as they tried to stay in bounds. That's a tough play. I feel like the wind might have impacted that too. Like wanted to kind of tail back into the field of play, but the wind kind of kept it on the line.
Narrow window up the sideline.
Very much. So the defense has the advantage. They can just run through and knock it down. The offense has to stay in play as it goes over everybody.
Let's see if Layla can come down with that, and she does.
To the end zone right away.
Into the end zone for Scout.
First point for UVM, 1-0 over Cornell. Great taking advantage, Liz taking advantage of that turnover. Good job by UVM to quickly capitalize. Excellent job. Both these teams have had a good run so far. They're both trying to make some noise here at Lobster Pot. Even though it is a fall tournament and the college season is more of a springtime season, it's always a good warm-up and a good measuring stick to where you are to your competition. And can highlight things to work on and where any new players may fit into your existing systems.
Yeah, definitely. I know that this Ruckus team has pulled up some of their B team players from this past year. So some sophomores and juniors who have been within the Vermont program now playing for this A-team squad, returning a lot of their strength from last spring as well.
Awesome. So kind of like, so within the system and like elevating from within, you know, like as well as maybe bringing in, did they bring in any outside players from other schools, do you think, or not, or is it mostly the inside promoting from the B team up to the A team?
I think, meaning like freshmen.
Yeah.
I definitely think they've had some freshmen too. Not ones that I know the names of personally, but I think that they have players from some of their strongest. Ella Monahan from Seattle. I don't see her on the field. She might be abroad.
Okay.
So people who come in as freshmen making huge waves within the Vermont community.
Absolutely, and a very big, you know, a very well-developed, well-established program in Vermont.
Yeah.
I mean, they have at least 3, maybe even 4 teams here, so, you know, they're well-established.
I think with Vermont men's and women's, Ella letting with that great D.
Defense by UVM. And UVM taking over about 20 yards out. Looking to go up 2-0 here, going to the break side of the field. Well, it looked like it was break side at first, but now the mark is established, it's not break side. Continue up the line. Oh, bummer, just in between. There was 2 cutters from UVM making the same cut, and the throw kind of split the difference in between them. Cornell takes over on the goal line. Up the field here to number 20, back to the handler. Going big with a backhand. It's low, it's lazy, it's deflected, but caught by number 3 of Cornell, Bishop. Good patience here to resets to number 12. Cornell just resetting and resetting as they get organized downfield. Nothing doing from cutters. There's one and under. 5 yards out is Cornell. Oh, a high release kind of backhand. Almost had it. Tough play. Great effort by Cornell. That was like a floppy, wobbly.
On that Cornell player in the end zone making that isolation cut, Zoe, who actually played with Burlington Big Rig this past summer, going to be number 3 on Cornell.
Up and over the UVM cutter. Good effort. Downfield, and Cornell takes over on a turnover. Back to the end zone.
There's Zoe again in the end zone.
Oh, nice catch.
Toes it in.
Yes, toes it in. Great attention, great focus. Cornell on the board. It's a 2-1. That was great. Yeah, that's awesome insight too. So that can almost give them, you know, a little bit, can give Cornell a bit of an insight too, given that there's a large group of the UVM players who play on Big Rig.
Yeah.
So having, you know, a bit of an insight as to what some of the UVM systems might look like could be something that Zoe might be able to impart, you know, to kind of help out Cornell.
Yeah,
possibly.
definitely. And I think it must be really fun to play against people you know well. Maybe she's even given the Cornell players some tips.
Maybe,
which
that's
is
what I'm
what
thinking, yeah.
You might be bringing up.
Yeah, and just like, and you know, but also, I mean, you know, like you play against your teammates in practice all the time.
Yeah.
And so this has like, you know, like a really intense practice field too. Like you go up, you know, and you have to mark, you know, your teammates, you know, in practice. It's just, except now you're doing it with, you know, your friends at university instead. So good job by Cornell to maintain. There was, you know, a bunch of turnovers on that point to kind of just keep their mental focus and punch in that gift from UVM, that turnover close to the goal line. Cornell pulls. Cornell wearing the white. Vermont wearing the purple. Vermont takes over. Ooh, a little bit of a lead pass there, kind of led Annie Posey into the defense. And Cornell coming out in a zone defense on this point. It looks like initially a 3-3-1. So 3 players in the cup, and then a group of 3 behind playing space defense, and a deep way back.
Great spot, Annie. That's a great spot. Dylan, come to. Or sorry, Sophie. You're in a good
You can
space.
see
Sophie, come to.
the
Sophie,
Cornell
let's
Cup
go.
wants the disc to remain on this sideline if they can do it, onto the near side, but Vermont going the far way. That wing defender taking a chance from Cornell comes up empty, and Vermont moves it further down the field. This is how you beat a zone defense, Liz. Make them go side to side. As
Cornell yelling fire.
They've melted into person defense. Up
Ooh.
the line.
Great touch on that throw from Scout, finding Annie Posey in the end zone for
That's
that
hard
score.
to do. I believe Scout threw a backhand, I think. That's
I
a, yeah, so that's
yeah.
like a step around backhand. Hard to get that kind of right to left action on that throw too with touch.
Yeah, definitely. I've known Scout for a while. We actually went to the same high school. She was a freshman, I believe, when I was a senior, and now a sophomore in college. She has great throws, great arsenal of throws.
Right, yeah, wide variety of choices. Always helpful to have many choices.
Yeah.
Upside down, right side up, everything in between. That makes it 2-1 in favor of UVM. That's awesome. Yeah, there's so many talented players in this division, on this field. It's always a treat to see, to get to watch these.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. Here. I'm excited to see more from this Cornell team. I haven't gotten to see them play very much in my time.
There was a long time ago when I lived in Connecticut. I had a summer league teammate who was a Cornell men's player, and I do not remember his name, but he was so good.
He was good?
He played our summer league at about 40% power, and then every once in a while he'd ramp it up to like 80%, and you would just, your jaw hit the floor like, wow,
Oof.
This guy's good. It was a treat to get to play with him. I learned a lot. As Cornell receives, a layout right off the pole.
Passing the microphone over to Mike Callahan right now.
Liz,
I want to be able to watch both games.
Thank you for stepping in real quick to help us get this women's semis match started. Enjoy watching, Liz. Thank you so much for your help. As Mike Callahan is joining me now in this women's semis match between Cornell in the white and UVM in the purple. The score 2-1 in favor of UVM. Cornell doing work here on the sideline. Everything is difficult for the Cornell cutters though, as UVM's defense is right in their hip pockets. Cornell looking to swing another layout by the Cornell handler to maintain possession. 58 across to 18, continues to 77 on the far side. And they go up the line to 48, nice catch. Dumps it back to 77 with a huck.
Oh, that's going to float.
Back to the middle of the field, a cluster of players underneath. It's tipped, and down it goes. And there is no call as UVM takes over, leading 2-1. That's Ella Letting with a cut coming under. Looking for a big backhand, and there it comes.
That one's going to float too, but that's going to float to space.
Nice catch by 47. Good adjustment in the air to make that catch. Look, they need some help, and they find it with, that's Ella Letting again with a point. It is 3-1 in favor of UVM. While my co-commentator Mike Callahan catches his breath from running back from Turney Central, tell you a little bit about Live and Work in Maine. Live and Work in Maine is a private public nonprofit with a mission to attract and retain talent to Maine. We work with employers, nonprofits, economic development organizations, and young professional groups to showcase careers and opportunities in Maine to keep the Maine economy thriving. For more information, visit them at liveandworkinmaine.com. So, Callahan, you were over at Turney Central grabbing some coffee, and everything got started all at once. You've caught your breath. You're back here. We also changed the live stream schedule up on you, so we really were just messing with. This is all to mess with you, by the way.
Pretty much.
So success. We have done so.
You should just be happy I went to Turney Central, because I was gonna just walk around and find a good game to get into watching, because I thought we had discovered, but alas, no, we did not.
Alas, there were plenty of backup options, including me just doing it by myself, which I have done many a time. So no issue whatsoever. We're all here enjoying Ultimate as UVM pulls. We're in the purple.
That's gonna go out of bounds.
Cornell.
Oh no,
it did
stays
not go out
in.
of bounds. Stays in bounds as Cornell picks up, centers the disc, a split stack. Isolating 26 with a big backhand here, looking for the end zone to Bishop, number 3. That is, as Liz informed me, that is Zoe, who also plays on Big Rig for Cornell. That's Zoe's second point. Zoe has both of the points for Cornell. Zoe, dynamic cutting force downfield, and it is now 3-2 in favor of UVM. So back and forth action here, Callahan.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, solid, more turnovers earlier in the game than I had anticipated. We know the talent level of both of these teams. So the second point of the game was back and forth with multiple turnovers. But again, like, some of that is to be expected just because these teams are full of high-level athletes and the defense is really intense by both teams.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're making a cut or you're in movement, you feel that presence right on your shoulder, and you're trying to either accelerate to full speed, or you're just trying to get to the disc, and that defense right there can distract you enough to sometimes drop the disc or have it bounce off your body because you're anticipating that bid coming by you.
And so, leading up to this is a women's semifinal matchup between Cornell and UVM. Leading up to this, yesterday during pool play, both of these teams were 3-0 and the number one seeds in their pool. And then earlier today in quarterfinal action, UVM, the team in purple, played Middlebury and won 15-4, won handily in their quarterfinal matchup, whereas Cornell played UVM's B team and won 9-7. So a bit more of a struggle for Cornell in their quarterfinal game to get here to this matchup in the semis.
Yeah, I've liked what I've seen out of Cornell. I wish that one of the earlier points I was watching, that when the handlers get it, they wouldn't immediately turn to their primary handler to dump it, because there is stuff available upfield if they look upfield.
It's a great step around backhand by the Vermont thrower to scout there in the end zone, and that makes it 4-2 in favor of UVM. With more than 50 different varieties of fresh apples, Sweetser Apple Barrel and Orchards offers fresh, hand-picked apples from mid-August to early December for both cooking and eating. Their helpful and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect apple to suit your taste and cooking needs. Sweetser's also offers select vegetables, cut flowers, maple syrup, honey, cheese, apple cider, apple butter, fresh baked pies, pastries, and more. Visit them on Blanchard Road in Cumberland Center or online at mainapple.com.
Did you get one of the apples from the cart that Rich was driving by with, did you fail?
I said I'd get one later, and then I got distracted by the game we were calling, and then I turned around and the Rich's cart was gone, so I did not get any apples. But we have been apple picking once already this season at a place local to us in the Brunswick area, down the road in Bodenham, and in Bowden, Maine, and really enjoyed all those. We got way too many apples and then had to eat multiple apples a day before they went bad, but they are yummy. It's really, really good, and Sweetser's has really high quality stuff as well. As Cornell picks up in the middle of the field, swinging it over, UVM maybe matched up a little, maybe got a little confused with the matchup there or something to start with, because they were wide open. Number 3, Zoe with the under, turns down some upfield cuts and now looks to reset to a handler making a strike cut.
Wind is at the back of the Cornell players right now.
Wind's a little, and there's Zoe again.
Very nice.
So it's the Zoe versus UVM scoring challenge here. Zoe with another point for Cornell. It is 4-3. Zoe is so quick and dynamic. It's a very, very tough matchup for anyone in this division.
I like the patience being displayed by Cornell here, by the throwers. They are not, they're anticipating where the cut's going to come, but they're not trying to rush the throw to get it out of their hands. They're waiting until it's clear. Very, very good patience by Cornell.
And even something like the throw to the handler coming across the field toward us there, like that is it's a short throw. It looks like an easy throw, but it was put out in front of the handler so that the defender would have had to run over the Cornell person to make a play. Like that throw was put in the perfect spot, and it was paced out really well too. Like if you've seen some of our earlier live streams where we had players struggling with throwing that as a laser, really hard throw, that's what that was supposed to look like, with a nice even pace to it so that it's very catchable.
Or the knuckler.
The knuckleball throw in our last live stream game was hilarious to see from the live stream field, but terrifying if you were the person trying to catch it. as UVM ready to receive in the Vacation Land end zone. Wearing the purple, Cornell pulling from the Lobster Pot end zone wearing the white. That pull goes about half field, a little more than half field as UVM picks up. Annie Posey picking up for UVM. Looking to scout, but the defense by the Cornell player, 23, knocks that away. They knew that was the initial cut and they were ready for it.
Nice swing around by the Cornell team. But great anticipation, taking away the upfield and that easy swing. Good job by the UVM defense here.
That's a
high stall count punt, and
it worked. Yeah, surprised because that was great. UVM shut down every cut on that previous throw there.
Right behind them.
Turnover by Cornell. UVM picks up.
UVM, I love the patience UVM's displayed this entire tournament so far. They're not trying to rush. They're not trying to just chuck it.
So
that's not going to come back.
Oh, it didn't.
Yeah, that was a high stall count.
Yeah. And number one, not a bad choice given the high stall count, but they can come right back. They can take the disc back into play where it first went out. Given that it was thrown from the sideline and never came back in, it was out of bounds when it left her hand. So it was taken back in.
It's amazing that the coaches had a different perspective on where it went out of bounds depending on the team.
And the UVM coach was giving them more ground than the Cornell coach was going to, right? Yeah, it was very, very different. But either way, Cornell turns it back over right away. A high stall count again. Can be really hard to generate offense when you're stuck on a sideline, especially when the defense is really big.
Nice shot by Posey to Layla.
Nice cut. Good job to Layla's got it. Great cut, great throw. Looking to go up line to Posey again. They've got it.
Good patience by UVM.
To Layla, nice catch.
Great catch by Wisink there. And just out of reach.
It's the right idea to swing it back out to the middle, but just a little too far as Cornell takes over, the handler pleading with their downfield cutters to move. Another high stall count. Cornell having trouble initiating their offense with the cutters downfield. There's one, but 48 slowed and was almost opening up to a run through G.
Yeah, the timing of their cuts is just a little bit off. They're cutting when the disc is almost in the air to the reset, so they need to get a little bit better on the timing of their cuts.
I think looking at their cutters downfield, they look. I mean, this has been a back and forth point, but they look tired.
Yeah.
Good bid by UVM. 26 unable to corral that throw. The defense didn't actually touch the disc, but made that catch really hard. UVM takes over.
Good cut by the reset there.
Ooh.
Little hung on the fingers a little bit.
It's stuck on their hand a little too long. You can tell that that's not where they wanted that to go. It's kind of a little bit of a grip lock there. 89 swings it over to the other handler, 26. Trying to get a handler restarted here, but UVM's making this up. They don't go anywhere. Content to let them play catch, but making sure that they won't actually gain a lot of yardage here. Cornell calling a timeout. Good use of a timeout here by Cornell. Their offense has been out of sorts this whole point. So even if you don't get a substitution, you can reorganize and get yourself into a set play to get yourself started.
And get your timing back on your cuts.
Yeah. This year, Lobster Pot is brought to you in part by Shield Health and Fitness. Our trainers this weekend are equipped with Shield athletic tape and wrap products, designed and manufactured locally in Massachusetts to help athletes prevent and recover from injury. Visit Shield online at shieldhealthandfitness.com to shop the best tapes in the game, also available on Amazon. Shield Health and Fitness, protect like the pros. And you might be able to pick up some of the sound from behind us, the energy from the game behind us. And one more sponsor that we have with us at Lobster Pot and at our main Ultimate events is Ghost Energy, a fully transparent, fully loaded Feel-good energy drink we've all been waiting for. Authentic flavors, zero sugars, no BS. Official energy drink of Lobster Pot. So bringing it back in here, we've got Cornell coming out of their timeout. The score is 4-3 in favor of the University of Vermont.
Maybe they'll stop walking in front of you.
University of Vermont leading 4-3. University of Vermont in the purple and Cornell University in the white. Cornell coming out of a timeout, setting up Mike, it looks like in a horizontal stack, which we haven't seen a lot of them use that very much yet. Trying to initiate the offense in a different way here.
Yeah, it's a smart play. Try and see if you can catch UVM a little unprepared, but they're still right in their hip pockets.
And this is, I know that.
Oh, that's a tight throw.
Nice catch. Use the body as they go deep with the backhand.
Drifting back to the middle. Oh, great follow.
Wait, Katie, go behind. Hold on, there might be a call of some kind here. We'll see, the players will figure it out.
It's working.
We do have observers for this game, so they can be consulted.
Yeah, I mean, there was some contact, a little bit, but when the disc hangs up in the air like that, it's not like anybody's intending on contact, but it happens, and it kind of, the disc had a little more on it. The Cornell player kind of got caught under the disc a little bit, so they tried to body the UVM defender and then found themselves having to back up into the UVM defender. So the observer came in and offered their viewpoint.
I think they're. I wasn't sure if that was a dispute or if the dispute was up or down with the disc.
Unsure. Either way, the observer upheld the call, and Cornell's on the goal line, going around.
Oh, that's a tough throw.
But again, with less angle, it'll hang up for the cutter there. But you get kind of Cornell kind of getting stuck on the line here.
They didn't have enough. They didn't really have a reset there.
No. But Cornell comes right back with some defense.
Oh,
making
good.
it really hard for UVM to even get any movement at all. Andy Posey with that catch. That was awesome.
Boy, talk about being in the hip pocket. Cornell is there. Oh, nice Maribel with the full extension layout to the deep shot.
Is it going to stay in play? It does. Layla with the catch on the far line. Okay.
Good patience.
Around to Annie again, continues.
Been a long point.
Long
point
behind
for this.
Annie.
It's going to get even longer.
Yeah. You're getting the right cup of the throw a bit behind. Cornell takes over. Resets to number 26. Continues to work backwards to 89.
Yeah, the cutters are getting a little gassed here. It's pretty clear.
Gassed. But with the horizontal setup, they're able to control the space better and have a little bit more. They have more room to throw as it goes over everybody. But they're able to utilize the space that's there a little bit easier. It's looked like as they've gotten tired, the horizontal stack adjustment has made the offense still a little bit easier to initiate as UVM takes over.
The UVM cutters look fresher. Great cut from the middle of the stack there.
UVM showing great discipline here, taking what they're given.
Oh,
as Annie,
just a little out of reach. These long points, it takes a little extra concentration. You want to get the disc
It looks like Annie might have gotten the wind knocked out of them.
That was a tough landing.
That was a full extension layout, and it's been a long point. Yeah, they're going to take an injury.
Morales in for Posey.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised Cornell didn't make a switch there.
Come on, Paul.
It's big. It's coming back. It's short. Good defense. Cornell wants to roll with the line they've got as they come down the field. UVM does to number 1. Oh, 26 went for it.
Nice
Almost
job.
had it.
Easy, Layla, easy. Willa, you're fresh. Willa.
Oh, got the hand
So
on it.
26 got a hand on that for Cornell. I thought that disc was by them, but they got it. They got a hand on it.
Watch the back inside, Scout. Watch the back inside, Scout.
Cornell up the field.
Back inside, Scout. Inside, Mirabel, inside.
Oh, good switch by UVM on defense there.
Yep.
Smart work.
Keep cutting. Keep moving those guys.
Keeping it near sideline.
Good cut here by the Cornell handler to get it in a power position, but no cutting downfield.
Nice low throw, tough to get, especially late in the point.
Up the line again,
Oh,
nice
and just
bid.
got to get that off just a bit sooner.
Up the line again. Cornell going up the line this whole way. A call's been made. I believe it's a pick call, I think.
Pick that doesn't affect maybe.
Maybe.
Back in play, trying to get it off the sideline, but no one's helping.
They're just going up the line the whole way down. They're on the goal line now. Yeah, exactly. All the way up the line. Oh, another call. Hold on. Nope, no call.
No call.
Turn it back.
Yep, I was anticipating the pick there.
Cornell ties it up at 4. That entire point was up the line.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you are UVM, I mean, obviously Cornell scored, so it's frustrating. It's a long point. It's frustrating. You're gassed. You're tired. But you just made Cornell go up the entire field and played on a 5-yard width of field the whole way. So that means your defense was good enough to take away the rest of the field. Like, you live with that, like, because you can't make the windows any smaller. So, great battle by both teams. That was a long point.
And we've consistently seen this from Cornell. When they get near the end line, they don't have a reset. They don't have an easy reset. I don't know if the front of the stack is supposed to be the reset to pop out and help out when it gets to a certain count, but that's really tough if you're the only handler there. You know, if you're the one with the disc, you want that reset because they're just playing such good D up the field that, you know, it's going to be either a high stall count prayer or a turnover.
I can see they really want, like, I mean, 26, the primary handler, left-handed also. So like when they're on this line, and probably either way, but particularly when they're on the near sideline and you got the lefty step around, that like they might not even have a set play or a set cut really. They just have 26 just almost kind of throw it to space as their reset. They just haven't been doing it very much. UVM's defense has been really good.
Posey back in.
Oh,
nice
bid.
layout by Morales, but just unable. Good switch. Heady switch by the UVM defense there.
Cornell takes over, looking for another point here. A break for Cornell would be huge for their own as they go downfield to number 3. That's Zoe again.
That's going to be open. Good closing speed
corner.
by UVM there. Oh my goodness, was that in?
Oh, nope, they did not catch it. They dropped it. They had it twice and lost it, trying to keep their feet in bounds. That was tough.
Good recovery by both teams.
Really good effort by the Cornell player there in the back corner. That's going to sail.
A little bit of an air bounce on that one.
That's those backhand throw and goes. It is hard to keep the angle of the disc right. That takes a lot of practice to get that right.
Especially with that wind in their face.
But Cornell gives it right back. Another
bounce. Float.
And more defense.
More defense, more offense, more almost.
All kinds of things happening. I would not want to be a stat tracker for this one. Tracking the Ds and the defenses and like all that.
I like that little give and go. They need to keep with that.
Going big. It's going out of play though and not coming back.
Coming back.
It's the right idea.
It looked like when the defender came into view right at the end, so the thrower had to short arm it and couldn't get the full shoulder turn into the throw.
It was close as UVM puts it in play. Middle of the field to Annie, and that's Morales with the disc now. Good job with the cut here.
Nice throw to space. Perfect. Good offense by UVM right now. Oh, nice put into the end zone for letting score.
That makes it 5-4 UVM, and you did see letting their the backhand go up, right? Just like we talked about yesterday. Letting's peeking over their right shoulder. They see the backhand go up and it's going to disappear over their head. And then they give themselves like a bit of a loop. So they take a short right hand turn to give themselves the sight line to see it again, to then come back in and close on it. It's a deep cutter that knows what they're doing.
It also, if the defender is not looking at the disc, they're following the cutter, and if the cutter changes direction, it's going to throw the defender off.
The other benefit there too, they go to the right a little bit, pulls the defender away with them, and basically pulls them out of the trajectory of the pass.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good, tightly contested game here. Really good defense being played by both teams.
Before this poll, bring you a quick message from our presenting sponsor, Tyler Technologies. Empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. Visit tylertech.com. Tyler Tech is our presenting sponsor. A big supporter of Maine Ultimate. We appreciate everything that they do for our organization. They provide us with over 1,000 discs to give out to every player for free. The 10s, Tourney Central setup.
Not every player gets 1,000 discs.
Not every player gets 1,000 discs, but thanks a lot, Callahan. But Tourney Central setup. There's a job fair over there yesterday. It was really cool. Big thank you to Tyler Tech as Cornell takes over, middle of the field. Dipping into their line of players here a little bit, seeing some players we haven't seen
great grab.
Yet. Little turf from a monster down the field on 38 for Cornell.
Another great grab on that sideline, far side of the field.
23 coming back to 77 with the reset. Ooh.
Oh, why not go back?
The UVM player got caught poaching in the lane. There's an open Cornell player somewhere. They haven't found him yet, but they don't need to.
Great cut.
Let's see what happens
foul.
here.
Yep, that's a foul.
Foul has been called. Let's see what happens. The observer getting involved. Hope the Cornell player's okay. That was a rough fall there. You saw their head snap and the glasses fly. Everybody's okay there.
So the foul occurs in the end zone. Yep. Take it right at the front.
Yep, so uncontested foul in the end zone. At the front cone here for Cornell.
Yeah, get that off the line now.
They're looking to go up the line instead, and it sails out of play. Another call, a foul call on the end line.
Ooh, that one's much more contestable.
The Vermont sideline over there disagrees vehemently. I used another big word,
just
Callahan.
because, well, that's a very good word.
I know.
Nice adverb usage there, by the way.
I got all the big words today.
Yeah, the reason I find that more of a contestable call is because I don't think there was any way they were coming down inbounds with that disc.
All right. I could hear some of what the observer said. Based on what's happening here, it's a contested foul, so it comes back to the thrower. The stall count's got to be high, too.
Yeah.
It's coming in on 7, I think. They reset to 77. Good job getting that out of there for Cornell.
That's a good cut.
Nice cut by 58, and they're in bounds. Cornell with that's a break? It's 6-4. Sorry, no, it's 5-5. I can't keep track. It's 5-5. That wasn't a break. Just kidding. Ignore everything I just said. It's 5-5.
For the whole weekend, or just that little bit?
I mean, yes.
Dude, I'm used to being ignored. It's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, just ignore everything I've said. 5-5. Great battle by Cornell on that one. Couple of calls.
Yeah, they kept going up the sideline to the same cutter because the same cutter was open every time, and then you had that, as you mentioned, you had that late poach, and someone was open. They just couldn't find the open receiver at that time.
They couldn't find it, and that could be, it's hard for us to see being this far away. It could be the defense that makes it so that they just don't have access to that side of the field at that point. But Cornell seems really, really determined to go up the line. Just to not go around and to go up the line. As it is tied at 5, we got ourselves
That's some high-level ultimate.
Yeah, this is awesome. Women's
this early in the season, in the off season,
and don't tell like these players that this tournament is like not in season and doesn't matter. Whoa, that almost hit them. That almost hit Mirabelle.
That was close. That was a turn.
These high-level athletes, they want to win, so they are in it to win it here. It's 5-5 in this women's
great cut.
Women's semifinals action at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. The wind is getting gusty. UVM trying to reset to Posey. And they do, and Posey's going big.
Bomb it into the wind. Perfect throw. Oh, almost. I thought Sink was going to get up and over, but that was just an athletic play.
Good defense by the Cornell player Bishop there to get to just use their body and just not allow the UVM player to make a play as it goes deep the other way.
It's going to be a deep shot, and 3 UVM players wisely in the area.
UVM taking over. Posey going to bomb another
one.
one.
Of the field, bombing another one.
Way to attack by everybody involved. Because that time the wind really caught it more than the other one and really kind of hung it in the air. What's going on here? The observer getting involved for something. Foul. Oh, okay. So this was a foul on the throw, the deep throw to the Cornell player that was turned over by the UVM player. That was 5 throws ago.
Yeah.
There was an uncontested foul on the throw. So that's why when you have a really heated environment like this with a big active sideline and lots of noise, it's really hard to hear the calls, which is why it's great to have observers in games like this, because he's just like
sloppy turnover by Cornell there.
Put it on the turf, and honestly, UVM benefits from the foul call
Correct.
because the disc is right there. So UVM on the goal line looking for something. There's the forehand and the catch by 16. UVM back up by 1 as these two teams trade blows one after the other. It is 6-5 UVM.
There's a really good chance that as competitive and as tight as this game is, that it's going to be an issue of cap more than anything else.
Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at portproperty.com. Yeah, this might come down to Callahan. I mean, we started at 12:50. When was our game time start time? I'm going to have to look at our schedule, but I don't feel like we've actually been playing Ultimate for that long. Because it's 1:25 right now, and our round started at 12:40. Okay, so haven't even been going for an hour yet. So, but it is 6-5. It probably will come down to cap. You're probably right, because we're playing to 15. But the way these two teams are trading points back and forth, it is going to come down to not only time, but who's going to take care of the disc better.
Yeah.
Which I mean is, it sounds like, hey Tom, why are you being Captain Obvious? Well, but it's like, it's not only, it's because both teams have been shown so far that they can capitalize on turnovers. So it's who's going to be able to generate more of the turnovers and give themselves more of those opportunities to get out in transition and score easy points, because it's a struggle for both of these teams to work off of a pull, off of a set, like when the defense is set up. Like the defenses are so good from both teams, right in the hip pockets of the offensive cutters. Like it's a struggle.
And not just that, but a couple of these points have been really long, and you have to fight the mental fatigue way more than the physical fatigue. Make sure you get spin on that throw. Make sure it's to the space you want it to be. So this is day 2. They played all day yesterday, and this is the semis.
And the defenses are so good, then the athleticism is so high that your margin for error is minuscule. Like, you can't think that every cut in every pass has to be perfect.
Correct.
But it has, but it does. Like, it has to be, or else it's not going to work. As UVM pulls to Cornell, Cornell picks up in the middle of the field. They go keeping it centered. It's a little give and go between the cutters and the handlers here. And now they kind of reset. 0 with the disc. Looking to reset, but good defense by Morales as they got a punt at a high stall count. Great defense by Willa Morales taking that reset away. That was the only option that Cornell had on that point, and UVM takes over.
Now here's the thing, if you were that reset, on this turn, you got to call yourself out because you're no longer a valid reset.
Yeah.
So get someone else in there.
UVM with their own tight window throw there that was turned, and Cornell gets it right back, having gained some field position.
Oh, great grab.
Nice catch by 48. That was contested. Oh, a very low rotation throw there. It kind of was wobbly with no spin, but it works. Looking to reset a big swing to number 8.
Oh, that was great.
Oh.
But just beat the player to the disc. Ooh.
Foul call by 48. Our camera operator let everyone know what he thinks by his subtle head movement of what that play was.
Yeah, I just think it skipped off the hand, and then maybe contact happened afterwards.
I have no idea.
I think we should all just make predictions, and
I will just say this is why we have the gentleman in the orange shirt.
Correct.
And the orange shirt, the observer is saying no foul.
Shake hands. I like to see that.
Yep. Shake hands. Moving on. 48 looks like for Cornell, looks like they landed kind of hard on their back though. They were kind of holding their back a little bit. That was an awkward fall. That was an awkward fall for sure. As they come right back into the play, it goes over, and Cornell with generating another turn of a disc that sailed up and away.
Great defense by UVM here on the handler marks.
And the wind picks up, much to the chagrin of Cornell.
The hand block.
That was an immediate denial. No thank you, says Morales. It's our turn now. UVM picks up and takes over, coming to the near side eventually.
Good defense up the field by Cornell.
Nice catch.
Just, make it a little easier. That's all.
Looking to reset.
Oh, good handle. It's tough to get that head around when you're on the handler mark like that, but that was great D.
It was going to hang up there.
That was a good
nice
spot throw to space right there.
Number 30, UVM dropping that dime to 47. Good effort by the Cornell player. That makes it another point for UVM, so it's 7-5. That throw from 30, they caught it coming to the near side, knew what they wanted to do. They had 47 basically with a pick your side 30, and I'm going to go get it. And they 30 with the quick little backhand look, but then come back nice in rhythm forehand to the other side of the field. That's awesome. Really, really good in rhythm play by UVM to put them up by 2.
Cornell needs an answer.
They do. And you'll see as our cameraman Andy pans back and forth for this game, our sunshade across the way is given to us by Impact Melanoma, one of our sponsors, one of the sponsors of Maine Ultimate. Impact Melanoma, the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Check your skin because melanoma is 99% curable with early detection. Early detection saves lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. They're a great sponsor of us. Really, appreciate their continued involvement. They even give us sunscreen on some of our tournaments to, for free for the players and the fans. As UVM gets ready to pull, number 30.
Great pull.
Lets the pull rip down the field, covers 3/4 of it, or 2/3 of it at least.
Into the wind. That's
wind's
darn
a
good.
Fantastic pull. Cornell picks up, horizontal stack.
Oh,
13.
great snag.
One-handed catch from 13 out in front.
Great job by Cornell here, but good UVM defense. Really, really tight window throws. Looking to explode into the offense here.
So the downfield defense is really, really aggressive by UVM, except on number 3. You saw as a defense here by UVM, you saw the UVM player, number 4, I believe it was, I think it was 4, who was guarding Zoe, giving Zoe the unders, because Zoe's killed them going deep so much, they're just letting Zoe go under if they need to, as Morales puts it deep to the end zone. Good read.
Excellent read on that, Des.
And that's halftime for UVM, up 8-5. A really, really good game so far. UVM putting the pedal to the metal here late in the first half to going up by a commanding 3. Callahan, that was a fun first half.
That was really exciting. You want to see how Cornell answers coming in the second half.
We'll see what kind of adjustments they can make, but they've got to solve this UVM offense, and we'll see what they can do in the second half.
Yeah.
So we'll see you back here for half number 2.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
A place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
A place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
180 was created as a better way to hydrate. No added sugar, no artificial ingredients, USDA organic certified. Designed for athletes and everyday go-getters. Recover 180 empowers you to hydrate better and recover strong. No shortcuts, no junk, just better hydration. Recover 180, everything you need, nothing you don't.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact.
All right, welcome back to Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. You are watching the live stream of the Women's Upper Division semifinal between UVM and Cornell. Exciting first half with UVM taking control towards the end of the half. It was 5-5 and they took control and made it 8-5 to take half. I am Mike here with Tom. Tom, entertaining first half. What does Cornell have to do to get back into it?
Absolutely, a really entertaining first half. Cornell needs to take advantage of the turnovers. UVM is turning the disc over and Cornell needs to value those turnovers and score those. I mean, they need to generate stops. They have done so, they just haven't capitalized on the stops they have been generating. So that's what they need to do. And I think they also need to figure out a way to get Zoe in the deep space.
Oh, that is not coming back.
Was the right decision though, because they were wide open. That cutter was wide open down there. Ella Letting got caught looking at the throw a little bit, and they were open. The right throw it just came right out of their hands. But the first half for Cornell was the Zoe show, scoring 3 or 4 of their points, and they've been bottled up since then. They need to figure out a way, maybe moving them around in the stack to get them the free space that they need to get open again in the deep space, because that's the way they'll get back into this game quickly. As UVM takes over after the turnover, Middle of the field, coming back toward us. 47 with the disc. Looking downfield.
Nice. Oh, and that's going to be a foul.
That's good. A foul, but you would say a good foul, as that's a turnover there to Will, because you jump in the way, you disrupt that throw.
That was definitely unforced. Oh, great undercut. Oh, that was that got a little long and loopy.
Good effort
In
by
this
26.
win, that's not going to work.
Cornell 26 foul on the play, almost able to come down with it. Number 30 for UVM picks up. Dishes to Willa. Willa almost dropped it. I think Willa caught that with one finger, I believe.
Who needs a hand?
Coming out to Letting here. Cornell forcing backhand, forcing them to this side of the field toward us. Up the field. Number 67. Moving the mark around, a pick has been called as the UVM handler number 30 cleared up the field, and Willa came back. There was a collision avoidance, which is also a pick.
Correct.
They get to catch up, does Cornell, and disc is in play. Step around flick from Willa, very nice, a 30.
Good recovery by the mark on defense there.
They really wanted to attack that break side space,
Oh,
and they couldn't.
nice run through attempt, but now you're out of position.
To 3. Good job by Letting to clear
out.
out.
Hand block.
Hand block by the Cornell player.
Nope.
Good job to just kind of settle things. Cornell taking over. In the middle of the field, nothing happened downfield by the Cutters, so they reset to 26. The Cornell Cutters are gassed.
Yeah.
They are really struggling right out of half right now. 33 with a drop, unfortunate by the Cornell Cutters.
That's a fatigue drop
It's a fatigue drop. You can see they're struggling to catch back up again. Bishop, number 3, rejecting that score. That was a for sure score.
That is going to be open.
They're open, but it's going to go over. Nice catch.
You gotta hit it. Stop. You can't float that.
This is going to have to be, as they go up line 26,
just a little too far out of reach.
Right out of half, Cornell looks really tired. They're going to have to really dig deep here.
Well, you wonder, did they overplay this line to get to this point?
Or even just something as simple as we had said when I recapped how their day's gone. You had a 15-4 roll by UVM over Middlebury to get here, and a 9-7 Cornell victory.
Right.
Which means as it goes up to the end zone, it's going to sail too much though. Which a 9-7 game means you went all the way to cap, and it was a slog. We didn't have the pleasure to see it, but that's a very different game than a 15-4. Basically a rout of Middlebury.
Yeah.
So it's very likely that Cornell had to spend a lot more energy than UVM did just to get to this game.
Yeah,
and conditioning is a huge part of it.
Yep.
And we are seeing, Cornell having to roll a tighter unit of players, as that's a throwaway. Number 30 really anticipating that throw well and getting in there and making a play. Letting, nice catch by Morales to 30 in the end zone behind them, but they adjust. It's 9-5 UVM. Firmly in control, coming out of half. Yeah, so you're seeing Cornell having to roll like the same 9-10 players pretty much. Very few substitutions, and UVM able to use more of their lineup, at least thus far. Maybe not true offense and defense, full different lines, but majority so. And Cornell having to really keep the same players on the field, which is also probably what they had to do to get here to begin with.
Correct.
So fatigue setting in a big way, again, high-level athletes, but this is, as you can tell from this is a physically exhausting sport, and it's a lot of movement, a lot of running, a different type of exhaustion than soccer.
Yes.
People compare it to soccer a lot. Soccer is more constant movement, but ultimate is more frequent sprinting.
Yeah, there's a lot of jogging and walking in soccer.
A lot of jogging, walking in soccer, and the intensity of the running in ultimate as the UVM sideline gets really big and loud behind us. The intense change of direction also in ultimate is what my doctor friends have said is the biggest thing when they see injuries, is because the direction and the cutting and the intensity and what that does to knees and ankles is really intense in ultimate, and unlike other sports because of the frequency of it. As UVM pulling, wearing the
Gonna
purple.
drift right into that. Beautiful pull. Great placement, and that's a violation.
On the line, yes. Yes. So
that player needs to take that in at the line, not a yard inside.
Good catch here by the Cornell player. You're trying the up line, it doesn't work. A little hook in the reset.
Oh,
nice
nice
try by
bid.
the Cornell player. You can see the Cornell player 28 not fully confident with a forehand to step around and throw it, so they tried a tight window backhand. So they go back to the middle and around. UVM going to the far side of the field now. Easy offense so far. They're 20 yards out, 15 yards out of the end zone, right around that point. Coming back to this side now. Morales seeing nothing, gonna go back the other way. This is well-disciplined offense you're seeing. As they get one cut downfield, and then they work with the handlers as Willa goes all the way around.
And it keeps the defense running, gets them tired.
Another upline cut. Oh, it was a high and behind.
That should have been a point.
High and behind. Each one of those players will blame themselves and say, I should have caught it, I should have thrown it better.
They're both right.
They're both right. Cornell takes over in their own end zone now. The Cutters are digging deep here.
Oh,
they had it. They did lose it. They had it for a second and lost it. UVM takes over on the doorstep, looking to go up by 5.
Yeah, that poach off the wing handler over here in the corner, I think threw the cutter off and just,
Too easy on the goal line for UVM. Isolate Willa and then continue on the break side. That makes it 10-5 UVM. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner. They want to make life better by building a just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging. Visit revisionenergy.com for more details. 10-5, UVM firmly in control, and Cornell looking gassed. Let's see what kind of adjustments coach can put in place to make the offense a little easier.
Yeah. And maybe that's just subbing out a couple of positions, give someone a rest for a point, and not subbing out full lines, but just a couple of positions, get rest, get legs back, so you can try and make a push.
The wind is picking up, Callahan. It was pretty stagnant to begin the day, but as the day's going on, it's gotten more and more insistent. It was kind of unpredictably gusty earlier on, but now more consistent. You can see the flags whipping across the field.
It's going to be in the face of the Cornell players.
Yeah, it's going to be in the face, but it is also, it's more sideways. Like as I position myself the way Cornell is, it's kind of coming in. If you look the way the Cornell players are down the field, it's coming in off of like 10 o'clock. So coming in like from the back left corner of the end zone coming in. So it's both in their face and crosswind at the same time. You can see it turn. You can see it turn that disc over though.
Yep.
Turn that over on them. So you got to really have good edge control on your throws to make sure they stay flat and keep the angle you want as UVM takes over. And it did to that one too.
Yeah.
It pushed that one right down.
Yeah, I want to see. As a player, I always would rather throw into a wind. The cross and the diagonal are always the tricky ones. I would always rather throw into the wind than with the wind.
Yeah.
Disc behaves more predictably in that case.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It's easier. I mean, probably because I can't throw very far anyway. That is That is a rare play you see in Ultimate.
Yeah.
The defender makes the play, and as long as they contact the disc first, then the thrower can catch it. So the defender made the play, and then it's eligible for anyone to catch it.
You need to stay with that reset. You stay with that reset. It's wide open.
They got it. They're looking for something downfield. They take it. Nice catch.
Great snag.
They catch by 26.
Can they reset and regather?
I'm a little surprised as they go to the end zone. I'm a little surprised that 26 didn't use their timeout there as soon as they caught it, just because how far down the field they were and how tired everybody is.
Yeah.
I know you only have one, but use it to set your offense up in a position to make to score and get some momentum back.
And you definitely saw the wind hit affect that throw.
Absolutely. As UVM takes over.
Good big mark here.
Good job, because Ledding was thinking about the huck to 47. They were open. Going back to the middle. Nice effort by the Cornell defender, but a good catch by the UVM player there in the middle. 47 goes wide, up and over. 30 stays with it. Going deep with a forehand. Nice throw.
Good
got
read.
it. Mirabel doesn't got it.
Oh, I thought that was money.
Is that my fault again? Did I jinx another player? Because I said Mirabel had it, and then they didn't. I've done that like 3 times today, Callahan. It's pretty bad. I should stop doing that. I'm making enemies. I'm not making friends.
Oh, they can't hear you. They're on the field.
They can hear me, yeah, but they're going to watch the live stream later, and then they're going to be like, we don't like this Tom guy. Have him never call a game again.
Yeah, but if they might not be able to tell our voices apart on the stream, so
oh yeah, so then
they'll just like us both equally.
So then my name is Mike Callahan, and I've jinxed everybody.
You can just say, oh no, that wasn't me, that was the other guy. It wasn't idiot 1, it was idiot 2.
Oh, the disc comes down. They're trying for the reset, and it was a little bit out of reach. UVM picks up on the goal line, goes through.
Oh yeah, you need to have a little bit of patience there.
That was the window for that throw was about the size of a like.
Not even a disc.
It was like a ladder slot in like a door. Like it was super through multiple players. I think Ledding was just surprised that they made it all the way through everybody.
Yeah.
Cornell with the dump goes downfield. Nice catch. Wow, number 8 with great verticality to go get that one.
Spider
Woman
woman fingers.
The wind is really popping the disc up in the air now for Cornell, going in this direction. Someone lost a hat. As UVM's got it. 30 coming to the near side to 47. Turns down the cut. We got a Cornell player is down. It is an injury. This has been a really long point, a really long day so far for everybody involved. But this Cornell player is, I believe, attempting to call a foul as well, but is also injured, so is trying to explain themselves while they're in a lot of pain.
Right. And out of breath.
So we're going to...
And probably reset back to the thrower.
It's going to be a contested foul. And number 0 checks in for the injured Cornell player. The disc comes back to 47. Disc is in play. UVM with the disc about 10 yards out. Coming back here to number 30, looking for this pylon. The front cone didn't have anything. UVM trying to get organized in the stacks, so the handlers are going to have to do some work. Up the field, Ledding with the disc as a pick being called.
And that was a pick.
And that was there's just a lot of reorganizing back there, and that's when people went into each other.
Yep. End zones are awesome for picks.
Absolutely. And yes, and because it affected the play, this gets sent back, this gets tapped in. Nice catch by Ledding.
Yeah, why make it easy?
No.
When you can make it difficult.
It's way more cool to have highlight reel plays.
Oh yeah,
that's a point. They go back and forth. They are in. UVM with another point. It is 11-5.
Another long point.
Another one. Studies show that 8 out of 10 people do not eat enough fruit. Are you one of them, Callahan?
No, I eat plenty of fruit.
Are you one of them, Andy? Andy eats enough fruit. Wyman and Andy does not eat enough fruit. Andy does not eat enough fruit. Neither does Callahan. Wyman encourages the world to lead healthier and happier lives by eating more fruit. We care for our community and connect with the wild, not only because it grows our berries, but also because we share its roots. We put the very best into what we do. Live fruitfully at wymans.com.
My lunch is fruit.
The only reason why I eat enough fruit is because when you have a child who will only eat fruit, as I said yesterday, Callahan, I have to test it all to make sure it's not poison.
Right.
Of course, that's
Or
Dad's
icky.
role. Or icky, or as my child will call it, spicy.
Oh, jeez.
He calls everything that he doesn't like spicy. So, raspberries are not spicy, but he thinks that they are sometimes. So, I have plenty of fruit. But Wyman's, fantastic brand. They also, whether it's fresh stuff or frozen stuff too, in Manhattan you can find their frozen selections. Really, really good for smoothies and things like that too. So, super happy to have Wyman's as a sponsor. They had a food truck over there. I think they're back today too. So, they're cool to check out if you're here. As UVM pulls, Cornell receives. Cornell in the white, UVM in the purple. Cornell with a side stack here, isolating Zoe. Give them the room to run. They threw it right over Zoe's head. Unfortunate, because that's a way to get their most impactful offensive player in space, and they just missed the connection to start. And UVM taking over on the far sideline. Coming around. Oh, good try by Annie. Throws a bit off. They got number 11 is in the deep space for Cornell. They're going to put it to them. It's going to drop. And they almost had it. Again, that's
a must-have right there.
It's a must-have given the situation. It's harder than it looks because we know the disc is bouncing up and down with the wind. That one's going with the wind, so it's also pushing it away. It's a harder catch than it seems on the video, but still, Cornell would say you got to have it. Hosey takes over on the goal line for UVM, leading 11-5.
Oh, good D and good O.
Nice catch by 30. Turns down the downfield cut, looking back to Willa, trying to get it to the break side to make offense easy. Nice job.
That was a way to come back for that one.
That disc was starting to float. We got a big gust of wind as UVM drops the disc here. Cornell picks up.
Good holster there.
Good holster midfield. Cornell looking to get a little closer. 11 with the disc on the far side.
You gotta get the swing off. You gotta get that swing off right away if you're gonna do it.
Yep. The swing was already kind of there. Like the swing was already in position and wasn't in a good position to make a cut off of it. But yes, you're right. If they're gonna do it, they gotta do it. UVM takes.
I guess Hemion wasn't open enough for that throw.
Hosey with the disc going to the far side. Oh, defense by Cornell. Good run through defense on that one. They're going to turn around and pick up as Cornell trying to cut into this deficit. The wind is definitely becoming a factor. You tell it's too much on that one. We got a player. Are they okay? Did they bump into each other? Did they just lose an edge? Or looks like we have a calf or an ankle or something. Oh no. Yeah. It looks like they probably planted to chase and just rolled an ankle or something. That's never like to see that. Hopefully the UVM player is okay as they get help off the field. UVM has already substituted, I believe 16, I think is that Mirabel who came in for them? Yep.
Yes.
So turnover here by Cornell, UVM picking up. Posey's going to fake it and come back to Morales. There's the continue. Good fake. Oh, but the throw brought the cutter back into the defender. Good recovery on the mark by the Cornell player to make that happen. Somebody go up the field.
Again, behind the cutter throw. You can't have that.
The combination of the fatigue and the wind is making these throws way more challenging and also way more important. Like, you got to be real precise.
I like that look off by Morales there. That was going to be another one that the cutter in that position, it was going to have to be some tricky underneath throw, and it's too hard with this wind. You're likely to throw it behind, and it's going to be a turnover. Smart decision.
As the game goes on, as the legs start to become more and more of a factor, the spacing becomes more and more important too. As the Cornell defender got a piece on that to Willa, but it still made it all the way to Morales. As
Oh,
they go
nice
up the
throw.
field.
Nice little inside throw. That's a tough throw. Oh, and
That was so close. And it is down. The Vermont player agrees.
that's tough. That's
Again,
that is a tough throw. And that was a great effort.
The wind too, though. Again, if it comes out of your hand and it's not perfect when it leaves your hand, the wind's going to really wreck it. As Cornell takes over. Looking to go around. There they go.
I like attacking that before it has a chance to air bounce out of your hands.
Bishop cleared out, and there's the throw going to the cutter. Went right through and down. That was going to be a tough reception one way or the other. UVM picks up 30 yards out to Posey coming this way. Good defense by the Cornell players here on denying Morales the disc. A pick is called downfield. Trying to get our spacing right here.
Yeah, it's a little bit tight. Getting a little bit too much compression in the stack.
While they get organized, Posey and Morales play catch here. Posey comes around, good spot to be there. Right back again. Again, waiting for the cutters to make a good open cut here as Morales comes back to it. Good cut there. They're open. Number 7.
Easy.
Good job going back around again.
That's great.
This is patient Vermont offense right here. Content to just go back and forth with the hammers until something's open, and there it is into the end zone. Nice cut for UVM. That's number 65 with a great move to that corner of the end zone, and that makes it 12-5. UVM in the driver's seat and can really taste the finals.
For those who might be interested and haven't been watching the other stream, UNCW men's team just beat UVM for the championship of the Lobster Pot 2025. So very exciting stuff from one of our faraway schools.
And we are 5 minutes past soft cap here. So that means the game is depending on when
13?
Probably 14.
Oh,
that was
yeah,
a long
soft.
point. It was a long point, so it depends on, and I wasn't paying attention to when the last point started.
Correct.
So it could be either 13 or 14.
Well, that's why we have observers. Yeah, so UNCW men's came in as the 7 seed and finished as number 1. That's really nice work by UNCW Seaman.
Yeah, there was a lot of talent. I mean, there's a lot of talented teams here across the divisions. The men's division was loaded.
Yeah.
A lot of really, really good teams there.
And Cape Elizabeth's own Stuart Kelly among the players on UNCW, and Red Tide going to nationals. So congratulations to all of them.
Incoming disc.
Oh, that was a heads up play by the sideline.
So the pull from UVM goes out of bounds. Cornell going to take it in the center. Again, the score 12-5 here in favor of UVM. Cornell coming out in that horizontal again. This is an adjustment we saw them make earlier to try and make offense a bit easier to get started. And they made another adjustment, putting one of their handlers as a cutter to start to give them a good look down the field.
Oh, good. Oh, that was a great cut. You gotta hit that.
Cornell turns down the easy one and now takes a hard cut up down the line there. 77 with the disc on the line, has to get it off if they can. They're going up the line to 89. 89
and
up the
then
line
back
to
up the
77.
line.
That's, again, Cornell looking most comfortable on offense when they just go right down the line.
Yep, 12-6 now.
12-6. Another big thank you to the city of South Portland and the Wainwright Field Complex for hosting this event and working with Maine Ultimate throughout the years. This event is not, we can't host 96 teams without a massive complex like the Wainwright Field Complex, and we really love working with them in the city of South Portland, and thank you so much for your continued support and usage of this wonderful facility. They are fantastic.
I don't know if there is another facility in southern Maine or even the state that could host an event like this.
No. And a big thank you to all of the volunteers from Maine Ultimate here, whether you're a part of the live stream or the water crew, the camera crews, the setup, the takedown, Tourney Central, merchandise, like all this, the shuttle car drivers, Craig and Sam keeping the volunteers fed. Like, there's so many things that go into this. Our Team Angels, the new thing that we're doing this year, we're hosting some of these college teams and giving them tips and advice for places to go for food and things to check out while you're here. Like, this tournament does not work at all without our dedicated volunteers, so thank you for everything that you do. And yeah, this tournament is amazing. These college kids say so all the time, that they love coming here. It's one of the best run tournaments around because of you volunteers, so thank you so much. As we come back into the game here, UVM receiving, working down the field, up 12-6 over Cornell. UVM in the purple, Cornell in the white.
Cornell trying to put the clamps down on this last point to see if they can get one back.
Regardless of the score, it's been a battle. Both teams have been really, really fighting and really working, and the athleticism is off the charts. So a great game so far, this women's semifinals action.
That's a good clear out by 33 over here. Clearly wasn't going to get open, clearing out the space for someone else. Smart decision. Oh, a little bit of a floater. Oh, and unable to come up with it.
Good try.
Posey showing patience, waiting for the offense to get set.
Going to Mirabelle, nice cut. Oh, they turned him down. Mirabelle set that cut up real well. Back to the, oh no! I think they looked for the line before they fully corralled the throw. Bummer. Cornell takes over.
No, that's got to be full speed cut. It can't be any half speed cuts at this point.
They're so exhausted. The Cornell players are giving it all they've got.
Yeah, they're just stalling out because they got no energy.
The legs are gone. They played a really hard quarters. Yesterday was a bunch of games. This has been a battle. Like, they've just been go, go, go.
And they really expended themselves on defense to try and keep this UVM team under control.
The UVM team is so athletic. It hasn't been a walk in the park for the UVM team either, but there it is. Right back to them.
Oh, but we have a pick.
A pick has been called. Does it affect the play? Is the question. My assumption is yes, or they wouldn't have called it, but we'll see what the resolution is. Also, we usually have 2 observers for every game, but there's just 1 in this game.
Yeah, I noticed that a little earlier.
There's just 1 observer as opposed to 2, so he's doing all the work. Bringing in the observer here. He's going to make a call. He's going to send it back. So it is a pick coming back to the thrower. So the UVM player will have to go back to where the pick occurred. We saw one earlier that was resolved incorrectly where they caught up. This is how the pick is supposed to be resolved, where they go back to where it occurred. UVM puts it back into play to Posey in the middle of the field. Right back to the same cutter, and the result is the same. UVM with the score 13-6. And I'm not sure, I'm not sure if that's game yet or not. We are, well, I guess hard cap would be on right now, but it looks like we're lining up. So that is game, 13-6. UVM on to the finals. A hard-fought game for Cornell. They still have 3rd place to play for.
Yep.
So excellent game by both teams. Callahan, this was fun.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Yeah, Andy, great camera work as always. We'll be back for the last game of the day coming up here in a little bit.
We started as the Massachusetts Melanoma Foundation, and in 2006, we said, we can't just stay in Massachusetts. 10 years later, and we really are working on the big projects. It's not just sunscreen, it's taking care of the communities at large. That's the focus. We created a program called Your Skin Is In to begin targeting the teenage population. We created a No Tanning for the Prom pledge program. We were working fervently to try to get legislation in place. It took 10 years in the state of Massachusetts to pass a tanning bed law. Our Skinny on Skin program, our thinking was, how often do you see your doctor? Maybe once or twice a year. And do they even look at your skin? So we use beauty professionals to educate their clients. Over the years, that program has grown significantly to include barbers, massage therapists. It really begins to build the webs out there that we can make this happen in a larger way. In so many places, there is no shade to seek. What we can do is to provide the information and education around shade, and we can provide temporary shade. Our goal is to be able to collaborate with cities, towns, communities to build shade structures. Over time, we've built outdoor worker programs, both in person and electronically.
That's something that they embrace, and then they bring it home to their families. You see it systemically over the years. Early on, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. And now it's like, hey, do we got the sun dispenser at the site? It's been a really positive change.
No Sun for Babies is one of our newest programs, really focused on new parents and newborns up to 6 months. Our sunscreen dispensers, we need to see something, to put our hands on something, and we need to say, this is something that will help us create change.
Our vision really exploded more than we could have ever thought it would. We've placed over 11,000 sunscreen dispensers across the country in 42 states.
Every day when I walk into the office, I see things like, oh, we're going to do a melanoma symposium as part of our 25th anniversary, and one of the topics is a new melanoma vaccine. We didn't have that 20 years ago.
I think the biggest thing we've accomplished over these past 10 years is the awareness. It continues to be our biggest messaging, and we're expanding nationally. That's been really positive.
I have the pleasure of working with medical students that are passionate about dermatology. They give me hope.
We've demonstrated that our education prevention has a tangible effect in reducing melanoma rates.
If we can figure out how to fund prevention at better levels than we are now, I think we have a great chance going forward.
With the amount of lab space and research and whatnot, that's half the battle, and we have some of the brightest minds in the world here that are working on that. We're on the right trajectory to hopefully eliminate it.
I get to bear witness every day to the incredible stories of these folks who have had this terrible diagnosis, this terrible thing happen to them, and yet they are finding hope. I'm just incredibly hopeful about what's to come, as well about additional treatment options. That's very exciting to me as well.
I do have a lot of faith in the ability of organizations like Impact Melanoma to continue the effort to reduce the incidence and the suffering from the disease.
Yes, I think we can conquer skin cancer in the U.S.
As we expand, we have other organizations that are interested in taking it to their geography and trying new things. We work with
me do it?
Sure.
And welcome to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. It's Lobster Pot, the premier college ultimate frisbee tournament, brought to you by Maine Ultimate and sponsored by Tyler Technologies. It's Sunday, it's bracket play, and it is the finals. It is the mixed finals between St. Anselm wearing the white-gray combination and Hamilton wearing the dark colors, so they will be a combination of blue and black and red. Mixed finals here. My name is Tom, here with co-commentator Mike and camera operator Andy. Mike, how's it going? This is our last stream of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I was just sitting down here waiting for the game to start and no wind. Oh, this will be interesting. And then now all of a sudden the winds are picking up. So yeah, no, Anselm is definitely in the white.
Now Anselm's in the white. You can see Hamilton asked them kindly to flip their shirts around to be a consistent color.
We have numbers.
Oh, and St. Anselm just handed us a roster. They're amazing.
You guys rock!
The most prepared team of Lobster Pot. We have a roster.
You're the winners in my book.
Oh my goodness, new favorite team. Okay, now we can really do some work here. Okay. Oh no, but they flipped their jerseys inside out.
Oh, so we won't be able to see.
Oh.
Wait, I have to do mirror image stuff in my brain. I don't think I can handle that.
Oh, we're gonna have to let St. Anselm know about that because now we can't see the numbers.
Well, no, we'll breeze over it, and then before we tell them about, oh hey, you should go to do the live stream. Oh, by the way,
I got so excited for no reason. Oh man, I wanted to do numbers. Oh, that's great. Okay, anyway, thank
that's
you, St.
like my
Anselm,
Friday
for providing
night.
numbers. St. Anselm pulling in the white and now numberless jerseys to Hamilton in the dark jerseys. Taking over Hamilton in the middle of the field. We saw Hamilton earlier today in their quarterfinal action as they played Skidmore College.
Looks like a
zone
come from Skidmore. I like Hamilton's ability of just hitting the open person.
St. Anselm with looks like a 2, is it a 2-4? It looks almost like a 2-4, and they're trying to melt a person, kind of, sort of?
Yeah,
ish?
Maybe not.
Hamilton patient,
and that was just a throwaway.
It was patient, and then throwaway.
Then get excited, yay!
So good patience by Hamilton going up the field. And then an unforced error there by 3, throwing it into almost into the irrigation ditch.
All right, we have another horizontal stack-ish, sort of.
St. Anselm getting started here.
Or is it a hex?
I
don't know what it is.
Up and over, nice catch.
That was a great catch, though.
That was 15, I think, 12. Neil Sullivan with the catch and then the throwaway. See, I already flipped the number around in my head once already.
Wow, that's impressive.
I know, right? First point, that's, yeah.
So there now, Anselm getting back into that zone look. Hamilton, they're leaving those poppers wide open. They need to be really active.
I think.
Oh, and that's a run through, and that is a mistake because that's going to allow a fast break.
It looked like half them were playing person and half them were playing zone off that transition.
And now
Hamilton
that's the
goes
look
deep
you want.
to number 7. First point of the game to Hamilton. 1-0 in favor of Hamilton. Good patience working their way through that. It looked like St. Anselm had half and half there. The back half playing zone, the front half kind of sort of playing person. There's one poor gentleman in the cup running around all by themselves.
Well, and that's the danger if you're playing the middle of the zone, is if you try and get the D and you run through and run past, you are now wide open, and up the field everything is available, and it's tough. That's a tough position to gamble from in front of you.
And it's hard, too, to remember, you set up a zone for defense, Hamilton turns it over, you get to play offense, you turn it over, are you coming back in on zone again?
Correct.
Are you coming back in on person again? Like, that, it can be a tough communication to have communicate. It has to be communicated throughout the whole field. Your sideline needs to help. And again, this is October.
Yep.
We're unclear how much practice time that we've had as a unit, So these are things that maybe have not really been worked on, a lot leading up to this tournament. So, but either way, Hamilton 1-0. Hamilton in the dark colors.
Oh, good pull against the wind.
Against the wind, pulling to the white-colored St. Anselm. They get started on offense.
Oops.
A little bit of a foul call there.
Well, what I like about both these teams is look at the sideline. There's a bunch of people.
There's a lot of people. They have a pretty much an army, as that's a drop on the far side by the St. Anselm player. Hamilton picks up number 6 to 64 to 8 to the near sideline over here. They're going the full width of the field, back to number 8. Got to clear out more effectively.
Oh, that is a risky throw.
Oh, and it's down. A foul called by Hamilton.
Yeah, that's probably on the hand. It looks like Anselm's coming back into that zone look.
Contested foul here. I believe the inside out number, I believe that's 22, Chris Whitman, I think, in the red bandana, who made the play defensively. So yeah, you're right. It looks like St. Anselm is trying to come back out into the zone here. It does look like it's kind of flat.
Oh, that was...
Foul here too.
Yeah, I agree with that contest there.
Neil Sullivan contesting.
No, you can't move. You cannot move.
They'll figure it out. Everyone's getting reset all at once as number 8 puts it straight back.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks a little bit more amoeba/wall-like. I'm not sure why Hamilton is trying to force stuff through the middle that's covered.
Nice look up the line.
Very beautiful spot there.
To 6, continues to the end zone.
Nice.
To 27. That's our interviewee from earlier today, Andrew, with the reception, and that makes it 2-0 in favor of Hamilton.
I mean, I know the idea is to attack the zone up the middle, but really just, they're shutting that off. You just take the easy swing.
Studies show that 8 of 10 people do not eat enough fruit. Are you one of them? Wyman's encourages the world to lead healthier and happier lives by eating more fruit. We care for our community and connect with the wild, not only because it grows our berries, but also because we share its roots. We put the very best into what we do. Live fruitfully, Wymans.com. So Hamilton out to an early 2-0 lead. St. Anselm looking to rock and roll on an offensive point here. And again, we really appreciate St. Anselm supplying us with numbers. Unfortunately, they flipped their jerseys around, so we're doing our best to read inside out, backwards, upside down, and all that sort of thing. We'll do our best. But,
hey, I'm just happy I know what teams are playing.
Exactly. That's victory number 1, yes. As Hamilton in the dark jerseys getting ready to pull here at the Wainwright Field Complex on a sunny, a little breezy, but gosh, it's gorgeous.
It's been a great weekend. I mean, we've been fortunate. We've only had one lobster pot that's been rainy and bad. Every other one has been at least sunny, maybe cold, but this weekend 60s both days. A little bit of wind. Oh, you can't hang out in that space.
High stall count, but McAdams finds down the field. It looks like it's 0. That's Jason Colopy with the disc now. On the goal line looking for help.
Got to be a high count by now.
Dishes it back, gets it right back, does Colopy. Colopy goes to the far side to McAdams. Nice inside out, kind of a break forehand there. Colopy to McAdams. And that's the first score for St. Anselm.
Yeah, one of the things that I saw early on in that point before they threw it way down the field was too many people from St. Anselm hanging out in that cutting space. You got to get out of that space if you're not getting the disc.
Yep. So let's take a look. I'm going to check our main Ultimate app here and see how these teams have done. We know a little bit about how Hamilton played. We had them earlier today. But let's see. In pool play, let's see yesterday. Let's see how we did. So yesterday in the mixed division, St. Anselm went 1-1. but came in first in their division in pool play yesterday based off of tiebreakers. They were in with Springfield and the second Skidmore team, the Skidmore B team. So that's how they did yesterday. And Hamilton was 2-0 in their pool play yesterday as well. And then let's see today. How have we gotten here? So let's see. Our last game of the day yesterday was crossovers. These two teams actually played each other yesterday. Yesterday, Hamilton and St. Anselm played each other. Hamilton came out victorious 13-7 in a crossover game yesterday. So these teams have already played each other in this tournament even. As Hamilton takes over, number 6 and number 18 on the near side.
Looks like they're coming in zone again.
Looks like the cup is really wide, almost like they want to just have it's almost like a rabbit chaser almost. St. Anselm in it. There they go, coming over here.
You know, the little bit of wind, Hamilton's better off just flooding the shallow space and you know, seeing if you can get those deeps and those mids to pinch up, and then maybe you get something behind them. But this, so far, this zone is very forgiving.
It's very forgiving, but they are still accomplishing their goal, as number 6 puts a deep shot up there. Good read by the Hamilton player, number 16, but getting their hand in there is the St. Anselm player.
Yeah, I don't think 6 saw the deep standing right there. Like
I think
that's not the throw you can make in that situation.
That was number 1. I think that's Dylan Eld, I believe.
Oh, way to poach the lane and just be there. Great job.
Good job by them. Hamilton picks up number 3.
Yeah,
walking
you
up
can't
here.
you can't start calling the stall till the person's by the disc, dude.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to go back and look.
Oh, that is just an unforced error right there.
Just took their eyes off it. Number 6 did. Good recovery by St. Anselm. Here's the upper field, number 1, back to the middle, back to.
Good give and goes. I like that.
Comes
I
out
like
here
the fake to the hammer, although I would have liked the hammer to begin with.
That's 0. Colopy with the disc again, looks off the cutter, goes to the middle.
Nice.
I believe that's 35, I think. That would be Callahan, Vinny Callahan. He goes with a forehand. All right.
I know, Nick. I keep thinking in my head, too.
Sorry. As
Hamilton will take over in their own goal at the far front corner. Good way to get, oh, that was great job going to space and opening up that middle, but there's just a lot of sloppiness from Hamilton right now. And a deep shot into the end zone, and that's going to be a point. And now Anselm evens it up 2-2. Just a really aggressive play there. The Hamilton team really looks a little bit sloppy and complacent on offense instead of, you know, continuing and taking what's available. They're just kind of lackadaisical. They got to sharpen up. Anselm, meanwhile, taking advantage of their chances, invading that deep space, kind of hiding behind the defense and hitting that to even up the score.
Yeah, so that makes it 2-2. So Impact Melanoma is the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Check your skin because melanoma is 99% curable with early detection. Early detection saves lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Thank you so much to them for having us, giving us those sunshades you can see on the far side of the field to use. We have one here. During the summer we have a lot more. Super cool for them to continue being a sponsor, and yes, sun health is a big deal. I should know I got sunburned yesterday even here. Yes, it is possible for a very, very pasty Irish person to get burned in the middle of October.
Yeah.
That's me. So It is 2-2. St. Anselm in the white, pulling to start here. Hamilton in the dark. A laser beam low pull covers about half the field.
That is way to keep it out of the wind.
Keeps it out of the wind for sure and lets your defense set up.
And they're coming back in that sort of zone.
It looks, yeah, very much almost like they have a couple guys under, a couple guys deep. It's very interesting sort of defense I haven't seen before. I'm still unclear as to the goal of what they're trying to achieve with it. As Hamilton, it is effective at clogging space in the middle though. That is something it is good at, as Hamilton has to go around. And this middle defender here for St. Anselm is just kind of taking up room and getting in everybody's way. Good throw to 64, nice catch as they look for some help.
Plenty of options available. Just gotta commit and make the throw.
Across to number 8, turns down the continuation. Then they take the continuation by a different player, 29 on the far sideline. Looks to the end zone, and he's got it.
Man, that was a nice cut right there.
Good job by Hamilton, going up 3-2. St. Anselm player almost was able to get in there, but
let's see if the Hamilton D can show up this next point and really, we saw what they did against, in the quarters against the Skidmore Wombat team. They played really good defense, and so far in this final, end of the day, 2-day tournament, first tournament of the fall for them probably, and not the focus, just probably due to fatigue, playing a lot of points, just isn't quite there. So let's see if they'll get it back.
Yeah, you see the wind is continuing to gust, a little bit here. Sun's out, but it feels at least 10 degrees colder than yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
Definitely, it's just really the difference is just the wind. So,
yep.
And the flags are doing different things based on where they are, but it is coming across the field, so almost directly in our faces as we look across the way here. Not so much upwind, downwind, but more crosswind, which is going to mess with the angles of the disc.
Yep.
Turn some discs over and push them into the ground and pick them up and sail them off to the... And we might have to save the camera again, Callahan, depending, because the wind's blowing this way. So, as Hamilton ready to pull, and the dark jerseys pulling to the light jerseys of St. Anselm. A nice pull into the wind, covering 2/3 of the field.
I like that, just working it real easily.
A little give and go here. We go back to the middle.
Good work.
That's Whitman with the disc up to number 12. That's Neil Sullivan, puts it on the turf, unfortunately.
Really close to the sideline, trying to watch their feet and keep in bounds, and that just, it can be tough. Good work by Hamilton, get that off the line.
Yeah, off back to the middle, and they are in a little bit of a tighter look on zone now with the cup being a little closer together here for St. Anselm.
And the throwaway.
Mm-hmm. Forcing a throw, a tougher throw that they might not have liked as Whitman picks the disc up.
I like what I've seen out of Hamilton this point on defense. They take the deepest person first,
good bid,
and then work their way back. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Good
take
bid
away
by
the threat.
Sullivan. The hammer dropping real quick. Interesting choice early in the stall count by St. Anselm, but Hamilton coming back here. 6 with a give and go. Now with the line to 3.
And that is unfortunate. It was a good throw, but it just got the air bounce under it.
Yeah, it was right at a key time too. Right when number 3 was attacking and trying to high point it, the disc was moving on them. Goes right through the St. Anselm
Great
player.
job. Great follow by St. Anselm.
Yeah,
there.
Chris Whitman with the follow on that one. Good job.
Good mark.
That's Daniel
aggressive
Riley,
mark.
I believe, with the disc right now.
Yeah, this needs to get out of this space. That's not an available throw.
Back to number 12. I'm trying to think who this number was out of here. Is Hamilton with the defense. I think that was Amelia Hansen who had a little give and go there before for St. Anselm. As Hamilton goes back to the red jersey for number 6 down the line.
And that's going to be a point.
Hamilton scores again. It's 4-2. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner. They want to make life better by building a just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging. Visit revisionenergy.com for more details.
And St. Anselm taking a time out here. Probably just to get their focus back a little bit, get on the same page, because they have been a little disjointed on offense. Their defense has been, you know, what you can expect from a zone. Try and get Hamilton to make a lot of throws, and maybe they turn it over. It's windy, and they've done that several times. So it's been effective. The question is, can St. Anselm now answer on offense? They've been a little bit shaky with the disc. They need to iron that out.
What you can tell, and the spacing of the team tells you this, is that St. Anselm has fewer confident throwers, and so the tendency is to, we used to refer to it when I was coaching and even when I was playing in college, as beehiving around the person with the disc. And they're telling you the players are telling you by their actions the capabilities that they believe the thrower has, by how close and how much they are kind of hovering around the person. And it is counterintuitive, but you want to do the exact opposite.
Correct.
When you have a thrower who's less confident, you want to present them fewer options that are more obvious and easier, and with more space for them to throw to.
More
space. And so St. Anselm is getting caught repeatedly with a lot of players really close to the disc and making these throws very difficult. And then they have to wait for things to clear out, and then the stall count gets high. So it's one thing snowballs into another. This is one of those things where I would love to see St. Anselm in the college season, in the spring, and how much they have improved and worked on these things, because that is something that just requires practice and repetition to get accustomed to the spacing that's required in an ultimate field.
And that's what you can tell by the spacing, is that St. Anselm has some beginners on their team, and early in the season, kind of standing there, always say, you know, if you're standing there, you're not open. So you gotta be moving. You gotta be moving. In their case, because they're running that horizontal stack where the players, the cutters are across the width of the field. You gotta be moving. You gotta be moving in that circular manner.
As St. Anselm receives, it's number 0. Colopy to the middle, that's Mick Adams.
Good cut up there, getting
Looking
into
for
space.
Some help. He's got an option here, they want to use it. That's number 1 with the disc now. Dylan Eld looking for McAdams.
Good cut out of space, and a
hammer. Almost.
An upside down. Almost came up with that.
That was tricky.
That was a tough hammer there.
They almost had it. Low throw here was going to work to number 5.
Juggles it, but still comes up with it.
And 27 was a choice, but they didn't take it. They weren't ready for him, I don't think. Now they're stuck with a high stall. They're in trouble. They need to get rid of something. To 8, there they go. Hamilton with the disc on the goal line, looking for some help.
I like this from St. Anselm. Stay in the zone the entire way. You know, if you're gonna play zone all the way, play it all the way, because you're still gumming up space.
That was a harder throw than it seemed across the whole field there. So that makes it 5-2 in favor of Hamilton.
I mean, just by getting back and getting reset into their zone, there was nowhere in that corner to throw it to. They had to get it off the line. They had to somehow swing it. And with this win, that's not a trivial matter.
No. Yes, both teams playing hard. Last game of the tournament. All you get to look forward to after this game is the long drive home.
Yeah.
Hamilton's
hopefully you get food beforehand, because that's going to be an even longer drive.
I know Hamilton's from New York. St. Anselm is New Hampshire, I believe. So I don't think St. Anselm's too far. Hamilton, though, that's going to be a bit of a drive.
Yeah, but this
after
is a
this.
direct shot. I mean, there's not like a lot of highways.
True. But
Oh yeah, Manchester's easy.
So it's we really appreciate all these teams coming out here, though. I mean, 96 teams at this tournament from all up and down, like all the Northeast. You know, from as far south as we had a team from Florida here, we had University of North Carolina here. Teams from all over coming out to enjoy this tournament. That pull stays in bounds. As St. Anselm starts, we go to 0 to Colopy here with the disc, looking for a cutter downfield. He's got McAdams in the middle. McAdams looking at 1.
I like that straight up mark.
Back to Colopy. Down
That's
the
a
field
pick.
to Eld, and it was too low. Colopy unhappy with themselves. Just kind of rushed that forehand. Like the cut was there.
Yeah.
Could have waited a beat and collected themselves and delivered a smooth, accurate throw. Kind of just a little too excited to make that play. As Hamilton takes over, yeah, I mean, this, you know, one of the, you know, a storyline from this first half is the unforced errors of St. Anselm kind of gifting the disc back to Hamilton. Hamilton content to go around this junkie defense. It's junkie zone type look here from St. Anselm to number 6. To the middle.
That needs to be a little bit softer.
Yeah, but
Just a little bit. Oh, and
McAdams immediately with the forehand look to number 1. I believe that's Eld again, but you saw McAdams kind of be like, what? Like as soon as they let it go, the wind just flipped it over and turned it into a roller. Like, this is when it can get frustrating sometimes.
That's great on a pull, though.
Great on a pull, but you get those random gusts like that, and there's not much you can do, really. Hamilton walks it up to the goal line and takes over.
Yeah, that's good work by the middle of the offense there. You got plenty of options if you're Hamilton. You just gotta you gotta see the zone.
That was a close one. 16
Yeah,
almost had it.
and you're not
now,
seeing the zone there.
And now you got the run through D. I'm trying to get the number right, but I don't. I gotta take a look at the backwards number of that St. Anselm player there. As Colopy resets it back to this player, this gentleman right here, that 99. That was Ryan Scaglione with the D before, and then looking back to him.
Just now throwing it.
That was
smart timeout called from, essentially encouraged from the sideline.
Encouraged from the sideline. Hamilton calling the timeout. Long point. It's a good run through D there, by just like you said, they're not seeing the zone, but Ryan Scaglione at the run through, and then just a miscommunication with the handler afterwards. Dylan L just kind of throwing to the back of him. He wasn't really ready for it, but yeah, St. Anselm just got, as they continue to practice and work, they've got lots of athletes. There's lots of potential here. Just cut down on those mistakes. Absolutely.
And this kind of weird junky zone is working. Can they over the course of the spring season kind of hone that in and really dial it up? That could be a real weapon, especially in the spring. If they're in New Hampshire, there's going to be wind in the spring.
We'll take a second in this timeout to thank the City of South Portland and the Wainwright Field Complex for this facility. This tournament's not possible without that. I mean, 96 teams in one place. You need a massive facility. It's upkept really well. They work with us. They have for years. So we really appreciate the City of South Portland and the Wainwright Field Complex, as well as all of our volunteers. This is our last live stream of the day. So Lobster Pot's not possible without all of the volunteers. Thank you so much for all you do, from the shuttle carts to the water to the tournament directors and the live streamers, the setup, takedown, all of this, like the events at Tournament Central. Water people, like it's all vital, it's all crucial, you're all important, and this tournament cannot happen without you. We get constant feedback from the teams.
Are they all important, Tom? Are they really all important?
Even Sean Samar, the tournament director, is also important. And we get feedback from the players and the teams that this is the best tournament that they have ever gone to, and that only is possible because of the strength of our volunteers. So thank you so much for all you do. This tournament is shows how much this community cares about the sport of ultimate. So thank you so much.
I like this setup. I like that the wing on this zone is really got their eyes upfield, waiting for that to come in, reacting. That's really heady play.
It's a better structure, I think. Well, kind of. I'm still trying to figure out who's supposed to have the middle responsibility in the zone, because
it does kind of look like what it looks like is almost like a chase, but the person who chases switches between the two middles.
Mm-hmm. And they are straight up. It's just that there's more gaps in the middle that can be taken advantage of that Hamilton is not. As that throw was kind of in between from 64. St. Anselm takes over. Looks like number 0 is going to pick up. Jason Colopy comes out here. Is that 99? I believe that's Scaglione again.
And that's going to be a disc up call.
Colopy to number 1. That's Dylan Eld. St. Anselm with a point. It's 5-3 now in favor of Hamilton. And again, St. Anselm, if you do end up watching this later, if I've messed up every single number, I apologize. I'm doing the best to flip these inside out numbers in my head, and I'm doing okay, but the double digit ones can be hard for me sometimes. I'm not accustomed to doing that, so doing the best I can. If I'm wrong, I'm really sorry. But you guys gave me the roster, so I'm going to do my best with the numbers because we really appreciate it, so thank you. I'm doing my best here.
So hopefully Hamilton kind of takes a breath here and goes, all right, we need to exploit this offense. And what I'm seeing from their defense is a lack of communication. You know, a couple of disc up calls and those heads can turn, and those are 2 easy Ds right there. Hamilton's got to get their communication ironed out for the rest of this game.
Hamilton's going to be receiving.
With the wind at their back-ish.
What we haven't seen, and what you're right, Callahan, is like from our live stream game earlier with Hamilton, their offense was really quick to get into a rhythm and into a flow. A lot of give and goes back and forth, like downfield, back to the handlers, like a lot of good movement, and they have not been able to generate that sort of momentum because of this defense from St. Anselm. They haven't figured it out yet, and it's slowing Hamilton down and making them think more, and they don't like to play that way.
You holding on to the disc too long, get it moving.
Yep, it's making them think. The cuts aren't there, they're not presented, they're in different places, they're not obvious. The cutters aren't cutting with confidence. There's a good one, and now they need to continue.
Yep. And get those, instead of having those wing handlers this wide, have them cutting into the middle.
That was the best offensive point we've seen Hamilton do in this game. And I will say something that Hamilton can do is I've seen a number of Hamilton's female matching players be more adept at finding the right spaces through the middle.
Yep.
And that's... Some players just see the field differently than others. Some of those players on Hamilton really see that space well, so I would run the offense through those players to get things moving. They did on that point, and I would continue to do that. As it now makes it 6-3. Hamilton up by a couple.
This St. Anselm team, just like we saw with the UConn women's, scrappy. Really playing hard.
Ghost Energy is the fully transparent, fully loaded, feel-good energy drink we've all been waiting for. Authentic flavors, 0 sugars. Official energy drink of the Lobster Pot. Check them out online at drinkghost.com. And Ghost Energy brought pallets of Ghost Energy, and we saw teams walking back with multiple, the amount that they brought and distributed is immense. So thank you so much for Ghost Energy for being a sponsor of Maine Ultimate. St. Anselm picks up on the near sideline here. That's Whitman with the disc. Looking deep with the backhand, looking for 12. For Sullivan, and it's up, and it's defended, and he landed hard. Is he okay? Helped up by the Hamilton player. Everyone's good. Now, see, if I land like that, you might as well just put me on a stretcher and bring me to the hospital, because that's how that ends.
Good, you know, we've seen it throughout, especially in this mixed division, really good spirit in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's good. Pull that out of there. Good job by Hamilton there. Pulling that wing out and allowing the under to kind of slip inside. That was excellent work. Oh, good holster. Good, excellent patience.
So
this time.
Both. So good patience by Hamilton, but good recovery by St. Anselm to get back into the setup again. Although one person was out of position, and that's right where the disc went, to 16 here. St. Anselm sticking in this junky zony look here as they go up line to number 8.
Yeah,
number 12.
Just got excited.
Neil Sullivan with the two-handed rejection. Works in ultimate, works in basketball, works in volleyball even. They go up.
Nice work up the sideline.
I think this is 23, Brandon Vitello, with unfortunate error there, but I believe that's Brandon on the line. As it gets tossed away here by Hamilton, and Brandon's gonna take over again. Brandon Vitello for St. Anselm, tapped in. Looking for some help. He skips one and goes to Whitman.
Now this is the strike right here.
There it is to 8.
Oh.
They got it. A point for Hamilton. 7-3. Hamilton running away with this one.
I thought that was going to air bounce out of the reach.
I hoped it did. There were fans back there. One of them might have gotten hit.
Yeah, that's a way to take control by Hamilton.
Well, you take advantage of that mistake and just punch it in right away, just really trying to make sure that happens real quick. Do you like apples, Callahan?
I do.
The players certainly do. I do too. And Sweetser's Apple Barrel is the apple sponsor of the Lobster Pot. Visit them online at mainapple.com. It's apple season. It's awesome. Thank you for Sweetser's. They provided the apples for our player packs. Every team got a package of food for the tournament, and Sweetser's provided the apples that were in it. We had apples, bananas, granola bars, all that sort of thing. So thank you so much for Sweetser's. Definitely check them out. They're at Cumberland Center. We used to play games at the Cumberland Fairgrounds way back in the day. Sweetser's was right down the street.
Disaster.
So, yes, if you like, imagine playing a game like Ultimate on grass that is actually concrete underneath, basically. Not great for your knees. But.
Or after a demolition derby when there's glass on the field. That's awesome.
Absolutely. The Hamilton team here is spelling something. It's a neat little cheer. They spell some things out. This is Hamilton in the dark jerseys pulling to St. Anselm in the white jerseys. Hamilton in our vacation land end zone with the wind at their back, and here's the pull.
Gonna get a little bit of roll out of that.
A little bit. Number 0 is gonna pick up Colopy here for St. Anselm. Looking at McAdams in the middle.
That's a great job by the Hamilton D, staying with that deep.
There's a big deep cut there. He's gonna go for a blade. Oh my goodness.
That is a hard catch.
But you must catch because your life is at stake.
Yeah, no kidding.
Blade coming down from the heavens. Hamilton takes over.
Oh,
nice
great snag by 23. I think there's only 123 on this team this time.
Yeah, there's 23 on St. Anselm, but only 1 on Hamilton this time. As they continue down the middle. Hamilton just
literally
pitch and catch
walking
here,
it up.
As St. Anselm's still trying to get set. 23, good focus on that one.
They like trying to make it difficult for that player to catch it. Good cut there in this zone.
They just split that one zone defender.
Nope, not in.
Right on the edge. Hamilton looking to go to half here. There's the dump. There's the fake swing.
That was a real exciting dump.
There they go. There's the swing to number 2. Continues. To 64 in the corner. They've got it.
Oh, nice drag.
Hamilton takes half. 8-3. That was a back and forth action in this first half. Hamilton firmly in control. We'll see what the second half will bring. So we'll be back soon. And welcome back to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're here at Lobster Pot, premier college ultimate frisbee tournament, hosted by Maine Ultimate and presented by Tyler Technologies. We're here at the final live stream of the day, mixed finals action between St. Anselm College in the white jerseys and Hamilton College in the dark jerseys. The score is 8-3 in favor of Hamilton. I'm Tom here with Mike co-commentating and Andy on the camera as that pull goes way out of bounds, almost onto the other field. Mike, a first half pretty much dominated by Hamilton. St. Anselm attempted to slow them down with a junkie zone look, but didn't work as well as they had hoped.
I think the real issue with St. Anselm is their offense has been a little bit stagnant. And trying throws that maybe you don't have. And here we go with a deep shot.
Backhand from zero. Callipy almost caught. That's Connor Levesque with the cut deep, couldn't quite hang on. And Hamilton takes over. That was a set play right there. Connor's in there to go deep.
And that might be a case of huck and play D. You know, there's a lot of wind kicking up, and with St. Anselm having it kind of
Callipy picks
at
up
their
here.
side towards the back, it's, you know, harder for Hamilton to move it against that. Oh, great job by three to occupy space.
McAdams tried but couldn't quite come up with it. He didn't really see an organized offensive set by St. Anselm off that turnover. It wasn't really vert, it wasn't really horizontal as Hamilton goes up and over. Thank you for the catch by Hamilton number 6. That might have tailed back into the camera, so appreciate the save there.
Oh, foul call.
Foul called on the throw here. Comes back. So it looks like a no stall. Yep, no contested stall, so Hamilton retains possession.
Great run by 19 to track that disc all the way.
Yep, they're getting back into this zone here, St. Anselm is, with a quick chase. As McAdams with the play on D. Nice job by 16.
And that looked like a little bit of a different zone look, a little more traditional. Oh,
another
wow,
blade.
That's a blade.
From McAdams. And he almost caught it. That was Levesque in the deep space there. McAdams, again, it looks like is he trying to bring rain clouds in with these or what? He's throwing these big high arcing blades. As Hamilton with the disc now in the middle, 29 with the reception, going back out to 13, trying to break the zone down. Here's a swing across into the middle. Good spacing and timing there by those two. Taking a deep shot.
Oh, that was a nice throw, just out of reach of 3 of Hamilton.
Yeah, 3 got behind the deep of Colby Lynch, who comes out here to Callipy.
Good job by Hamilton recovering and just stopping flow.
Yep, so as Callipy goes over the top to McAdams, we know McAdams will throw something cool. Let's see what he does here. Looking for Callipy to reset to. No, he's going to go deep, and he's going to throw it to him. It's going up for someone. It's in the back corner and up and over is number 11. It's Colby Lynch going up and grabbing this point for St. Anselm. 8-4. That's just trusting your receiver. I know they can jump. I will throw it to you, and you will jump.
And if you don't get it,
they
take fault. It over at the goal line.
Or
it's
that.
Fine.
Or that, yes. So St. Anselm gathering here, kind of just like a meeting of the minds here to regroup, make sure to refocus. Certainly do not want to allow too many more points like that to happen. You don't want to let St. Anselm turn this into an up and down track meet type of game. I think that's what St. Anselm wants.
And I think, you know, those are the throws you're fine giving up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The
percentage.
Prayers, yeah.
Really just throw it up and see what happens. Like you're okay with those. But also like it's weird how things work sometimes. Like momentum is a big thing, and when a team hits on some of those, sometimes it kind of like starts this like confidence building thing where they hit on more and more and more, and that's how you can catch back up in a hurry. So valuing the disc will be vital for Hamilton going forward. As the St. Anselm gets ready with their matchups, getting ready to pull here. Number 16, Daniel McAdams will pull. And
smart decision to throw from the far
from the other
side of the field.
The way the wind is blowing.
I figured we were going to eat that one.
Let the wind bring it back into the field.
Oh, nice pull.
That's Hamilton ready to begin on offense. Number 6 picks up. Good hustle by Callipy to get down there for St. Anselm. And number 6 with the disc right up the field. Great spot to be in. Dishes it back to 6. Down the field, continuing Hamilton. Nice and easy offense here. Patience and resets to 8.
Ooh.
Nice, good cut.
Oh, good up line there.
Well, St. Anselm's taking away the swing here. So 8 goes to 6. He's in, steps over everybody. Nobody got stepped on. And a point for Hamilton, and that makes it 9-4.
That was a nice confident point from Hamilton. Hitting the open space, showing patience, not trying to rush it and score right away, but faking, getting the defense out of position, swinging, hitting the open person. That is smart offense there by Hamilton.
Live and Work in Maine is a private, public nonprofit with a mission to attract and retain talent to Maine. We work with employers, nonprofits, economic development organizations, and young professional groups to showcase careers and opportunities in Maine to keep the Maine economy thriving. For more information, visit them at www.liveandworkinmaine.com.
Hamilton apparently choosing to play with 6. No, they got their 7th.
Hamilton choosing not to play with 6. They just didn't quite have their last person checked off on their statistician, coach, player, keeping track of things. They missed one person. As Hamilton still firmly in control here, leading 9-4. Let's see what sort of offense St. Anselm has.
Giving a quick pulling
tutorial
tip right there.
Okay. They're ready to rock and roll. Here is St. Anselm. This is our mixed finals matchup.
If this is the first tournament pull for this player, that's awesome. Oh,
Well
hey, very
done.
nice.
Made it to half field. Excellent pull.
Against the wind.
Against the wind, and St. Anselm will pick up. Everyone getting down past the disc, we think, although a lot of people behind the disc still. Number 12 with the disc, looking for a laser shot to Whitman, and it's just too far.
Now they're going to attempt to set up some sort of zone, it appears.
Good hustle by Vitiello to get a mark on as Hamilton goes to work here. Outside, back to the middle. We're going to keep moving it. 13 with the disc. Looked to swing, but good cutoff here by Vitiello to make that throw impossible, and puts the mark back on. Goes back to 3, right back again as they play some give and go action. The hardest part for these is to know when to stop.
Correct.
They do a good job. A nice forehand to 64. Good spot by them. Up the line.
Oh,
it's
and a
chance to
little bit of
throw.
an air bounce. And
Oh,
great grab.
Great job by 5 to stick with it. Just kept on, just read it over their head and kept going to get it. Nice job. And that puts Hamilton into double digits. It's 10-4. Now, as a defender, you kind of want, like, the way that I've always thought about a zone playing defense is you want the offense to make a lot of throws. And you want to make them make one uncomfortable, chancy, iffy throw. I mean, obviously you want them to make as many of them as possible, but if you're doing it right, you're going to generate at least one every point. And that's the one you have to go get. And Hamilton did a fantastic job until the very end. That last throw did not have to happen. It worked, But that's the throw that the zone wants you to make, is that last bit where you think you got it, it's there, and then you throw it in the deep's like, I've read that perfectly, I got you. And it worked, but that's a chancy throw you don't need to make if you're Hamilton.
And like you said, with that give and go, knowing when to stop, because inevitably what happens is you got people in the middle fading back in that zone, and all of a sudden saying, this is my opportunity, and stepping right in front of that.
And because you are giving and going, you really have to, because the throws are coming so quick, you have to make sure that you have your eyes on your teammate, because they're going to catch and throw it right back to you. So you can't really check around to see where you are. So you have to just but you have to be able to take your eyes off for a second and survey to see where the defenders are, and to know when to stop, because it's always better to stop by give and go one throw earlier than necessary instead of pushing it, because then you get a turnover and then you get a jailbreak in the other direction. It's Hamilton ready to pull from our Vacation Land end zone to St. Anselm in the Lobster Pot end zone. Nice pull. It's rolling around, and Vitiello to pick up. A flick that turned over on him. That's the right look, though. Kalopi was going to be wide open, but into the wind, maybe not so much in the right look right now.
Good defensive recovery by St. Anselm here.
Yeah, they almost had it. I'm going to try and get a jersey number for them, because that was good effort. That's number
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, Kim McWhinney. Kim McWhinney almost had it there. Nice job. They're on the mark now, too. They are the chaser. As Hamilton with it, going with a backhand.
Oh,
it dropped. The bottom fell out of it.
Wow.
That was not a bad idea. The bottom just fell out of it right into the St. Anselm player. That's Whitman, I think, with the disc. He goes up and over. Kalopi went over McWhinney. Kalopi has it now.
Swinging back to the middle of the field, trying to get it across. That is a tough throw.
They keep trying to throw these hucks into this wind, and the wind is just killing them, knocking them down. Hamilton taking over. Really got to be patient going St. Anselm's direction, as Vitello is really getting into the mark here. It wants it. The vocal intimidation by the St. Anselm player.
Oh, behind the thrower. Good recovery by 3.
Yeah, good adjustment. That's a tough one. To 2. And into the end zone. Hamilton with another point. It's 11-4.
And
good patience by Hamilton.
The Hamilton sideline yelling, see Emma, see Emma, see Emma, wide open, cutting across.
They didn't see Emma.
No, did not, but saw the follow. And that was the score. And now, wisely, St. Anselm takes a timeout.
St. Anselm taking a timeout. We'll take a second to tell you about one of our new sponsors, Shield Health and Fitness. This year, Lobster Pot is brought to you in part by Shield Health and Fitness. Our trainers this weekend are equipped with Shield athletic tape and wrap products. Designed and manufactured locally in Massachusetts, as half of my things went flying. Thank you, Callahan, for tracking those down. Designed and manufactured locally in Massachusetts to help athletes prevent and recover from injury. Visit Shield online at shieldhealthandfitness.com to shop the best tapes in the game. Also available on Amazon. Shield Health and Fitness, protect like the pros.
The wind seems to be freshening.
I think the wind's getting stronger. Luckily, we're pretty much all done with the ad reads now, so I can probably put most of these away. Because that was quite a gust. Wow. All right, really
a valuable and wise use of the time out there by St. Anselm to avoid that wind gust.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, because who wants to be trying to play offense with a wind gust like that?
So St. Anselm needs to figure something to get their offense rolling. At least get some rhythm, start feeling good about where you are as an offense.
And that's, I don't really see a dedicated coach on their sideline. But that would be something where something that if I was coaching the team right now, I would really look at your matchups And you do want to try to continue to get everybody involved, and they will continue to do that as the season goes along. But I would look for, they want to play vertical, they want to go down the field. That is a strength of their team. They have lots of athletes, lots of speed. So I would try to set up a cutting hierarchy, a cutting order, whether it's out of a vertical or horizontal stack, and looking to go down the field to a cutter, back to your trailing handler, and then your huck play after that, your huck throw after that. So setting up that sort of an order, just to kind of get things started and get things moving. And then if you choose not to have that throw, then you go into your dump, swing, reset, and then do it again. Like, that can be a basis of an offense, is we're gonna go downfield, back to the handler, look for a huck, dump, swing, etc., and just repeat. That can be a way to get things started. Simple, easy, and just to establish some order, because sometimes it looks like they don't do a lot, and then suddenly everyone tries to do everything all at once.
And along those lines, it's not a bad idea when you're on the line waiting for the pull to say, I'll pick up to Jones to Smith to Brown, and now you know your order of cutting.
So that was, and I think that's number 9. I think that's Rosado with the disc now, and they went in the middle to McWhinney here a little bit ago.
Has the open person, and just couldn't look it all the way in.
That was Jonah Gabby looking down the field to one of the cutters there. That's a turnover.
Behind the cutter there, and that.
Ooh, that made it through everybody. Wow, that made it in to Jonah Gabby, who then went to the end zone to Olive for the score. I think the Hamilton players are surprised I made it through them on that one. That was close. That makes it 11-5.
I heard one of the Hamilton players say, I nearly died on that one.
They're not wrong.
That was threaded.
That was like the Hamilton players had like the doors on a movie set, just like closing together real fast. And this just made it right through before the doors slammed into each other. So it's 11-5. Hamilton's still firmly in control. But that was not, once they got moving, and once St. Anselm spread themselves out a little bit, they were right in front of our camera here, they were really, really close together. Once they got it out and into the middle of the field and into some more space, then they were able to string some throws together, and they were able to move the disc effectively down the field.
It'll be interesting to see what Hamilton comes back with now that they have a little bit of a wind advantage.
Well, and these are some players that we haven't seen St. Anselm play in this game yet. So
that's going to roll.
That's going to roll. That's a good pull into the wind. Hamilton picks up. Then fakes out his teammate, makes his number 6 jump a bunch of times. As he's got the disc here and resets to 6. Should continue the swing, but chose that one instead. They were in the right spot though, 15 for Hamilton, just unable to pull it in. Now we're on the, St. Anselm's on the far sideline. Up the line, that's McWhinney with it again.
A little bit chaotic right now.
Chaotic, we're looking at
that's
Jonah Gray dropped it.
It's a perfect example of what we were talking about in the first half. That's too close. You need to give your thrower space to put some spin on the disc.
Yeah, my apologies, that's Jonan. Gabby unfortunately put it on the turf as Hamilton goes to the back corner.
And that's going to carry over the head.
Nice try at number 5.
Deep into the end zone. And a little squeal from the player.
Gabby picks up and is coming up to the front line, tapped into play. Looking for a backhand.
Oh, and that's a hand block.
And
to
the
the scuba point.
Oh, just pick it up and throw the scuba over the top. Hamilton up 12-5 now.
That doesn't count as a point though, unless it was an offhand scuba.
Not true, Callahan. Good try, though. Yeah, so one more time while we have you on our final live stream, our presenting sponsor, Tyler Technologies, empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. TylerTech.com. They brought a bunch of discs to hand out to players. Usually players have to spend between 10 and 20 bucks for a disc at a tournament. These discs with a unique Lobster Pot logo handed out for free, courtesy of Tyler Technologies. They helped they rented these tents and everything over at Trinity Central. Most of that was funded by Tyler Tech as well. And they even had a job fair here at the tournament as well, getting their name out for all these soon-to-be young professionals looking for employment after college. So Tyler Tech, huge sponsor. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the Maine Ultimate community.
We'd also like to thank Boston Glory for coming up this weekend, sharing their UFA championship trophy with us. You're not getting it back. And also providing tickets to the game so you can enjoy the full fan experience at a Boston Glory game and other little goodies for the players here. So thank you to Boston Glory, and hopefully you'll get out and get to a game next year.
As Hamilton ready to pull in the dark jerseys, leading this game 12-5, this mixed finals game. And St. Anselm in the white, ready to receive. See how this point goes. Again, they were able to string some throws together last time, St. Anselm. Let's see if they can continue that momentum.
Let's see if Hamilton can say, all right, you know what? We're done. We're not going to let you. We're not going to let you score anymore. We want to go home. We want to eat. We want to take a shower.
I want to eat. I'm hungry.
Oh, that's coming. Is it going to reach us? Oh!
Bid would have had it. Almost. That was our one chance at glory, Callahan.
I should have laid out. I should have laid out.
I would have held you coffee. St. Anselm picking up to start middle of the field. To 71. That's James Goyette with the disc. To McWhinney. Back to Goyette, looking for some options. Doesn't have any yet.
Well, that's because Hamilton is come out this time in some sort
kind
of
his own look.
Sort of his own look.
McWhinney with a good cut though. They've got the disc now.
Or
oh, bummer.
They're just stagnant.
Almost had it there.
That'll come. That'll come with reps and working together in practice.
I think that was Tess Lambert, I believe. He's in the right place. They'll get more reps and they'll be just fine come the spring season. Hamilton with the disc now, looking to add another point to the ledger. They go down the middle, come to the near sideline to number 3. There's a deep option back there. 23 was unaccounted for, is now accounted for. As they go back the long way to 64, continues.
Ooh!
Good job by getting in the middle of that to try and influence it by saying it goes up and over.
Yeah, sloppy throw, but it worked.
It worked. Number 2 with the disc comes back to 3 again. Throws a laser that is caught.
Wow, I didn't think that was going to be caught.
16.
That was a great catch.
In the corner of the end zone, and Hamilton another point. It's
Turning
13.
over like this with that wind, oh, that's tough.
Well, we couldn't see the cutter there with the team in the way, but he could.
Yeah.
He knew they were there. But they would say, just like we draw it up on the chalkboard. 13-5 in favor of Hamilton.
And it looks like they took down the obstacle course.
So our cameraman just asked a great question. What do they get if they win? They get a one-of-a-kind buoy. The trophy is a lobster buoy in various colors. It's made of, I'm not sure what.
Buoy material.
Buoy material, I don't know, but it is a trophy in the shape of a buoy. The cameraman thinks Andy thinks it should be solid gold. We could ask Rich if we have the funds for that for next year.
If it was solid gold, it would be really heavy.
It would be really, really tiny. It would be the smallest trophy ever.
Yeah.
Precious metals. So yes, so the trophy is a buoy. It's a unique trophy. A little hard to display. It doesn't stand up by itself. It does have like a rope like attachment to it. But that is the trophy that they are playing for here. And obviously the bragging rights of we won one of the coolest college tournaments in the country. So So there is that. Hamilton getting ready to pull here as St. Anselm is going to receive. Here we go. Nice
pull.
It's going to hang up there so their defense can get
Gonna
set.
float right into the middle of the field.
And St. Anselm goes. McWhinney's got the disc.
Not a lot of movement upfield from St. Anselm.
Oh, almost had the receiver.
Oh, that's
29.
not a good give and go in that situation. That, however,
they're back there.
is excellent.
14-5 Hamilton. St. Anselm looks very, very tired.
Yeah, they look like they've been playing a lot this weekend. That's what that looks like. So Hamilton looking to take it home, hopefully get a quick turnover and get the quick score to end the game. Meanwhile, St. Anselm is hoping to extend it one more point.
Absolutely. Yep, they got their line out in the field that they want, and they're going to just try and work down the field and generate some more offense. They've had the most success when their spacing is a little bit wider.
Yeah.
They've gotten caught these last couple points. You can tell they've had a line of some players that haven't played as much together. This being early in the season, it's October. Yeah, just a lot of clustering around the disc, and that makes offense very, very hard.
Yeah, and if you're not moving, it's tough.
Yeah, your defenders don't have to move when you're just trusting a thrower to basically throw you open, which is really, really challenging. They will have the wind at their back here, so we'll see what they want to do. Yeah, getting ready to go with this, and it's game point for Hamilton, pulling to start. From our Lobster pod end zone to our vacation lane end zone where St. Anselm waits.
And St. Anselm with the wind.
And some really cool tournaments, things that Maine Ultimate hosts throughout the year. Check out the Maine Ultimate website, maineultimate.org. Things like Island Time. We get to go out and hang out on Shebig Island and play a hat tournament where you don't know your teammates until you get there, which is super cool. There's also camping options available for that. That one happens in July, I think, right, Callahan?
Correct.
And then we've got Island Time, which happens, the whitewater rafting one.
Yep.
That happens in the early June, I think. And then Vacation Land is our club tournament that happens in late July, early August, depending on tourney schedules. So check that out if you're interested. For more information at maineultimate.org. As St. Anselm looking to keep on moving down the field here. That's Goyette with the disc, looking for a big forehand, and it goes up. And
the hat goes down. I've had enough of this hat.
I've had enough of the hat, and when the hat goes off, he makes a defensive play, and then he puts his hat back on for offense.
Okay, so I played in a hat tournament in Savannah, Georgia once, where if you were wearing a hat and it came off in the middle of a point and you were on offense, it was an automatic turnover.
Oh, up and over. That's Jonah Gabby.
Oh, the hammer! It's going to helix.
Corner.
And that's a little deep.
But there wasn't anybody there.
Little deep.
Hey, maybe he's looking for his team. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That really wasn't anybody there. Cool looking hammer though.
Yeah. So Hamilton will take over at the front cone, far side of the field.
Back in their kind of zone look thing here is St. Anselm trying to keep this disc stuck on the sideline, it looks like. As that's Tess Lambert.
Oh, and that's going to be...
Goyette comes in and throws another one.
Another hammer.
That's a better one, but Levesque not able to bring it down. Bummer. Is now, yeah, definitely staying in the zone thing here. You've got McWhinney on the disc now, marking is going to chase.
Good job by the wing to crash down and break up that.
Went over everybody.
that further swing, but now you get it to the middle. Good job by recovering by St. Anselm here.
Yeah, good job going to get it by the Hamilton players. They try to go through the middle. It's going to sail and come over this way. The wind ate that up and spit it back down again. Yeah, you just little error there. Like it doesn't take a lot of it to be off and not quite
bring it
flat.
in at the line. You don't bring it in 3 yards into the field.
Into the middle here, going with a high floaty thing. Defended.
Oh, good D by Hamilton there. Way to stay with that.
There was Nick Rosado with the high release throw there, trying to kind of drop it in on their teammate. It didn't quite work. This one also goes over everybody.
A little bit of a give and go there. Now stopped by the defense.
Yeah, the zone's back and set up. They called a travel on number 2. That's so they brought it back. Hamilton with the disc here, being nice and chilly with it, taking their time. Through the middle again. Nice catch.
Shows it and takes it away.
Yep. Continuing to the near side, Hamilton with
that's
numbers.
A travel. Holy cow, dude.
Yeah, they know it. They knew it. They're like, yeah,
he called it on himself.
Right. Yep. Oh, they're tempted to throw the hammer, but don't. They go with this thing that comes back.
Nice grab by Hamilton player there.
This is good. With the way the wind is gusting, they're gonna have to. Hamilton needs to take their time here. Nothing chancy because the wind's gonna eat it up.
The trophy is on the line.
It is. Ooh, nice catch. That was coming down fast. And that's it.
We have game.
With the catch in the front pylon, and that makes it 15-5, and that is the game. Hamilton, although St. Anselm thinks that's only 14, but it's 15. Sorry, guys. No, they think it's only 14, but it is 15.
It is 15.
The game is over. And Hamilton has taken home the title 15-5. A great battle by both teams. Thank you guys both for coming. Yeah, this was a up and down game here with lots of turns and lots of back and forth, but a good battle by both. They're gonna play one more just because they want to.
Well, we can still wrap it up.
We can still wrap it up though. Yeah, so, well, let's see. Is Andy going to record the last point? Cameraman said we're recording, so guess what, Callahan? We get to call one more point.
Well, I'm good with that because, as I said, the longer we are here, the less cleanup we have to do.
The only thing I am concerned with was the amount of floaty discs on that last point that hung up in the air forever and people gathered underneath.
No.
I just don't want anybody to get hurt. That's all, because it was getting real sloppy, and there was a lot of opportunities for a lot of messy things to happen. So please, we're playing one more bonus point. St. Anselm, Hamilton, nobody get hurt, please. Also because the trainers are packing up, so please don't get hurt. As we go with a bonus action here, as it is 15-5, and they feel like playing one more because I don't know why. The tournament director's confused, I'm confused, but we're all doing what Andy said, and Andy said play more, so here we go.
The only one who's not confused is Andy.
Andy's not confused. Here we go with one more. Although we are also past time cap, so there's that too. So
that's
the best
that's
pull of
almost
the
a
day
goal.
right there.
Ooh.
Wow. That's why they wanted to play one more.
Yeah.
Number 3 wanted to flex
they
on
wanted
everybody.
Callahan.
Number 3 wanted to flex on everyone and put it in the halfway deep in the end zone. St. Anselm is stuck. Gabby's got the disc and a high stall.
That's it. Get rid of it.
It's coming
no
back.
Callahan.
Though.
Oh, no.
Oh, drop. Number 3 with the disc. Are we going to play an upside down point? That's what we want. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, dear. That's almost in the field hockey goal. Are we playing an upside down point? Because that would be interesting, but with this wind, I really hope not. Gabby with the disc to start for St. Anselm. Up the field. Nice catch. I got to get enough. That's number 10. That was Danielle Riley with the catch in the turn. Hamilton takes over. Number 8. Hammer's doing games from the sideline from Hamilton, but they already won the game.
Good job ignoring your teammates.
Now they double won.
Thank you.
Hamilton has won again, and we are all done out here. Thank you guys so much for watching the main Lobster Pot. Can't wait to do this again next year.
And that's a tournament.